The Emerald Key by Nicholas W. Long. Chapter 1. He woke up. Colors bled together, and a stench of decay clawed at his nose. His head throbbed. Something sticky ran down his temple, and when he touched it, his fingers came back red, staining the front of his pajamas. He blinked hard, forcing the room into focus. Not his room, not his house. His pulse hammered, and his eyes found the door. A man stood there, cloaked in darkness, his face lost beneath a hood, a face that seemed to belong to something out of a nightmare. "Please, sir, I just want to go home." His voice cracked on the last word, and he hated himself for it. The figure leaned in, close enough that the boy caught an intense wave of cinnamon, sharp and cloying, like it had been dabbed on too heavy, and beneath it, something rotten, something the sweetness couldn't quite bury. "You will go somewhere far more extraordinary than this pitiful place," it rasped, tired and commanding all at once. "The decision has already been made, young one." A gloved hand curled, beckoning. "We descend now. Your life ends here, and something else begins." The boy's eyes darted over what little he could see of the thing, the jaw too wide, the skin bunched and lumped like it had been shaped by clumsy hands rather than grown. A monster, he thought, then shoved the word away, because naming it made it real. The hood dipped lower, and still he couldn't look away. A gloved finger curled, beckoning. "No thank you, sir," he said, backing into the wall. The thing lunged, and a sound tore out of it, low and wet, nothing human in it. A gloved hand caught him across the face, a backhand that snapped his head sideways and sent a fresh stream of blood running from his nose. Warmth spread down the boy's leg, pooling at his feet, and shame flushed hot through the fear. He scrambled up and made his legs move toward it, the creature's laugh chasing him the whole way. Black and white photographs lined the wall as he passed, strangers frozen in some other decade, and for one absurd second, he wondered why no one in his older pictures smiled. Then the thought was gone, stomped out by where he actually was. He drifted toward a window near them, drawn by the dark beyond the glass. Snow was falling outside, thick and steady, already piled along the sill, catching what little light there was. A slice of night sky opened up above the rooftops, stars scattered between the clouds, and his chest tightened. His dad used to lie on the porch with him, both of them counting, his dad always giving up first, laughing, saying there were too many to count. He wondered if he'd ever count them with him again. He caught himself counting the photographs instead. 1, 2, 3. The same trick that made thunderstorms bearable back home. It had never once told him how a storm would end. It didn't tell him this one either. His gaze dropped from the sky, and that's when he saw it. Through a lit window in the house opposite, another boy stood, maybe 14, close enough to see clearly and impossibly far to reach. For one wild heartbeat, he let himself believe that was all that separated him from being saved, a pane of glass and a stretch of snow-covered street. His foot shifted half an inch before he stopped himself. He wanted to scream, to wave his arms, anything, but the hooded man was right beside him, and any move he made would be seen before it landed. He mouthed the word "help," stretching it wide and slow, willing the other boy to catch it through the glass. Nothing. The kid across the street just stood there, oblivious. His hands remembered before his mind caught up, one fist landing on his open palm, thumb up, lifting both hands together the way he had 100 times a night for his little brother when his brother couldn't ask for help. He was patient with his brother in a way he never managed with anything else. Homework, chores, his own temper. Like some steadier version of himself only came out after dark, just for him. Would this boy know it too? He doubted it, but he tried anyway. The hooded man bent to set down his keys, and for 1 second his attention slipped. The boy's hands flew up, fist to palm, lifting, the sign catching light from the window. A hand clamped around his wrist before he finished it, yanking him back so hard his shoulder screamed. "You better not have done what I think you did." The man's grip tightened. "If that kid saw you,
I'll make sure he doesn't live to tell anyone. His smile split too wide, teeth jagged, black ooze welling in the gaps like something rotting behind them. Down you go, the man snapped, shoving him toward a door he hadn't noticed before. The boy's fingers locked onto the doorframe, knuckles white, and for a second neither of them moved. The man peeled his hand free, finger by finger, almost gentle about it, which somehow made it worse. The staircase spiraled down below, further than his own basement had any right to go. And somewhere in the dark, between one step and the next, his mind kept dragging him back to hours ago. Anything but here. Movie night. His brother asleep upstairs, his parents letting him pick anything, and he'd gone with the Beastmaster, then swung his foam sword around the living room afterward, playing it being Dar. He liked a bow better, but hero may do.
His eyelids had grown heavy over the comic later, and he set it on the nightstand, clicked off the nightlight, left just the red glow of the lava lamp burning. Sleep took him fast. Scratching woke him, faint at the closet door. Wind rattled the branches against the window, and he almost let that be the answer until the whisper came, low and wet, and it wasn't coming from outside. His hand found the edge of the blanket and pulled it to his chin, slow, like moving might be the thing that gave him away. He held his breath, counted his own heartbeat in his ears, told himself not to look at the closet. Looked anyway. He swung his legs over the bed, feet finding the cold floor, and crossed to the closet, one creaking board at a time. His hand hovered at the handle. Maybe there's nothing in there. Maybe he was about to feel like an idiot in front of no one. He gripped the handle anyway and yanked the door open. And the dark on the other side seemed to swallow the little light his lava lamp threw, like it was drinking it down. He squinted into it and got nothing back. Just black. His shoulders dropped, and a laugh almost escaped him. Stupid, imagining things. And he turned back toward his bed like it had never happened. Then the laughter came, low and wrong, crawling out of the shadows behind him. His heart slammed against his ribs, and his eyes swept the room for anything he could hold. Tears blurred his vision as his hand closed around the porcelain Terminator statue on his dresser. "Come near me, and you'll regret it," he said, and his voice shook so hard the threat barely held together. The laughter stopped. Just like that. No cackling, no shuffling, nothing. And somehow that silence pressed against his ears worse than the noise had. He waited for it to start again. It didn't. His own breathing sounded too loud, too fast, and he made himself stop holding the statue like it might actually save him and just run. 3 steps. 2. He could see the doorframe, could already feel the hallway light on his face in his mind. And then the dark simply reached out and took him. A gloved hand closing around his arm like it had been there the whole time, waiting. Pain exploded through him, white and total. And then nothing. He'd counted 41 steps without meaning to, the same old trick, except the numbers didn't carry his dad's voice this time, and they didn't carry any comfort either. The stairs finally leveled out into a small room, cobblestone walls pressing close, lit by torches instead of the bulb his dad had screwed in. No light switch, no drywall, just stone, and the stale reek of decay thick enough to taste. And one door, emerald and onyx, a coiled snake carved into it for a handle. Behind him, the man's teeth bared, catching torchlight. "This room means nothing for you. We go elsewhere." A gloved finger pointed past him, toward the door. The man's hand disappeared into his coat and came back with a key, and he stared at it the way a man might stare at something that could end the world. "You're lucky, little boy. You're about to matter more than you ever have." His smile didn't reach anywhere real. The man's thumb traced the serpent along the key, over and over, like he couldn't stop even if he wanted to, his eyes gone somewhere far off, glassy, lost in it. The boy watched him, waiting, until the silence stretched too long. "Please, sir, what's going to happen to me?"
The man's head snapped up, blinking, like he'd forgotten the boy was even standing there. He looked at him for a second too long. Then his gaze dropped back to the key, and his thumb started moving again. "You'll meet her soon," he murmured, though his voice sounded like it belonged to someone still half in that trance. His hand tightened around the key hard enough to whiten what little color his knuckles had, like the word alone had cost him something. Then it passed, and his face closed back over into practiced cruelty. The man's fingers finally loosened, and he held the key out, waiting. Whoever opens the door must hold the key. Bring it close, and it glows, so it's never lost, so it finds whoever it belongs to. The boy's fingers curled, some small, defiant part of him thinking he could just run, hide it somewhere no one would ever look. Something in his face must have given it away. "Don't," the man said, quiet, which was somehow worse than shouting. "You have no idea what that key is worth. Once the door opens, I take it back. One stays here, one stays there. Always." He tapped the serpent once more, like a warning. "Go on then. Say your goodbyes to this world, because I'm the last friendly face you'll see in it. Your journey from here could be long, or it could be very short."
The man guided the key toward the lock, and before it even touched metal, the key trembled, then wrenched itself free of his fingers, hovering for half a heartbeat like it recognized something the man never could. It slid home on its own, turning with a hollow, grinding click that seemed to come from somewhere deeper than the door itself. A flash of white lit the emerald from within, veins of light racing through the stone like lightning trapped in glass, then faded just as fast. The door swung open. Cinnamon rolled through the gap, thick and cold, sharp enough to sting, pushing against William's face. The man motioned him forward. William stumbled back instead, staring at the black beyond the door, his hands shaking too hard to hide it. "Go on, William." The man's jaw tightened. A low grunt. "Go through the door. She awaits." Chapter 2. They'd only moved into the new house 2 days ago, and Josey already wanted to leave it. Not the house. Everything. He hadn't cried at the funeral. He'd cried 3 weeks later, alone, over a bag of mandarin oranges he found shoved in the back of the pantry, the same kind his mother had sent him to grab off the shelf the day everything ended. He'd stood in the kitchen holding them until his hands went cold, then put them back exactly where he found them, because throwing them away felt like something, and keeping them felt like something else, and he couldn't stomach either. They'd been at the checkout, laughing about something he couldn't even remember now, when a two-tone gray pickup came through the storefront glass like the world had simply stopped agreeing to hold together. A man and his 14-year-old daughter, waiting in line ahead of them, never stood a chance. Josey remembered the sound more than the sight. A sound with no right to exist. Metal and glass and something worse underneath it. His mother's hand found his shoulder and shoved before his brain had even finished registering danger. And that half-second of her instinct outrunning her fear was the last full, clear thing he had of her moving under her own power. A shard of the candy rack caught him from chin to brow, splitting his eye socket open. And later he'd stopped being able to remember if the scream he heard was his. When his vision cleared enough to mean anything, she was pinned beneath the truck's frame at the register, not moving, not able to. He grabbed at the metal anyway, hands slipping, uselessly strong, the way you are in dreams where strength doesn't translate into anything. She found his eyes across the wreckage and held them, and her mouth formed the words, "I love you," clear and unmistakable. Her smile soft and full of nothing but love for him, even as a thin line of blood slipped from the corner of her lips. She held his gaze a moment longer, like she was memorizing him, and then, gently, like she was choosing to, she let her eyes fall closed. The driver worked for a lease-to-own company that quietly settled with both families before anyone had to say the word trial. The money didn't touch what it was supposed to touch. If anything, it gave his father something to resent that wasn't God and wasn't a stranger and wasn't the empty half of the bed. A number that dared to stand in for a person.
His father didn't rage the way Josey expected. He'd braced for shouting, throwing things, some outward shape to match the inward collapse. Instead, his father went quiet in a way that scared Josey worse. A man moving through rooms like a guest in his own home, drink in hand more nights than not, present in body and absent everywhere else. Josey caught him once, late, sitting on the edge of the bathtub with his wedding ring balanced on his palm, just staring at it. Not crying, not speaking, just staring, like it was a question he hadn't found the nerve to ask yet.
There had been a night, right after, when Josey found the drywall in the hallway punched clean through, 3 fist-size holes in a neat, furious row, and heard his father in the garage afterward, not sobbing exactly, more like a man arguing with someone who wasn't answering. "You don't get to do this," his father had said, to no one, to the ceiling, to whatever was up there declining to reply. He'd patched the holes himself before they left Derby, sanded them smooth, painted over them, like erasing the evidence might undo the version of himself that made them. Josey noticed he'd missed a spot, low near the baseboard, still visible if you knew to look. Or maybe his father just didn't care. Derby, Kansas had simply become a place his father couldn't stay in. Every street, every familiar storefront held some piece of her in it, and his father had stopped being able to walk past any of it without his whole face changing. So when a transfer opened up within the sanitation department, one route through the Rockies, another through Nebraska collecting unpaid bills, his father picked Colorado without asking Josey a single question about it. Josey understood, distantly, that this wasn't cruelty. It was a drowning man grabbing whatever floated. His father asked once, flatly, if he planned to keep wrestling in Colorado. Josey said no before the question had even finished landing, and his father just nodded, like he'd expected that answer, and had already used up whatever was left of him that might have argued otherwise. Wrestling had gone the way of the mandarin oranges. Josey simply couldn't do it anymore. Not after her.
They arrived on a Friday. His father didn't start as a sanitation engineer until Monday, and when Josey tried to lighten things, some half-joke about him being a trash man superhero who hides out in people's garbage, his father's face did something ugly and sudden, and Josey said something back he regretted the second it left his mouth. Neither of them apologized. Josey went to his room and sat with the guilt instead, turning it over like a stone in his pocket, worn smooth from handling. Now he stood at his window, a little before 1 a.m, watching snow come down over mountains that looked like something out of a postcard, thick flakes catching the porch light. He stared at the sky, hoping that staring at the snowflakes would give him a moment of peace, but his father walked by him without a hi or smile or anything. He walked to the fridge and grabbed a 6-pack of his favorite michelada, and without any word, he snuck back into his room. His father didn't care Josey was up late at night. Josey had never gotten a curfew. Getting one required his dad to care. He pressed his lips together hard enough to hurt and told himself again that crying wouldn't fix anything, and mostly believed it. As he peered across the street, he noticed an old Victorian house, the only house on the block that hadn't been repainted in this decade or the last, faded down to some color that used to mean something. It looked, he thought, like the house from Edward Scissorhands, if that house had given up. Someone moved in the window. Josey then noticed a boy, close to his own age, mouthing words with his lips exaggerated wide, hands lifting in some pattern Josey didn't recognize, thumb over fist, again and again, like a signal or a plea. Josey leaned closer to the glass, trying to read it, trying to convince himself it was a game, and not what it looked like. Then a shape closed around the boy's wrist and yanked him backward into the dark, and the window went still. Josey's stomach dropped somewhere it hadn't been since the checkout line. Did that kid just get grabbed? He said out loud, to the empty room, like saying it might make an adult appear to handle it for him. No one answered. There was no one in the house who'd get up even if he screamed. He grabbed the only jacket within reach, his zip-up Star Wars hoodie, Vader on one side, Skywalker on the other, the 2 lightsabers crossing into an X when zipped, and went out into the cold before his better judgment caught up with his feet. Standing on the sidewalk in the snow, 1 a.m, alone, He ran out of plan almost immediately. Knock on the door and ask, what exactly? The lights in the window were now turned off. In his head, he was already building the story where he'd imagined the whole thing. A kid rubbing his eyes half asleep, transplanted from a flat, familiar town into someplace with too many mountains and too much silence. Then he saw the man on the roof. He was leaning against the chimney like it was the most natural place in the world for a person to stand. His long brown hair unbothered by the wind. A red suit that looked more like something worn to a premiere than to stand on a snow-covered roof at 1 a.m. His eyes weren't quite the right color for eyes, catching the porch light with an amber glow that didn't feel right. He looked down at Josey and smiled. Easy, warm, entirely wrong. The man lifted one hand in an unhurried wave, like they were old friends and this was nothing. Josey blinked, looked down at the Victorian door, and peered back up. And the man in red was gone. He stood there for a long moment, snow catching in his hair, trying to decide if he'd really had just seen a person casually standing on a roof with 5 inches of snow beneath him.
His father's favorite movie hero had always been the man with no name, Eastwood squinting into some dusty street, saying almost nothing and needing to say almost nothing, because the point was that he walked toward the trouble instead of away from it. Josey's first sentence as a baby had reportedly been "make my day," fingers already curling into pretend pistols before he could properly talk, a family joke worn thin with retelling. He wondered, standing there, what that kid would have done. Probably not this. Probably something braver, or maybe just something stupider that looked the same from a distance. What if he knocked, and there really was a kidnapper on the other side of that door? Someone who'd do to Josey exactly what he'd apparently already done to that boy. Worse, somehow. What if there wasn't, and Josey became the new kid on the block who got a man arrested over nothing, over some trick of light and a bad night's sleep in a town he didn't know yet? What am I doing? He muttered, mostly to make himself stop standing there. I'm a kid. 15 years old, freshly transplanted, entirely capable of seeing threats in every dark window for a while yet. Maybe he'd seen nothing. Maybe he'd seen everything exactly right, and it was just a father losing patience with a son who wouldn't behave. Ugly, but not his business, not really. He looked at the tired paint of the Victorian, then back at his own house's tan stucco, safe and blank and waiting. Back and forth, like the choice might resolve itself if he looked long enough.
This wasn't a movie where a pack of kids banded together and cracked the mystery before bedtime. There was no pack. There was just him, new here, friendless, standing in snow he still hadn't gotten used to the sound of. He turned toward home, telling himself it was sensible, telling himself Eastwood wouldn't have needed backup, and that if he had, he'd have found some. Josey had found none. He walked back with his eyes on the ground the whole way, feeling, for the first time since the accident, a specific new shame layered over the old one, the shame of a boy who noticed something was wrong and let the door close on it anyway.
Chapter 3. When Josey woke up, a dull, uneasy tug pulled at his stomach, stronger than nerves had any right to be. Something doesn't feel right, he thought, then talked himself down from it. Probably nothing. He was getting good at that particular lie. Still, he was 15, alone in a town he'd lived in for 2 days. What exactly was he supposed to do? March across the street and demand answers from a stranger? He shoved the thought to the back of his mind, where most of his thoughts seemed to live lately. Their move had landed, by luck or bad timing, right in the middle of his new school's winter break. Plenty of time, his father had said, to get out and explore the town. So far, the furthest they'd made it was an Ace Hardware. Josey had stopped asking why his father talked about adventures he never actually took him on. He lay there a moment before committing to the day, the way he always had, then arched his back off the mattress in one long stretch until something in his spine cracked and let go. He rolled his shoulders, pointed his toes toward the foot of the bed, and held it, that one good stretch everybody seemed to have without ever being taught it, and swung his legs over the edge. His feet found the gray carpet and sank in, and he curled his toes into it slowly, working the fibers between them.
That small, specific comfort of skin against carpet first thing in the morning that never seemed to get old, no matter how old he got. He'd been doing it since he was small enough for the carpet to feel enormous underneath him. Some habits just stuck around, outlasting almost everything else that used to define a normal day. His father's door was still shut when he passed it. 9:30. His father used to be up before 5 every single day, whistling, burning eggs, filling a room just by walking into it. Now he just slept, and slept, and slept. Like sleep itself might eventually apologize for everything.
Josey cracked eggs into a hot pan, careful with the yolk, over easy, the way he liked them. His father, despite being a grown man, still ate his scrambled with more cheese than egg, something Josey used to tease him about. He plated it anyway, nerves sitting low in his stomach, and carried it to the closed door. He knocked softly, not wanting to startle him, and pushed the door open onto a room gone pitch black behind blackout curtains his father had bought the day they arrived, like sunlight itself had become something to defend against. "Dad. Hey, Dad," Josey whispered. "I made you eggs. Extra cheese." A grunt answered him first. Then, "Just leave it on the desk, Josey, and leave me the hell alone." One eye open, the other one not bothering. Josey's stomach folded in on itself. He set the plate down among the sleeping pills without a word and backed out fast before he could do anything to make it worse. The door creaked as it shut. "Get out," his father said again, to an empty doorway, because Josey was already gone. He ate alone in the kitchen, the way he had every morning since Colorado, and told himself school might be different, better, that he'd always been good at making friends, even when nothing else in him felt right. His father hadn't just stopped parenting, he'd stopped being present at all, and it left Josey grieving 2 people instead of 1, a mother who was gone and a father who was still breathing in the next room, and somehow further away than she was. He remembered hearing once that with a big enough telescope, you could look far enough into space to see light from years ago, arriving just now, like the past never really left, just took its time getting to you. He wondered if that was true of grief too, if some version of her was still traveling toward him, delayed, and would eventually arrive. Then he remembered that wasn't how any of it worked. Not telescopes, not time, not mothers. All he actually wanted was his father, present, awake, whole, in whatever house they ended up living in. It wouldn't matter, though, if the man never got out of bed to see any of it. He grabbed his jacket and stepped outside, waiting for his breath to fog in front of him the way it always had back home. Nothing. He'd assumed, coming from Kansas, that Colorado's elevation meant brutal cold. But the sun sat closer up here, and the air had a strange, generous warmth to it, even with snow still on the ground. Jacket weather in the middle of winter, apparently. Night might tell a different story, he figured. But for now, it felt almost kind. Walking down the street, Halloween decorations had started creeping onto lawns. Tattered spider webs, fake headstones. One yard with a sign reading, "Eric Draven's Crow. It can't rain all the time." Another for Freddy Krueger. "Never sleep again." In one corner, a miniature pet cemetery, complete with tiny painted headstones for Church, Cujo, and Mr. Jingles. A whole shrine built out of Stephen King references. He almost smiled. His family used to be exactly the kind of people who'd build something like that. Halloween had always been sacred in his house. His parents planned costumes together every single year, workshopping ideas the moment one Halloween ended and the next one began. Last year had been Star Wars, the whole family going dark side. Josey had been Darth Vader, comically small next to his parents. His father had gone full Emperor Palpatine, delivering "do it" and a long theatrical "good" to anyone who'd listen. His mother had bought a 1-star reviewed can of red and black face paint off the internet to become Darth Maul, twisting her king brown hair into spikes with sheer stubbornness. It took her 4 days to scrub the paint off, 3 of which she'd had to spend behind the counter at the bank looking like a Sith Lord. Now his father wore a different costume, one he never took off. Grieving widower. He played the part flawlessly. Josey looked around at his new town, small enough to actually know, ringed by mountains that felt, he thought, like they might be capable of healing something, given enough time. Up ahead sat a comic shop called the Comic Corner, its windows plastered with posters the way an adult store might block out its interior. Spider-Man and Venom mid-fight on one, a cardboard cutout of the Terminator with a speech bubble reading, "Come with me if you want to live," propped by the door. Something about it pulled at him. He pushed the door open, and the smell hit him first. Old paper. The same smell his father's ancient horror comics used to carry. A scent that always felt like an invitation, rather than decay. Comics lined the walls, organized by story chronology instead of release date, which struck him as the only sane way to do it. 2 arcade cabinets and a pinball machine sat in the corner. Mortal Kombat 2, X-Men, and a Last Action Hero machine that barked out movie quotes every few seconds. "Welcome to the Comic Corner, little man," a voice called from the counter. "Thanks," Josey said.
"We don't do sir around here, little buddy. Freddy." The man behind the counter was broad and easy in his own skin, a well-loved copy of The Killing Joke in one hand, a Rick and Morty shirt fighting a losing battle against his frame. Josey liked him immediately, the way you sometimes just know. "I just moved here a few days ago," Josey said, glancing around like a kid actually let loose in a candy store, which technically, given the wall of Captain America gummies by the register, he was. This might be my spot. "Where from?" Freddy asked, sliding the graphic novel back into its slot. "Little town in Kansas, Derby." Freddy's shoulders rose toward the ceiling, hands spreading wide, eyebrows lifting into his hairline. "Never heard of it, little buddy. All I know is you're not in Kansas anymore." A smirk. They both laughed. "I have a feeling I'll be hearing that a lot," Josey said. Freddy had an easy way of making a stranger feel like they'd known him for years. Josey's Aunt Ellie used to say that heavier men often turned out kinder, having learned early that the world judged them first and listened second. Freddy had a piece of food caught in his goatee, and Josey, not wanting to be the guy who noticed and said nothing, told him, "You've got something in your beard." Freddy's eyes narrowed, lips pressing together. 20 people through here since lunch, little buddy, and not one of them told me. Appreciate you." He grinned. Chicken parm. It felt good, oddly, to matter to someone in a small, ordinary way like that. Josey had always been the kind of kid who made friends easily, who people warmed to without trying. But lately, that part of him had gone quiet, along with everything else. Freddy, without knowing it, had just switched something back on. Josey wandered to the Mortal Kombat machine, turning 2 quarters over in his fingers. "Want a game?" Freddy's fingers twisted into his beard, eyes flicking from the cabinet back to Josey. "Depends, little dude. Who's your character? I'd watch how you talk to someone who mains Scorpion." Freddy's eyes went sharp and delighted at once. "You walk into my house and threaten me with the man who made Sub-Zero's life hell? You say hell like you didn't send him there yourself." Josey slid the quarter into the machine and gave Freddy his best Eastwood squint. "You've got to ask yourself one question, Freddy. Do you feel lucky?" Freddy lifted the quarter to the light like it was a sacred object. "This," he intoned, "shall be used to teach this child his place." Josey burst out laughing before Freddy even finished, and Freddy fought a straight face for exactly 1 second before losing and clapping him on the back. "Let's do this." First round went to Josey in under a minute, a clean Scorpion combo finishing with the spear pulling Sub-Zero in for the kill. Freddy stared at the screen like it had personally wronged him. Beginner's luck. Second round went the same way. By the third, Freddy had stopped talking trash and started actually concentrating, tongue between his teeth, and still lost. "Where'd you learn to play like this?" he said, only half joking now. "Had a lot of time on my hands the last couple months," Josey said, and something in how he said it, flat, a little too casual, made Freddy glance over instead of at the screen. He didn't ask. He just nodded slowly, like he'd filed it away somewhere, and said, "Yeah, I get that." Nothing more than that. No prying, no sympathy voice. Just a grown man quietly letting a kid know he'd been heard, without making him say the rest of it out loud. They played 2 more rounds, Freddy mounting a genuine comeback on the 4th, only to get finished by a fatality that made him throw both hands up in disgust.
You couldn't throw me one round, little buddy? Mercy?
That wouldn't teach you anything. Josey grinned to show he meant none of it seriously, and Freddie grinned back, bowing low and dramatic, then producing a foam Conan sword from behind the counter and knighting Josey across both shoulders. By the immortal lords Ed Boon and John Tobias, I dub thee champion of the Comic Corner. Josey threw his arms up to an imaginary stadium of cheering fans, and Freddie lost it completely, laughing until Josey did too. It was the first time Josey had laughed like that, all the way down, since before his mother died. He crossed the distance and hugged Freddie without entirely meaning to, arms not quite making it all the way around him. Freddie went still for half a second, surprised, then folded one arm over Josey's shoulders and squeezed, not needing to ask why, just giving him what he clearly needed. Neither of them said anything. Neither of them had to. After a moment, Josey tapped his arm and stepped back, a little embarrassed, a little lighter. I really like this place, Freddie. I think it's going to be my spot. He was heading for the door when a headline on the mounted television caught his eye. The boy from the Victorian house. The one Josey now understood hadn't been mining karate at all, but signing for help through a pane of glass, 40 feet of empty street away, too far to matter. A missing boy taken from a few towns over, a name scrolling under his photo, William. And Josey knew, with certainty, that settled cold and sure in his chest, exactly where William had gone. His gut had been right all along. Freddie, can I borrow your phone? It's important.
Chapter 4. Josey hung up before the dispatcher could ask his name, heart hammering at what he'd just done. He'd told them a boy named William was inside the Victorian house, that he'd seen it happen, and then he'd panicked and cut the line because a stranger was about to go to jail because of him, and Josey didn't actually know how any of that worked outside of movies. He crossed to Freddie and told him he'd be back to defend his title. Freddie promised to drill Sub-Zero's move list in the meantime. Thanks again, Freddie. Of course, little dude. See you soon. Josey zipped his jacket, Luke Skywalker on one side, Vader on the other, their lightsabers meeting in the middle when the zipper closed, and stepped out into the dark. Full night had settled while he'd been inside. No dusk left in the sky at all, just streetlights doing their thin orange best against it. I was right, he thought, half sick with it. That kid was actually taken, and I saw it happen. He half ran toward home, his pulse somewhere between fear and the reckless thrill of doing something you weren't supposed to, like sneaking out for the first time and realizing the night doesn't care whether you're allowed in it. Except this wasn't sneaking out. This was maybe getting his neighbor arrested. The cold here had none of the teeth Kansas cold had, no wind that found its way into your bones. Just a clean, bearable chill that felt almost gentle by comparison, though the dark pressing in around the streetlights made it feel colder than it was. His mind kept circling back to the man across the street, someone who lived close enough to wave to, close enough to know his name eventually. He was still turning it over when, half a block from home, he saw him again. The same striking, oddly handsome stranger in red, smiling at Josey like they already shared something, his shape more shadow than man under the streetlight. This was the second time now, Josey realized, and something about that fact landed heavier than it should have. Twice in one night, same stretch of sidewalk, same smile that didn't belong on a stranger. Everything in Josey recoiled at once. He crossed to the far side of the sidewalk, eyes down, and felt those amber eyes tracking him the whole way past. When he finally allowed himself to glance back, the man was gone. Not walked away gone, but simply gone. The sidewalk empty in a way that made Josey's skin crawl worse than anything the Victorian house had managed. A missing boy was a tragedy happening to someone else. A man who could vanish twice in one night felt like it was happening to him. He reached his street to find it lit red and blue, a police car parked half a block down, the flashing lights the only real color in an otherwise black street. Josey's whole posture changed, 15-year-old boy folding instantly into something more careful, more hidden, terrified the man might somehow trace the call back to him. He found a tree wide enough to disappear behind, and waited. Two officers ambled back to their car,
clearly unhappy about however they'd spent the last 20 minutes. The woman glanced around before she spoke, checking twice that no one was in earshot. What in the world was wrong with his face? Looked like something out of a Stephen King novel. Her partner snorted. I'm telling you, real-life Freddy Krueger. Wild that Krueger himself didn't actually take the kid. She doubled over laughing despite herself. Thanks, Virgil. Needed that. She straightened, wiping her eyes. Seriously, though, that face is haunting my dreams tonight. You and me both. They pulled away in a black and silver Charger, taillights shrinking into the dark, and Josey stood frozen behind the tree. That can't be right, he thought. The boy was there. He'd seen him. He stepped out from behind the tree and studied the Victorian house from where he stood. One window still lit gold against the black shape of the building. The rest of it gone almost invisible against the night. Why hadn't they found anything? Where had William gone? His heart wouldn't slow down. His stomach wound tight as he stared first at the empty street where the cruiser had been, then back up at that single lit window. Someone had been taken, and he seemed to be the only person on Earth who knew it, though somehow the man in red still sat heavier in his chest than the house did. It occurred to him, standing there, staring, that if the man inside was watching, he'd just watched Josey watching him, which was possibly the single worst thing to do after making an anonymous call to the police. He forced himself into a casual walk, angling across the street, away from the house, but not quite toward his own front door yet, just in case. He looped the block instead and cut through the alley behind the townhomes, telling himself it was the smarter route, the one that kept him out of sight of that window a little longer. The alley swallowed the streetlight almost immediately. 7 o'clock felt more like 2 in the morning, the whole neighborhood gone still in a way that had nothing to do with the hour, like everyone behind these fences had quietly agreed, without discussing it, to stay inside tonight. Josey's footsteps sounded too loud against the gravel, so he shortened his stride, and that made it worse somehow, made him feel like something that was trying not to be heard. Nothing happened. That was the strange part. Nothing happened for a long stretch of alley, fence after fence, trash can after trash can. And yet the not happening had a texture to it, a pressure, like the air itself was paying attention. He passed a gap between 2 garages and felt, rather than saw, something shift at the edge of it, and told himself it was a cat, or a trick of shadow, or nothing at all, and kept walking anyway, a little faster than before. The officer's joke kept surfacing in his head, a face like something out of Wes Craven's imagination, and underneath that the quieter, colder thought of amber eyes finding him a third time, and he could not get either thought to stay down for long. He passed the gutted, rust-eaten Ford, paint gone the color of old bruises, and did not let himself look directly at the cab, because some childish animal part of him understood that not looking was safer, that looking was an invitation. He passed the black Pontiac a few yards on and did the same, eyes forward, chin down, counting his own steps just to have something to do with his mind besides listen. The alley did not end. It felt absurdly like it had gotten longer since he'd started, the far streetlight no closer than it had been a full minute ago, though that couldn't be true. That was just fear doing arithmetic badly. Something scraped once off to his left, small, deliberate in the way that random sounds never quite are. Josey didn't stop walking, but every muscle in him went rigid, listening past his own pulse for a second version of it that didn't come. Nothing there, he told himself, and did not believe it, and kept his eyes on the streetlight ahead like it was the only fixed point left in the world. The quiet after the scrape was worse than the scrape itself, thick and total, the kind of quiet that felt like it was holding its breath along with him. He broke into a jog without deciding to, then a run, gravel spitting out behind his sneakers, and the streetlight finally, mercifully, began closing the distance. He burst out of the alley's mouth into the comparative brightness of the cross street and spun around, chest heaving, to look back down the length of it. Nothing. No shapes,
No eyes, no one. Just an ordinary dark alley being exactly as ordinary and dark as alleys always were. The mind was a strange, powerful instrument, he thought, capable of moving mountains, or apparently just as capable of building a monster out of a scraped pebble in a bad night. He let out a breath that shook more than he wanted it to.
He needed to be strong, if not for himself, then for his dad. Though the truth was, he wasn't especially strong either, just less shattered than his father happened to be at the moment. Everything about this life felt borrowed, unfamiliar, a version of himself dropped into someone else's story without being asked. It was strange, he thought, how you could be living one life entirely, certain of its shape, and then something simply reached in and turned it 180 degrees without asking permission. He'd been promised an adventure. The promise had come from a man who currently couldn't make it out of bed, which made it feel like a cruel joke rather than a pep talk. How exactly was his father going to hold down a job when school started if getting up for eggs was already too much? They were supposed to be doing this together, Frodo and Sam. Except in this version, Frodo was the one begging Sam to leave the house, and Sam wouldn't even reach the door. His father's depression felt like its own kind of Sauron, or worse, whatever quiet, older thing Sauron himself had once answered to. Josey could have used some of Frodo's courage right about now. Deciding finally that no monster was going to leap out at him, he turned back toward the townhomes. He took his first step, telling himself how absurd the whole night had been, dodging a house because of something glimpsed through a window, calling the police on a man who apparently looked like something out of a horror film, letting his own imagination run circles around him in an alley that had, in the end, held nothing but a stray cat and his own nerves. He let his shoulders drop, his breath slow, his walk returned to something loose and unbothered. He glanced back once more, out of habit more than fear now. Nothing there. He'd been wrong about everything, he told himself. His gut had lied to him. He turned forward again, took one more step, and caught movement at the edge of his vision. A hooded shape peeling itself off the wall where the shadows sat thickest, already closing the distance fast. Josey's body reacted before his mind caught up, some old instinct from 100 practices dragging him half a step sideways, and the first strike, meant for his skull, only grazed his shoulder. Everything after that happened on muscle memory. His stance dropped low and wide without him choosing it, weight sinking into his heels the way his coach had drilled into him 1,000 times, and he shot in, wrapping both arms around the figure's legs and driving through with his shoulder. The takedown landed clean. They hit the pavement together, the hooded man's breath punching out of him in a hard grunt, and for one bright, astonished second, Josey thought he might actually win this. Then the ground seemed to tilt. Whatever was under that hood was stronger than a body that size had any right to be, and it reversed him in one violent motion, flipping their positions like Josey weighed nothing at all. Josey scrambled, got a knee half under himself, and something came down hard across the top of his head. The world went white, then gray, then nothing. He hit the ground and did not get back up, and the dark simply took him.
Chapter 5. Josey was running. Others ran with him, shapes more than people, faces smeared into blur no matter how hard he tried to focus on them. Something about the ground under his feet felt wrong, spongy where it should have been solid. 20 feet ahead, the world simply stopped, swallowed into a wall of black. The others had stopped too. All of them turned toward him now, waiting, though for what he couldn't say. Heat bloomed in his palm. He looked down and found something there, green and glowing, pulsing like a heartbeat. He looked back up. 4 others stood around him now, each haloed in their own color. One burning crimson like a coal pulled fresh from a fire. One a deep, churning blue. One a soft violet that seemed to shimmer at the edges. One glowing a clean, steady white. Their faces stayed lost behind haze and shadow no matter how hard he tried to find them. But the colors themselves felt like they meant something just out of reach. One of the figures held their light up high, straining against its own hand like it wanted to be free. The hand opened. Green light exploded outward. Cold water hit Josey's face and dragged him out of it. A dream, he realized, chest still pounding. He almost wished it had stayed one. He was tied to a chair in a room built from stone, a huge hooded figure standing over him.
He strained against the ropes and got nowhere. Candles guttered along bare walls, a few fallen stones lying where they'd once been mortared in. And across the room stood a door with an emerald handle that seemed to hold his eyes longer than it should have. Something about it mattering in a way he couldn't yet explain. A stairwell curled up into darkness in the corner of his vision. He had no idea where he was.
All I do is my job, boy, and I do it well. The voice was low, almost bored. My master sent me here as punishment. Even now I serve her, and maybe one day I earn my way back into her good graces. Though between you and me, boy, since you won't live long enough to repeat it, even she answers to someone. Everything she does, every order she hands down to wretches like me, it's all to please him. So really, in a roundabout way, I suppose I serve him too, same as everyone else does, whether they know it or not. There are things happening here far bigger than you'll ever understand, and normally that wouldn't be your problem. Except now it is. I can't have some brat like you unraveling things I've spent years building. My master cannot find out about this, which means you have to die. The only reason you're still breathing is I need to know what you saw. Tell me everything, and I'll make it quick. The hooded man reached up slowly and drew back his hood, revealing skin that looked stitched and restitched, layer over layer. Every patch the same pale, sickly pink, like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre villain, if all his stolen faces had come from the same corpse. Josey's stomach turned over. Bile climbed the back of his throat. Whatever this thing was, it wasn't wearing humanity so much as impersonating it badly. I will find slow, painful ways to end you that a feeble little imp like you couldn't begin to imagine. The thing's mouth split wider than a mouth should, teeth jagged in every direction, black-green sludge webbing down from his gums toward his bottom lip in slow, glistening strands. One bite from that mouth, Josey thought, an infection alone would probably kill you before the pain finished the job. His heart slammed against his ribs, fast enough to tip into panic, and he made himself slow his breathing, the way he'd learned years ago at wrestling tournaments, when there was no teammate left to blame and no one to hide behind but himself. He thought of his father's hands on his shoulders before his wrestling matches, the steady voice telling him he was loved no matter what happened on the mat, and used that memory now to anchor his breath. Wrestling had always been a kind of chess, patient, waiting for the one crack in an opponent's form worth exploiting. Nobody in his weight class had ever been better at finding that crack than Josey. 2 periods of feeling out an opponent, then 3 minutes to dismantle whatever weakness he'd found. It wasn't flashy. It worked. And right now, tied to a chair, feeling out the crack was about all he had left. He thought, too, of the handful of times outside the wrestling room when some kid had tried to test him, and of how quickly that stopped once word got around. People had told him for years he'd have made a good military commander, someone people naturally fell in line behind, calculating in a way that unsettled folks twice his age. He'd never lost a game of Risk in his life. He held on to that now, the part of himself that thought in moves and counter-moves instead of fear, and started working the rope against the chair's edge, slow enough that the movement wouldn't show. All I know, Josey said, keeping his voice as flat as he could manage, is I saw police cars outside your house and got curious. Then I figured I shouldn't be there and left. That's it. A lie, and not a convincing one.
The thing's lip curled. I don't believe a word of that, you little bastard. You saw us last night. You live right across the street. Since you won't tell me what you know, I think I'll eat your face first, and then go find whoever else is waiting for you at home. A smile spread that had nothing warm in it at all. Probably wouldn't matter to his father either way, Josey thought distantly. And then, absurdly, that he was rather attached to his own face and intended to keep it. The creature closed in, hand outstretched, lips already wet with anticipation.
a smell rolling off him like meat left too long beside old cheese. "I think I'll start with your lips," it said, "since you clearly don't know how to use them right." Josey watched it come and did the only thing left to do. He leaned into the bite instead of away from it, turning his shoulder just enough that the teeth caught rope instead of skin, and felt the fibers give as the jaw clamped down. It wasn't a plan so much as a gamble, the kind he'd only ever have made with seconds left on the clock. But the give in the rope told him he'd read it right. He snapped his head back the rest of the way as the teeth tore free, and drove his leg forward with everything he had.
He'd been taught his whole life to aim through the target, not at it. His heel caught the thing's knee dead center, and the joint gave with a sound like a bottle shattering on concrete. The creature dropped, and the sound that came out of him wasn't a scream at all. It was closer to a rough, satisfied grunt, like the pain was something he'd been missing and was almost relieved to feel again. "There it is," he muttered, one hand pressed to the ruined knee. Josey used the half-second that bought him to wrench his half-freed arm the rest of the way loose, roll clear, and get to his feet. Though his own legs nearly betrayed him, one knee buckling on the landing, slowing him just enough that the creature nearly caught his ankle on the way up. He spotted a loose stone the size of a bowling ball leaning against the wall and lunged for it, planting his feet the way every strength coach he'd ever had would have wanted, back straight, weight low, and hefted it close to his chest. "You little puke," the thing spat, cradling both knees now, voice gone rough and pleased in a way that had nothing warm in it. "Do you have any idea what you're doing?" He laughed, short and ugly, blood welling at his split lip from his own teeth. "Walk away now and maybe you live through this. Otherwise we're both in more danger than you understand." His eyes flicked to the rock, something in them almost welcoming it. "Go. Now. This gets forgotten. What's happening here isn't yours to interfere with." "You already said that part," Josey said, and brought the rock down. Green blood burst from the impact, and the thing barked out a laugh, thick and wet, blood spraying from between broken teeth like the blow had given him something instead of taking it away. "There," he hissed, tongue running along a loose tooth. "That's real. You'll learn what real pain is when they come for you, when they come for all of you." He was grinning through the blood now, daring Josey to hit him again. Josey thought of ice cracking under boulders, of something enormous giving way all at once, and swung a second time with everything left in him. The creature dropped sideways and stayed there. A key slipped from its pocket and skittered a few inches across the stone floor. Its fingers twitched toward it once, weakly, some last confused instinct trying to hold on to whatever the key meant to it. Then it went still for good. Josey stood there gripping nothing, breathing hard, feeling like he'd fallen straight into someone else's story rather than lived through his own mourning. The body in front of him looked less human by the second, blood the wrong color entirely, face some awful stitched-together thing that had never belonged to a person at all. And even knowing that, even after everything it had just tried to do to him, something in Josey's chest still ached over what he'd done. His stomach kept insisting none of this had been right, no matter how necessary it had felt in the moment. He'd left Kansas bracing for boredom, maybe a bully, maybe the ordinary friction of being new. He had not braced for this. He tried out the sentence in his head, "But sir, he was trying to eat my face," and could not imagine saying it to anyone who'd believe him. The green light still pulsed faintly from the creature's fingers where the blood had pooled, an ugly, chemical color, mustard shot through with black, nothing natural about it. Whatever this thing had been, it hadn't been some failed experiment. It had been something else entirely, something with rules Josey didn't know yet. And then he remembered the door, the emerald handle. He crossed to the body carefully, half expecting it to lurch back to life and finish what it started, and kicked at the curled fingers until they finally gave up the key. It hummed the second his skin touched it, a high, clear note, and green light licked up his forearm like a tiny lightsaber ignited from nothing, bright but strangely cool against his skin. He thought, unbidden, of Lock and Key, of his father's old comics, and wondered whether this key might work anything like those. He carried it toward the door, its glow deepening with every step he took, until, still a few inches shy of the lock, it tore itself free of his grip entirely
and flew the rest of the way on its own, twisting home with a click that seemed to echo far longer than it should have. White light flooded the room. The door swung open. Vanilla and cinnamon rolled out to meet him, warm and impossible in a room that had smelled like rot only a moment before. Josey stepped forward and stopped breathing entirely for a second. Beyond the door was not a room. It was not even, as far as I could tell, entirely the same world he'd walked out of that morning. His mouth fell open and simply stayed there, his mind too busy trying to process what his eyes were reporting to bother closing it.
Chapter 6. Josey stepped through the emerald door and found rock underfoot instead of the stone room he'd left behind, carefully putting the emerald key into his pocket. He saw a narrow passage sloping downward into the dark. He kept one hand trailing along the wall as he went, cave walls closing in tight enough on either side that his shoulders nearly brushed them, until the passage widened all at once and dropped him into a cavern bigger than anything he'd ever stood inside. He stopped walking altogether because nothing about what stretched out in front of him made sense against anything he'd ever called normal. This was a cave, that much he could still recognize, but everything about it argued with what a cave was supposed to be. Purple mist hung low across the cavern floor. Stalagmites and stalactites reached toward each other overhead and underfoot like unicorn horns caught mid-prayer. And the stone itself refused to behave, streaked in colors no cave back home would ever hold. Whole clusters of rock banding together in green and blue and red, like families that had sorted themselves by color and settled in for good. Mushrooms lined the far wall in uneven rows, and for one long second, Josey forgot to breathe, because they were looking back at him. Tiny faces, unmistakable, pressed into caps of glowing purple threaded through with neon green, casting light soft enough to bathe the whole cavern in it. He crept closer, crouching down until he was almost eye level with the nearest cluster, and, feeling more than a little ridiculous, said, "Hi."
Nothing happened for a second. Then the mushroom's little mouth stretched wider, and a sound came out of it that could only be described as a giggle, high and bubbling, and the one beside it joined in. Then the whole cluster, a chorus of tiny wheezing laughs that echoed strangely off the cavern walls. Josey's own mouth fell open. "Okay," he said, laughing despite himself now too. "So you can hear me. Can you understand me?" The mushrooms only laughed harder, like the question itself was the funniest thing they'd heard all week, and Josey found himself grinning at fungi in a way that would have gotten him committed back home. He looked down and found his own footprints glowing behind him, each one a different shade, like the cave floor was keeping some private, colorful record of exactly where he'd been. The size of the place reminded him of the deepest caves he used to dig out in Minecraft, back when losing himself in a screen had been the only thing that worked some nights after his mother died. 7 weeks ago now, though some days it still felt like 7 minutes, and other days like 7 years. A grin found his face before he could stop it, wide enough to match the fungi grinning back at him. And somewhere in his head, a parrot squawked, "Polly wants a cracker," on a loop he couldn't shut off. He crouched by a different cluster, capped in red and striped in blue, and reached toward it slowly, the way you'd reach toward a dog you weren't sure about yet. His mother would have lost her mind over this. She'd kept a whole shelf of foraging books, half survivalist manual and half field guide, insisting that knowing which mushrooms could feed you and which could kill you might matter more than people wanted to admit, especially if the day ever came when the people in charge decided the rules didn't apply to them anymore. She'd taught him the word bioluminescence before he could spell his own middle name, oxyluciferin and an enzyme called luciferase shaking hands with oxygen to make something glow cold instead of hot. He'd never once, in all her books, seen her mention a mushroom that laughed. He cupped it anyway, one finger extended like he was greeting something that might still bolt, and light rippled up through his hand the second skin met cap, brief and warm, gone as fast as it came.
The whole cavern glowed back at him for that one instant, like somebody had strung Christmas lights through the walls. Except no string of lights he'd ever seen had come by its colors honestly like this. Audrey, too, he thought, and almost laughed out loud, except hopefully without the part where the plant ate people. He patted the emerald key once through his jeans, just to be sure it hadn't wandered off on its own, the way it clearly could if it wanted to, and pushed it deeper into his pocket. No pull yet, no whisper telling him to slip it on and vanish into somewhere worse. Still, he made himself a promise to treat it exactly like Frodo would have treated the One Ring. Careful, watchful, never quite trusting it even when it behaved. He reminded himself, walking farther from the door than felt entirely wise, that he wasn't on his Earth anymore. The sights around him were the only proof needed, and they weren't shy about offering it.
Leather-faced things with green blood, heads shaped like keys, pulsing the same emerald as the one now warm against his hip. Mushrooms that laughed at strangers. None of it should have added up to anything but fear. Instead, something closer to hunger moved through him, a want he didn't examine too closely. After the year he'd had trying to hold his father together with nothing but stubbornness, this felt less like danger and more like room to breathe. A flower the size of a house could be waiting around the bend for all he knew, something with teeth and a taste for boys who wandered too far. He'd take that over one more silent dinner across the table from his dad. Maybe this was the kind of trip that ended with him somewhere far worse, a planet too close to its sun, ash before he even understood what had happened. He couldn't explain why his feet kept carrying him deeper instead of back toward the door. His brain kept telling him to turn around. Something else in him, something quieter and a lot more stubborn, kept walking anyway. He'd read enough books to know he was supposed to be the kid dragged reluctantly out of his comfort zone, kicking and scared. Instead, here he was, choosing it, hungry for it, filling some hole that had been sitting empty in his chest since his mother stopped being anywhere at all. This was what feeling alive felt like, apparently. He hadn't recognized it right away. He followed what he decided to call a path, mostly because deciding that made him feel less lost, glancing up now and then at light dim enough to sleep under, like someone had swapped the moon out for something friendlier.
300 feet ahead, purple fog thinned around an opening ringed in rock arched into shapes that didn't belong to any geology he knew. He made himself slow down. Everything about this place was working to get him drunk on it. The smell, the light, some fizzing mix of dread and delight he couldn't pull apart into separate feelings anymore. People didn't just stumble into doors between worlds every day. He was fairly sure, if he had to bet, that he was still asleep in that chair with the rope marks on his wrists. Dorothy hadn't had it so bad, he thought, dropped into Oz with a scarecrow who'd sing you a welcome song before he ever asked anything of you. If this was the sequel instead, the one where a witch collected girls' heads and swapped them out like hats whenever she got bored, he'd rather not find out. He hoped for the first version. At the mouth of the cave, the smell hit him first. Cut grass gone sweet with lilac, thick enough that he could practically feel it working its way into his lungs like an actual meal instead of just air. He'd never breathed anything like it. Every inhale felt doubled, like his body had been running on half rations his whole life and hadn't known it until now. Outside, the fog thinned further still, mountains rising blue and violet along the horizon, grass beneath his feet dark and strange, each blade seeming to curl faintly away from his shoes like it minded being stepped on and wanted him to know it. Trees swayed to some rhythm he couldn't hear on either side of them, patient and unbothered.
His shoulders dropped on their own. He hadn't realized how long he'd been holding them up near his ears until they weren't anymore. Every breath here felt like coming up for air after holding it too long underwater. Except someone else seemed to be doing the work of breathing for him now. Some current running under the ground itself. His eyes stung before he understood why. It was just too much, all at once. Too much good after too long without any. Even the sun hung different here. Still gold and red at its edges, but soaked through with a purple none of NASA's photos back home had ever captured. A stand of trees waited ahead, hung with something that looked like a banana that had made questionable decisions with a strawberry. colored somewhere between ocean and bruise. He picked one anyway and held on to it without biting down. Some instinct telling him it might be worth more as a backup plan than a snack. He hadn't eaten since the eggs that morning, and for all he knew, this thing would turn him purple and round like the girl from the chocolate factory book his mother used to read him. He caught himself doing what he always did, measuring the world against something he'd read or watched or listened to, because that was simply how his brain filed things away. Rocky when he needed to push through a hard practice. A comic panel when he needed nerve he didn't feel yet. His mother's entire personality had run on 80s trivia nobody his age cared about anymore, and it used to embarrass him a little, the way she'd light up over some song from a decade 3 times older than he was. He missed that light more than he wanted to admit, even now.
His friends liked to joke the 80s were a design flaw in pop culture, on par with disco. Josey had never agreed. Looking around at all this now, purple mountains and singing trees and a sun the wrong color entirely, he half expected a witch on a broomstick to come sweeping over the tree line, or maybe a dragon. So far, nothing. Just quiet and color and the mushrooms behind him with their small, watching faces, close enough to something out of Alice in Wonderland that he almost laughed. Not a soul in sight. He wondered if this was where the boy had ended up too. The one from the window, the one flickering across every news channel back home under the name William. The pieces sat there in his head, refusing to link up cleanly. A boy warning him through glass. A green key bright enough to sting the eyes. A creature that had called itself nothing more than hired help. Something was happening here. Something bigger than one missing boy. And Josey intended to find out what. Everything around him smelled like a version of heaven nobody back home would believe existed. And yet a thing with razor teeth had died guarding the door to it, which meant heaven probably wasn't the whole story. He wasn't naive enough to think he'd stumbled into some noble guardian's post. Whoever that creature had answered to, it wasn't kindness. He had questions stacking up faster than he could sort them. Was that key the only one? Were there others? Other doors? Other worlds waiting behind them? He'd never get the answers out of the thing that might have known. Not now. He doubted whoever ruled this place, if anyone did, deserved the word honorable. Too many questions, not enough of anything to answer them yet. He was here for William, and that reason alone would have been enough. But some other hunger sat underneath it too. Something that needed this. Needed a reason to feel like himself again, instead of the boy stuck watching his father disappear one silent dinner at a time. He'd known danger was probably close. Some part of him, the same part that had always told him when to make a move on the mat before his brain caught up to his body, kept pulling him forward anyway, patient and insistent, like gravity with an opinion. That house across the street from his house felt different since he moved in the neighborhood. Somehow, even before any of this, like a light he couldn't quite see kept catching his eye and asking him to look closer. He rolled his shoulders back and let his chest rise. He didn't know why he was meant to be here. He only knew with a certainty he couldn't have explained to anyone that he was. He walked on, glancing down now and then at the trail of color his own feet kept leaving behind him, and felt something that might have been the first real smile he'd worn in months. Excitement, fear, something that might have been courage, all of it churning together and refusing to sit still. He hadn't felt this awake in a long, long time. Chapter 7. The trees thinned ahead, opening into a clearing, and Josey stopped walking when the grass changed under his feet. Cattails stood in clusters shaped like corn dogs, colored in shades he'd never seen grass wear, Caribbean and turquoise and indigo and sapphire. And as he passed his hand near them, the nearest ones leaned toward his fingers, the way a plant leans toward sunlight, except there was no sun on that side of him at all, just him. He pulled his hand back, and the cattails swayed after it for a second before settling, reluctant, like they minded him leaving. His mother had taught him cattails were edible back home, tender enough once you boiled them long enough, though she'd always warned him about the swamp water they usually grew in and what could be living in it. Dry ones made a decent torch in a pinch, she used to say, the kind of fact she handed him without ever once telling him what to do with it.
She believed people learned better from their own mistakes than from being told, and let him find most things out the hard way, on purpose. He picked a few of the turquoise ones anyway, tucking them under the arm holding his banana strawberry thing, and kept walking, eyes fixed on a glimmer catching the light maybe a mile off. Whatever door that shimmer belonged to, nobody was guarding it, which felt wrong in a way he couldn't name yet. He'd seen life everywhere so far. Mushrooms with faces, grass that flinched, trees that swayed to a beat only they could hear, but no people. No animals either. Something about that math didn't add up, and he kept scanning the tree line as he walked, waiting to be proven right.
His family had gone through a whole war movie phase 2 summers back, right up until the reenactments started feeling too much like homework about real dead people. And he'd never forgotten one scene from a miniseries his dad loved. A lieutenant outmaneuvering 4 enemy guns through nothing but knowing the ground better than the men firing from it. Strategy over strength. Josey liked that kind of story more than the ones where somebody just swung harder than everyone else. The glimmer sharpened as he closed in on it, and he slowed down, looking for somewhere he could watch from without being seen first. What he'd taken for a boulder on a low hill turned out, once he got close enough, to be a tombstone. He couldn't read the language carved into it, but the numbers were numbers everywhere. 2010 to 2023. 13 years old. His stomach dropped before his mind had even finished the sentence, and that was when he noticed the rest of the hill wasn't a hill at all. It was graves, thousands of them, dressed in gray and black stone that seemed to drink in what little light reached this part of the valley instead of reflecting it. He walked past the nearest one, 2011 to 2022. Higher up, 2009 to 2023. Higher still, 1993 to 2007. Near the crown of the hill, 1623 to 1636. His pulse climbed with every stone he passed because they were all children, all of them somewhere between 10 and 17. The oldest graves crowning the hill and the newest crowded down near the trail, like the hill had been filling for centuries and hadn't slowed down yet. That was the glimmer he'd seen from a mile out, rows of gray granite catching the light. A ghost town built entirely out of dead kids.
A sound cut through his spiral before it could finish, and Josey dropped low, scrambling behind the nearest tombstone, another child's grave standing between him and whatever had made the noise, close enough that his shoulder pressed against the cold stone, and the grass around its base seemed to lean in around him, like it was helping him disappear. The name on it belonged to someone who'd lived and died sometime in the 1880s. He held his breath and peered around its edge toward the sound, and felt something cold climb his spine and settle behind his ears. A snake, if you could still call it that, once it had grown 4 human-looking arms and learned to balance upright on the last few feet of its own tail. Obsidian scales ran down those arms, each hand ending in talons long enough to double as knives. Its body was cobalt everywhere except its face, which had no nose at all, just gill slits working in and out with each breath, mandibles framing a mouth webbed in something fine enough to look almost decorative, almost pretty, if you ignored what the mouth itself was carrying. Rows of small back teeth built for tearing, and 2 curved front fangs built for something worse. Its eyes were yellow, ringed in red, pupils cut down to slots that didn't seem built to miss anything. One of the 2 creatures wore a black stripe through its scales. The other wore red. Neither wore much else besides a simple loincloth.
They were dragging a burlap sack between them, and their voices, when they spoke to each other, came out hissed and clipped, a rhythm with no softness anywhere in it, like the words themselves had teeth. They stopped at a hole already waiting in the ground and dropped the sack in without ceremony. Josey's stomach turned over before his brain caught up. He knew exactly what that sack held. He looked away, jaw tight, while the 2 things buried it faster than should have been possible. The red-striped one slamming its tail down to pack the dirt flat, the black-striped one wedging a fresh stone into place over it like closing a drawer. Josey gagged before he could stop himself, and both creatures' heads snapped toward the sound. He went still, not breathing, watching a slide of loose soil 10 yards off catch their attention instead, some trick of the hill or the dirt itself that gave him cover he hadn't earned. They looked a moment longer, then turned and slithered off the way they'd come. Josey waited until the sound of them had faded completely before he let himself move.
He walked over to the fresh stone anyway, some part of him needing to know, and crouched to read it properly. A girl's name, one he didn't recognize, carved above the dates 2006 to 2023. Not William. Something in him loosened, just slightly. Guilty relief mixed in with grief he had no real claim to, and he made himself look away before it could pull him back under.
Something in his chest had cracked wide open and stayed that way. He'd never been able to sit with kids dying, not the ordinary way people flinched at it, but the way certain scenes in horror movies got under his skin and stayed there. A woman's fingernail tearing back against a floorboard as she clawed for a door she'd never reach. War films did it to him too. He couldn't watch nature documentaries when the baby animals didn't make it. And the thought of grown men doing this, deliberately, to children, had always struck him as the one thing hell must have been built specifically to punish. He let the feeling move through him instead of burying it, the way his mother always said you had to. And when it passed enough to let him think again, he got up from behind the tombstone and started walking after the two creatures. Following them was a bad idea, obviously. He'd never once in his life managed to talk himself out of a bad idea when someone else's safety was on the line. His parents had raised him on exactly one unbending rule: stand up for whoever couldn't stand up for themselves, no matter the cost to him. And some habits ran too deep to argue with anymore. He thought of William. He thought, a little absurdly, of Bilbo Baggins deciding at the worst possible moment that he wanted an adventure after all. Then he followed the serpents into whatever came next.
Chapter 8. Following two snakes through open ground had sounded easy in Josey's head right up until he'd tried it. He hadn't accounted for how fast they actually moved, gliding low and quick in a way that made him wonder if the rules of speed even applied the same out here. Different dimension, he reminded himself. For all he knew, they could fly when nobody was watching. Sneaking, at least, had always come naturally to him, a skill his mother used to say was both his best trait and his most suspicious one, since the only time he ever needed it was when he was already up to something. Tombstones gave him cover the whole way, which told him something grim about how long this place had been swallowing children, long enough that a graveyard this size barely registered as strange anymore, not to whatever ran things here. He kept circling the same question without ever landing on an answer. Why only kids? Why so many? Whether William already had a stone waiting for him somewhere on that hill. After what felt like 5 miles, the graves finally gave way to a swamp unlike anything Josey had ever stood in front of. Purple and blue trees climbing 40 feet above water so richly colored, it looked less like water and more like something poured out of a jewelry box. The serpents didn't so much as glance at it. They went straight for a stack of paddleboards near the shore, grabbed 2, and threw them into the water hard enough to send colored ripples fanning out across the surface. Small insects scattered up off the water at the splash, and one of the serpents caught a passing bug on its tongue with a flick of satisfaction, only for a second bug, a small blue one, to come rocketing out of nowhere and slam square into where the creature's nose would have been, sending its head snapping sideways like it had taken a real punch. The little blue one wheeled off triumphant, clearly proud of herself, and Josey had to bite down on a laugh. He decided right then he liked her. He waited until both canoes had vanished around the bend before dragging a spare purple one into the water himself, setting his cattails and a strange fruit down carefully and pushing off after them. He hadn't gone far before the same small blue insect drifted back into view, hovering near his shoulder, and up close he realized she wasn't an insect at all. A tiny face set into her wings, features unmistakably curious, unmistakably alive. He grinned at her, still thinking about the snake's nose. She grinned back, like she already knew exactly why.
Then her eyes went straight to his food, and before he could decide whether to stop her, she was already tearing off pieces of both the fruit and the cattail, eating with a gusto that put his own manners to shame. He decided, watching her, that letting her keep going was clearly the right call. She circled once, delighted, and landed on his shoulder for seconds. He tried the fruit himself and nearly dropped the paddle, flavor hitting his tongue like every fruit he'd ever eaten had been distilled into one bite and improved along the way. They ate together in a silence that felt oddly companionable for two creatures who couldn't yet speak the same language.
When they'd finished, Josey tapped his chest and said his name slowly, then pointed at her, hoping the gesture would translate, even if the words didn't. She considered him for a moment, then offered up a small, soft sound. "Oola." He said it back to her twice, delighted with how it sounded, and when he asked her to try his name in return, she gave it her best attempt, landing somewhere close enough that he counted it as a win. "I'm not from here, Oola," he told her, quieter now. "There's a boy who got taken. I tried to help him and ended up here instead. I have to find him." Oola's face fell, and she shook her head hard, sticking out a small lavender tongue and hissing through it while pointing ahead toward where the serpents had gone, before flopping backward in the canoe like something had struck her dead.
"I know it's dangerous," Josey said, understanding the performance well enough. "But I can't just leave him." Oola flew up to his shoulder and pointed at him, then held her tiny hands close together before spreading them wide toward the direction the serpents had gone, making the size difference plain. "You're smaller than me, and you still managed to hurt one of those things," he said. "I could use someone who knows their way around here. Would you come with me?" She thought about it with her chin in her hand, eyes drifting off toward the horizon, then looked back at him and nodded, wings flaring with the decision. He held out a closed fist. She stared at it, baffled, until he explained, and then copied him, and they tapped knuckles like it was the most natural thing in the world. She laughed, delighted with herself, and he laughed right back. The swamp kept unfolding strangely around them the whole time they paddled, the ordinary greens of homes swapped out for purples and reds that shouldn't have worked together and somehow did, like the entire place had been art directed by someone with excellent, slightly unhinged taste. The serpents left an easy trail to follow, colorful wakes cutting dead straight through the water, though Josey knew that cut both ways. Anything following him would have just as easy a time.
His arms gave out before his nerve did, and it wasn't just the paddling. He'd walked through that door sometime after 1 a.m, and every hour since had been stacked on top of a night with no sleep in it at all. Adrenaline, the only thing that had kept him upright this long. "I need a second, Oola," he admitted, and let the paddle rest, feeling the exhaustion catch up to him all at once now that he'd stopped moving, his eyelids suddenly heavier than they had any right to be. Oola flew off toward an indigo tree and came back with a small brown nut, pressing it into his hand and miming exhaustion, then a bite, then a burst of frantic energy, her meaning clear enough without a single shared word. He bit down, expecting almond and getting something closer to wet cardboard, and had to fight not to spit it straight back out. She pushed his hand back toward his mouth until he finished it, and a few seconds later, something crackled awake behind his eyes, focus and energy arriving together, sleep pushed back out of reach, like his whole nervous system had just been handed a second wind it had no business getting. "Can you grab more of those?" he asked, and she flew off delighted, returning with 4 brown ones and 4 green ones tucked into a broad leaf she'd folded into something like a satchel. She held up a green one, mimed a yawn, and then a long, slow collapse into sleep. Sedatives, apparently, sitting right next to the stimulants, like the swamp had its own pharmacy growing wild. "Our medicine companies back home would make a fortune off these," he said, only half joking, and Oola pulled a face like she already knew exactly what he meant by that, even without ever having seen a hospital bill.
Josey took the moment of rest to pull the key from his pocket, turning it over, tracing the onyx serpent coiled around itself. It still carried a faint pulse of light, even disconnected from any door, and every so often he could swear it hummed, low enough to feel more than hear. He made a mental note to find something to carry it in before it worked its way out of a pocket that clearly wasn't built to hold anything this important. He was still turning the key over when a prickle crawled up the back of his neck, the kind that meant he was being watched before his brain had even caught up with why. He looked up, and his stomach dropped straight through the floor of the canoe. Sitting in the branches of a sapphire tree, drumming his fingers against the bark like he was keeping time with a song only he could hear, was the man in red. Oh no, not him again. Josey's mind lurched backward before he could stop it. The rooftop, that first night, the man leaning against the chimney like he owned it.
Then the very next day, walking home from the comic shop, the same man, standing on the street like he'd been waiting there the whole time. And now here, a swamp, a different world entirely. "Ula," he said, low and urgent, twisting toward her. "There's a man. He's been watching me. This is the third time I've seen him. I swear it's the same guy." He turned back to point him out, and the branch sat empty. Nothing but sapphire leaves swaying where the man had been a second before. "He's gone. He was right there, and now he's gone." His pulse was still hammering somewhere up near his throat, his eyes tracking the tree line for any flash of red that might give the man away. Nothing. Just leaves and water and the ordinary hum of the swamp, indifferent to how unsteady he felt sitting in it.
Ula went very still listening to him, her usual brightness dimming into something more careful. She didn't have an answer either, only reached over and flicked his arm hard enough to make him yelp, which he decided to take as her way of telling him he wasn't dreaming, whether that was comforting or not. She pointed at the paddle, then at him, and he took the hint and got back to work, grateful for something to do with his hands. They kept a careful distance from the serpent's canoes the whole afternoon, trading looks whenever the gap started closing, easing off whenever it did. The sun tracked lower as they went, throwing warm light across water that didn't need the help to look unreal. Somewhere in all those quiet hours, paddling and watching birds Josey couldn't name wheel overhead, something settled between him and Ula that felt less like a new friendship and more like one that had simply been waiting for him to arrive and claim it. Land finally showed itself as a stretch of hot neon pink grass, and Josey's arms were screaming by the time he dragged the canoe up onto it, dropping flat on his back the second his feet hit solid ground. Ula hovered above him, patient, while he caught his breath, her wings stirring slow ripples through the grass around him. After a minute, he sat up, already feeling steadier. Ula tilted her head, too polite to push. He got up, feet sinking into pink grass that felt more like carpet than lawn, and followed her wings forward, back onto the trail the serpents had left behind.
Walking within sight of the two creatures again put a different kind of nerve in his stomach, the kind that came from remembering, in specific and unhelpful detail, exactly how large their teeth were. He had no weapon, no armor, nothing but a friend 3 inches tall and a childhood spent winning at the board game Risk, which felt like a spectacularly useless skill set to be bringing into an actual war. He shoved the thought down before it could take root. He might not have been anybody's idea of a hero, not the kind who started with nothing and ended up shining, but he had Ula now, and something in him had already decided, somewhere between the swamp and here, that he'd take whatever came at her first, if it came to that. So he squared his shoulders and let his fear pass for courage, because sometimes that was the only difference between them anyway. "Ula," he breathed, stopping dead in the pink grass. Ahead of them, rising up out of the trees like it had grown there instead of being built, stood a castle unlike anything Josey had ever seen outside the movies he'd loved as a kid. And even those, he thought, hadn't quite done justice to something like this in real life. Every wall was cut from emerald, not painted, not tinted, actual green stone stacked story after story until the whole structure seemed to glow from someplace deep inside itself, the way a stained glass window catches fire when the sun finds it just right. Towers speared up past the tree line in clusters, some slender and needle-thin, others broad enough to hold 100 rooms, each one capped in soft, restless light that pulsed slow, like the whole building had a heartbeat of its own. Delicate silver trim ran along every window and archway, tracing patterns too fine and too deliberate to have been carved by hand. Vines and stars and shapes Josey didn't have names for, catching what little sun made it through the canopy and throwing it back 100 different ways. Somewhere between Victorian ironwork and a cathedral built entirely out of glass, the castle managed to look impossibly old and impossibly new at once, like it had always been standing here and had also just finished being built yesterday. It dwarfed everything around it, the way a mountain dwarfs a house, and Josey found himself feeling very small standing at the base of it. He started, and didn't finish, because nothing he knew how to say came close to covering it. He'd seen the Emerald City once as a kid, only ever on a screen, a set dressed up with special effects, and he remembered thinking even then that nothing built by human hands could really look like that. This did. This looked exactly like that, except real, except close enough to touch, except somehow more magnificent than anything a camera could have caught. His chest ached a little just looking at it, that specific ache that came from seeing something so beautiful it almost hurt to take in all at once. A moat ringed the whole structure, though it held no water. Purple fire moved through it instead, thick and slow, more like liquid velvet than flame, licking gently against the castle's emerald foundation without ever seeming to touch it, without ever seeming to want to.
"What is that?" he asked, nodding at the fire. Ula drifted toward it, and before he could stop her, dipped one arm straight into the purple blaze. She pulled it back a second later, skin sizzling away from bone in a way that yanked a memory of acid-blooded aliens straight out of some late-night movie he wished he'd never watched. He reached for his hoodie, already unzipping it, but she waved him off, calmly pulling a nut from her satchel and eating it instead. The skin knit itself back together in seconds, whole and unmarked, like nothing had happened at all. The serpents reached the drawbridge ahead of them and coiled their tails just short of the emerald surface, waiting for it to lower. Josey looked to Ula, unsure how any of this worked without getting either of them killed. She only held out her hand. He took it without hesitating, and she lifted him clean off the ground like he weighed nothing at all, climbing until the castle sat 20 feet below and looked, if anything, larger from up here than it had from the ground. His stomach lurched at the height for a second, right up until he caught her eyes and found her smiling at him, steady, and the fear loosened its grip just enough to let him breathe. Chapter 9. Ula's grip tightened around his wrists, and then the ground simply fell away beneath his feet, the castle's silver rooftops shrinking into a patchwork far below as she carried him higher, her wings beating hard and fast just to keep the two of them aloft. Josey's stomach lurched at the sudden height, his legs kicking uselessly at empty air for a second, before he made himself go still and trust her grip. She was so small, and he weighed so much more than her, and yet she held him without so much as a wobble, weaving them past one watchtower after another, always staying just low enough and just far enough back to keep from catching the light of a guard's torch. She found the ledge a good while later, tucked below the ring of towers, and brought him down onto it slow, his feet touching stone again with more relief than he wanted to admit to. "Thanks," he breathed, flexing feeling back into fingers that had gone half numb from the cold up there. Ula landed on his shoulder, wings still fluttering with the effort, clearly pleased with herself. They followed the curve of the tower on foot until a window stopped them, its frame worked in emerald, latched tight from the inside. Josey cupped his hands against the glass and peered through, and even in the dark he could tell the room beyond hadn't seen a living soul in a long time. Dust lay so thick across every surface it looked like a layer of gray snow, undisturbed by so much as a single footprint. A broken sewing machine sitting untouched in one corner like it had been waiting decades for someone to come back and finish whatever it had been making. "What do you think, Ula? We crash here tonight?" Ula looked the room over and nodded, already looking forward to it more than he was.
He shrugged out of his jacket and wound it twice around his forearm, then drove his elbow through the glass in one motion, wincing at the crunch even through the padding. The latch gave easy enough once he found it, and he climbed through into air that tasted like old paper and forgotten things, his shoes leaving the first clear prints in the dust that the room had seen in years. Cobwebs strung the corners like tinsel nobody had ever bothered to take down, and the bed against the far wall sagged in the middle, its frame the only thing in the room without a full inch of gray coating it. A door across the room promised stairs down, and stairs meant a long walk on legs that had already logged a full night with no sleep in them. "We need a game plan," he told Ula, dropping onto the edge of the bed and feeling it groan under him. "Find William. Figure out what these things want with him before they get it. Tonight we look around, quiet, and we don't do anything stupid enough to get us killed." Ula nodded, solemn for exactly as long as it took her to notice a dust bunny the size of her own head, which she then declared, by expression alone, to be a personal enemy.
The moment he stopped talking, the exhaustion he'd been holding at arm's length all night finally caught up with him in full. He hadn't slept since before any of this started, and his body seemed to remember that all at once, his shoulders going heavy, his eyelids dragging down no matter how many times he blinked them back open. He meant to lie down carefully, mind still turning over everything they needed to do, but sleep took him before he'd even finished the thought, pulling him under fast and complete. Ula curled up on the pillow beside his head, snoring in a way that sounded uncannily like a small car trying and failing to start.
The dream came in trees. They stood in a ring around him, orange and red and yellow orchids spilling across the ground where grass should have been, each trunk carrying the faint suggestion of a face, none of them quite willing to meet his eyes. Cinnamon hung thick in the air, sweet enough to be sickening. The man in red sat waiting at the center of the circle on an overturned stump. Another stump set out beside him like he'd been expecting company. He rose when he saw Josey, easy and unhurried, like they'd done this 100 times before. "There you are," he said, waving him over. "Come, sit a while. How's it going, Josey?" Something about the casual warmth of it, the way he said Josey's name like they were already friends, made the hair on Josey's arms stand up. "How do you know my name?" Josey said, not moving from where he stood. "I know a great many things," the man said, unbothered, patting the empty stump beside him. "Sit. We have plenty to talk about, you and I." Josey didn't sit, and the man didn't push it, just watched him with an easy, patient smile that didn't reach anywhere near his eyes. "What do you want?" Josey asked. "Want? Nothing so dramatic. I simply thought it was time we spoke properly, face to face, instead of me lurking in trees like some sort of nuisance." He spread his hands, all charm, like the two of them were sharing a joke at his own expense. "Consider this a friendly introduction, nothing more." Josey said nothing, watching him the way he'd watch a dog he didn't trust not to bite. "You're a hard one to read," the man said, almost admiring. "Most children your age would have run screaming by now, or asked me for something. You've done neither." "I don't want anything from you," Josey said. Something flickered behind the man's eyes, quick and cold, there and gone. The warmth in his face didn't so much fade as curdle, the charm sliding sideways into something with teeth behind it. "No?" His voice had lost its softness. "You're certain of that?" "Yes," Josey said, and meant it. The dream tore itself apart around that word, the trees losing their edges, the orchids bleeding into smears of color, the man's face twisting somewhere between fury and disbelief as the whole scene came apart at the seams. His voice followed Josey out of it, thin and stretched, still ringing in his skull as the dark closed over everything. "You can't say no to me, you stupid child. No one says no to me." Then, softer, almost fond, "Bye-bye for now." He surfaced, gasping, drenched through, his heart slamming hard enough to hurt. Ula was already awake, hovering an inch from his face, her whole small body rigid with alarm. "Ula," he managed. "I had a dream. Felt more like a warning than a dream. He was in it. The man from the swamp." She pressed a finger to his forehead and wiped away the sweat there, listening while he tried to put words to something that didn't want to hold still long enough to be described. Some part of him certain, without knowing why, that the man had meant every word of it. There was no more sleeping after that, and honestly, he didn't want there to be. He splashed non-existent water on his face out of habit, found none, gave up, and got moving instead. "Time to go find some answers," he told Ula, and she was already at the door. He checked the key was still in his pocket before his hand found the knob, turned it slow against a creak that gave them away a little, no matter how careful he was, and pushed the door open onto a stairwell that swallowed the light whole. Ula spun once, gathering a soft sapphire glow around herself that threw a small, steady circle out ahead of them, and Josey grinned at her despite everything. Radiance, he said, like he was naming a superpower, because as far as he was concerned, she'd just earned one. The stairs went down a lot further than he expected, spiraling tight around a stone column worn smooth by hands and feet that had climbed it long before he ever showed up. He lost count of the turns somewhere past the first 100 steps, his thighs burning, one hand trailing the cold stone wall to keep from stumbling in the dark beyond Ula's small circle of light. Down and down it went, the air growing cooler and damper the further they descended, until the stairwell finally spat them out into a corridor that felt like the beginning of something rather than an end. It wasn't a straight walk from there. The passage split almost immediately, then split again, stone hallways branching off in directions that all looked identical, the same black-veined walls and the same uneven flooring repeating itself until Josey lost any real sense of which way they'd come from. Ula's light caught nothing but more corridor every time he hoped it might catch a door, and more than once he doubled back at a dead end, retracing steps that all blurred together into a maze with no obvious center. He kept one hand against the wall the whole way, partly to steady himself, and partly because it felt like the only fixed thing in a place built to make a person forget which direction was forward.
The smell hit before anything else did, thick and rotten, something like a zoo enclosure nobody had cleaned in years. He pressed his sleeve against his nose, and it didn't help even a little. Ula went quiet on his shoulder, then quieter still, until he unzipped his jacket pocket and she folded herself down into it without needing to be asked twice. Something lay on the floor ahead, a shape he couldn't place until he was close enough that placing it stopped being optional. Josey's steps slowed on their own, some animal part of him already understanding before the rest of him caught up. He'd killed a monster the day before, but he'd never imagined seeing a dead body, and the difference hit him harder than he expected. A girl, no older than William, her skin gone the color of old wax, dried blood crusted dark across wounds he made himself count only once before he stopped. His hands were shaking before he even reached her. He rolled her gently onto her back with his foot, because some part of him refused to leave her face down in the dark. And the second he saw her face, he had to look away, his breath catching hard in his throat. She looked like she could have been in his class back home, like she could have sat 2 seats over and borrowed a pencil from him. His eyes stung, and he pressed the back of his hand against them, furious at himself for how badly he wanted to just sit down on the floor and cry. "There's a girl here, Ula," he said, and his voice cracked clean in half on the word girl. "Bite marks, like fangs." He heard the small rustle of Ula peeking out from the jacket despite his warning, heard the sharp intake of breath that followed. He knelt there a moment longer than he needed to, one hand hovering uselessly over her shoulder like he might still be able to help her, before he made himself stand, because staying any longer felt like it might undo something in him that he wouldn't get back in him.
"I don't know this world the way you do," he finally told her, voice low and unsteady. "Do you know something about this that I don't?" She only shook her head, small and helpless, and he understood, watching her, that whatever this was, it was as much a mystery to her as it was to him. He made himself walk past her, wiping his face dry with his sleeve before the tears could fall properly, telling himself there wasn't time, telling himself that grieving her right now wouldn't save William. The walls along this stretch were lined in black onyx, the same stone worked into the key in his pocket, and he pulled it out to look at it again, without quite knowing why, some instinct telling him the two things were connected, even if he couldn't say how yet. The corridor ended in a fork. Left kept going, identical to everything behind them, promising more of the same. Right led to a door 200 paces off, and Josey chose it without much deliberation, on the theory that a door beat an empty hallway on principle alone. It opened onto a throne room built to make anyone standing in the doorway feel small on purpose. A crystal chandelier hung 40 feet up over green carpet worn thin with age. Candles guttered on either side of an enormous throne, a red curtain pooling down behind it like something bleeding from the ceiling. Portraits lined the walls, women rendered larger than life, mouths open on teeth that had no business being that sharp. A goblet sat beside the throne, carved from rough emerald,
and Josey picked it up without thinking too hard about whether he should. It looked like wine until he got it under his nose, and then it smelled like rust, and then, a half-second later, his stomach dropped as the rust resolved itself into something worse. Blood. Not animal. He knew it the same way he'd known the girl in the hallway hadn't died peacefully. Some instinct filling in the blanks his mind didn't want filled.
The serpents, the girl, the blood in the cup. It all clicked together in a way that made him feel sick with how obvious it suddenly was. Somebody was draining these kids, and somebody was drinking it. And the throne room he was currently standing in belonged to whoever that somebody was. Ula shot out of his pocket and buried herself against his collar, trembling, and he didn't have anything comforting to offer her. He had nothing. Movement flickered in the polished side of the goblet, and Josey turned fast enough to nearly drop it. A serpent stood in the eastern doorway, mid-step, its expression sliding from surprise into something colder as it registered exactly what it was looking at. A loose child standing in the queen's own throne room. Up close, it was worse than the ones in the swamp. 4 arms, each ending in 3 clawed fingers, black scales shifting like oil where the candlelight caught them. Gills ran down its throat where a nose should have been, pulsing slow with every breath. Its face carried a golden stripe none of the others had, and its mouth, when it opened, showed rows of small barbed teeth behind 2 long, curved fangs that caught the light like they'd been sharpened for exactly this. It carried a pair of scimitars, blades edged in emerald, handles carved from onyx, and Josey found himself distantly wondering why something with that many natural weapons needed swords at all. "How did you escape your cell?" it hissed, both blades coming up. Josey's mouth moved before the rest of him caught up. "What cell are you referring to, good sir?" The serpent's eyes narrowed, unimpressed. "There is no cell here that lets its prisoners wander into the throne room unescorted. Try again, boy." "I was brought up here," Josey said, pointing back toward the corridor. "One of you carried me up from down there."
"Carried you," the serpent repeated, flat, already stepping closer, "and left you standing beside the queen's own goblet, unbound, unguarded, holding her cup in your hands. Do I look like a fool to you?" Its tail lashed once against the carpet, both blades leveling at his chest. "You will tell me the truth, or I will cut it out of you." Josey's mind scrambled for something else and came up empty, his heartbeat suddenly the loudest thing in the room. The serpent advanced another step, close enough now that he could smell something coppery on its breath, and he knew, with total clarity, that whatever came out of his mouth next wasn't going to save him. It lunged. Josey threw himself sideways, more instinct than plan, and felt the wind of a blade pass close enough to catch a thread of his shirt. He hit the floor hard, scrambling back on his hands, and the serpent came on again, unhurried now, certain of how this ended. Then Ula exploded out of his jacket pocket like something fired from a slingshot, straight at the serpent's face, a furious blur of wings and claws going for its eyes. The serpent reeled back with a shriek, one arm swatting wildly at her, and in the half-second its guard dropped, it stumbled off balance and crashed sideways into the throne's stone base. One of the scimitars clattered free of its grip and skidded across the carpet, stopping almost at Josey's knee. He didn't think. He grabbed it, surprised by how light it was in his hand, and drove it forward with everything he had left in him just as the serpent turned back toward him, eyes wide with the sudden understanding that it had misjudged this by a mile. The blade caught it under the jaw and drove up, and the creature went rigid, its remaining sword falling from its grip, before it collapsed backward across the throne room floor and didn't move again.
Josey stood there shaking, the sword still gripped in both hands, his breath coming in short, ragged pulls. Ola fluttered down and landed on his shoulder, just as shaken, pressing herself against his neck like she needed to feel him breathing as much as he needed her there. "Thanks," he managed, once his voice worked again. "Really, thanks." Ola only nudged her head against his cheek, and for a moment neither of them said anything else, because there wasn't anything that needed saying. He looked toward the eastern door the serpent had come through, toward whatever waited beyond it, toward wherever William might be. He wasn't interested in adding his name to whatever list this place was keeping. If anything, he intended to start crossing names off it. Chapter 10. Descending deeper into the darkness, the stench of decay thickened with every step,
until Josey caught himself gripping the scimitar too hard and made himself loosen his fingers. The only blade work he actually knew came from lightsaber duels with his mom and dad in the backyard. Plastic hilts and made-up rules. Nothing that translated to a real edge in his hand. Wit would have to do what skill couldn't. He pushed the thought of facing one of these things head-on back down where it came from and kept walking. It struck him, somewhere in the dark between one turn and the next, how few humanoids he'd actually run into since crossing over. Ula, the serpents, the girl in the corridor who wasn't going to get up again. That was it. For a world this size, that felt like a fact worth holding on to, even if he didn't yet know what to do with it. The corridor finally led out at a pair of stone double doors, plain where everything else in this castle had been dressed in gold and emerald. Something about their plainness made him trust them more, not less. He pushed through. The smell hit first, so thick it seemed to bruise the air itself, and he yanked his collar up over his nose before his eyes had even adjusted to what he was looking at. He pressed a hand against Ula through the jacket fabric. "Stay hidden a little longer," he whispered. "This one's bad." She went still against his ribs, and he was grateful, for once, that she listened. The room told him exactly how bad, without needing him to look twice. Small skeletons lay scattered across the floor, like something had lost interest halfway through clearing them away. Cages lined the walls, holding shapes he made himself stop cataloging after the first few, because counting them wasn't going to help anyone. Larger pens held children who hadn't moved in what looked like weeks. A rack of tools sat off to one side, spikes and clubs and blades laid out with a kind of care that turned his stomach worse than the smell had. Chandeliers threw restless light across all of it, and 5 cauldrons burned low against the far wall, and he decided right then that he didn't want to know what those were for. Every instinct he had told him to turn around. He didn't. Somewhere in that room, if he was very lucky, William was still breathing. He found them near the back. 4 kids bunched into a cage lined with foot-long spikes, close enough together that one wrong step would have put any of them through. A basilisk slept heavy beside the cage door, coiled thick as a fallen log. Jose's pulse kicked up hard at the sight of it, less from the size of the thing than from doing the math on how little room there was in there for a mistake. He kept low, working his way around the edge of the room, torture rack after torture rack sliding past his peripheral vision like something out of a nightmare he hadn't agreed to have. A slow burn of anger climbed up under the fear, steady and useful. Somebody had built this room on purpose. Somebody had enjoyed it. One of the kids spotted him first, a red-haired boy who went instantly still, then jerked his chin upward at the others without a sound, a silent, "don't react yet." Their faces did the math fast, fear cracking into something closer to hope. Josey lifted 2 fingers off the scimitar's grip in a small wave, then raised the blade, feet apart, weight low, watching the sleeping shape by the cage. He made himself breathe slow, made himself think about everything he'd already survived to get here, and let that steady his hands rather than shake them further. He closed his eyes for 1 second, counted down from 3 in his head, the kids watching him with open confusion, clearly wondering why the rescue currently had his eyes shut. He didn't want to do this. He was going to do it anyway, because the alternative was worse for everyone in this room, himself included. On 0, the blade came down. It cut clean, faster than he braced for, the creature gone still and silent under the strike, without so much as a twitch, its blood running slow and green across the stone. The body slid sideways off whatever it had been resting against, and Josey made himself look away before his mind could finish processing the rest of it. Nobody in the cage said anything for a second. Josey stood there, breathing hard, eyes still shut, the weight of what he'd just done pressing down harder than the smell in the room ever had. He hadn't wanted to like it. He didn't. A girl in the corner had been watching him the whole time with a kind of frown that had nothing to do with the fight, some flicker of recognition she couldn't place snagging at her. It clicked into focus the second he opened his eyes again. She'd seen his face before. Not here. On the news. The boy whose mother had died in a grocery store a little over a month ago.
He crouched by the body and worked a scabbard free from its waist, some kind of woven webbing standing in for leather, and buckled it on. "You gonna let us out or what?" The biggest of the four boys snapped, arms crossed through the bars. "We've been in here for days. Well, most of us. Not this one." He jerked a thumb at the boy beside him.
Josey's eyes landed on that boy, and everything in the room seemed to slow down. William's jaw actually dropped. "The boy from the window," he said, voice cracking with disbelief. "I saw you," Josey said, the words coming out faster than he meant them to, relief making him talkative. "I saw you at the window, doing something with your body. I couldn't tell what. I thought maybe you were joking around at first. Then someone yanked you back, and it didn't look like a joke anymore. I almost came over. I actually walked halfway to your front door and then talked myself out of it, told myself I was imagining things. Then you were on the news, missing, and I knew I hadn't imagined anything at all." "I was trying so hard to get your attention," William said, breath catching. "The thing that took me was right behind me. I couldn't exactly wave my arms and shout. I just hoped. That's all I could do. Hope you'd noticed." He let out something between a laugh and a sob. "Thank you. God, thank you." "Can we maybe save the reunion?" the big kid cut in. "And get me the hell out of this cage?" The girl beside him swatted the back of his head without looking at him. "Do that again," he warned, fist curling, until William stepped between them. "Save it. Let's just get out of here first." Josey searched the dead serpent for a key and came up empty. Nobody in the cage had seen where it might be. He grabbed a mace off the rack instead, heavy and silver-headed, and swung it at the padlock hard enough to jar his own wrists, and the lock didn't so much as scratch. He was still staring at it, weighing his next move, when a voice came from across the room, low and unexpected, and not hostile the way he'd have guessed. Josey turned to find it belonged to another Lamii, coiled in a cage of her own, watching him with an intelligence that caught him off guard. "There's an office through the wall behind me, boy," she said. "The key's always kept there." He hesitated, half sure it was a trick, but nobody in the group had a better idea, so he crossed toward her cage, giving her a wide berth as he passed. Behind her cage, a passageway opened up he hadn't noticed before, and he pushed into it, sword raised, half expecting an ambush that never came. Nothing waited for him in there but a plain stone chair, and above it, a hoop set into the wall holding 6 keys. He gathered them up, the weight of them solid and real in his palm, and made his way back through, giving the serpent a small nod as he passed. She lowered her head instead of meeting his eyes. 3 of the 6 keys were obviously the wrong shape. He tried the others one by one until the third turned with a click and the padlock fell open. The big kid shoved past everyone else the second the gate swung wide. "I'm going first," he said, throwing the others a look Josey didn't care for. William waved the girl ahead of him instead, and she stepped out with a small, grateful smile at him, then a curious glance at Josey that he found himself returning before the big kid's voice cut back in. "I'll leave you all here, I swear it," he snapped, and Josey let it go, waiting instead for William to clear the cage before he looked back at the Lamii still coiled inside hers. "What about her?" he asked. "Leave her," the big kid said flatly. William and the girl traded a look. "I don't know, man," William admitted. The girl spoke up. "I was the second one brought in, right after him," she said, nodding at the big kid. "It happened while I was already in here. They dragged her past us, hissing about how she tried to set us free, called her a traitor the whole way to the cage." Josey turned toward her cage anyway, keys still in hand. "Are you serious right now?" the big kid barked. "I'm not letting that thing loose. She's one of them." He lunged for the keys, and Josey put him on the ground with one clean punch before he got close, the boy blinking up at the ceiling in stunned silence. "Say one more word," Josey told him, "and you can find your own way out of here." Nobody argued after that. Josey crouched by the bars. "Why are you locked up in here?" he asked her. Her answer came slow, threaded with something like grief. "My mother rules this realm," she said. "I've always hated how my kind treats yours. When they brought in your friends here, I tried to free them myself. I was caught in the act. My mother couldn't bring herself to have me killed, so this is my sentence instead. This cage, for the rest of my life, however long that ends up being." Josey looked to the others. The girl nodded. William shrugged, which was as good as agreement. "I believe you,"
she said, raising the sword just enough to make his next point land. "But if you try anything on any of us, I'll kill you myself. Do we understand each other?" "Yes," she hissed, and he unlocked the gate. She slid free too fast, her balance gone from the cramped, unfamiliar bars, and pitched forward. Josey caught her before she hit the ground, taking the weight of it against his own shoulder rather than let her fall. She found her feet a moment later, tail listing slightly to one side. "Thank you," she said, and bowed to him, and he nodded back, and behind him the big kid opened his mouth to say something, caught Josey's eye, and visibly decided against it. "Before we go anywhere," William said, "we should all grab a weapon." "Good call," the girl agreed. "Not the maces, though," she added, glancing at Josey. And that got an actual laugh out of everyone but the boy still rubbing his jaw.
"I'm Josey," he told them all. William shook his hand and gave his own name in return. The red-haired boy struck a pose. "They call me Rogan," he said, in an accent that belonged in an old black-and-white film, and got smiles from everyone, except the one on the floor. "And I'm the one who actually matters here," the big kid muttered, pushing himself up off the ground. "Seeing as I'll be the one getting us all out alive. Jimmy." He said it like a challenge, daring anyone to disagree. "Ripley," the girl said, and Josey filed it away next to his favorite movie without meaning to. They all turned, finally, to the serpent still finding her footing beside them. She felt the weight of it and answered before anyone asked. "Skrylin," she said. A sudden squirming against his ribs made Josey jump before he remembered what it was. Ula shot free of his jacket in a burst of wings, singing her own name like an announcement, and the group scattered back a step before dissolving into laughter, waving at her one by one. Ula waved back at all of them, except Skrylin, at whom she bared her teeth and let out a small, furious growl. Nobody said anything about it, though the tension didn't go unnoticed. Josey looked around at the 5 of them, 6 counting Ula, and thought, not for the first time today, that this was a stranger group of allies than he ever could have pictured for himself. Skrylin ruled out going back the way they'd come almost immediately. She knew this kingdom too well. The dead Lamii in the corridor upstairs would already have been found by now, and her mother, the queen, was not a woman who let things like that go unanswered. There was more Skrylin knew than she was willing to say yet. Knowledge that, spoken aloud too soon, would wake up far worse things than a search party.
"Getting back to your world will be far more dangerous than the way you came in," Skrylin told them, and Ripley asked straight off how many guards the queen kept. Skrylin considered it a moment, her expression going grim. "Too many to count," she admitted. "But there are 2 ways out of here. One is suicide. The other is only close to it." The group went quiet, feeling the weight of that land. "My mother will send hundreds of Lamii after you the moment she learns you're loose," Skrylin went on. "Unless you invoke what we call the Challenge of the Sacrifice. 3 trials. Survive them all, and our god sends you home himself, unharmed." Rogan looked between the others, then back at her. "And what exactly do these 3 challenges involve?" Skrylin studied each of their faces before she answered, aware that what came next would be a lot to take in all at once, and equally aware it was their best real shot. "My people were made for one purpose," she said, "to take humans. Teenagers, mostly, people your age. Not children, they haven't proven anything yet. Not adults either, they've already decided who they are. You're all still becoming something, and that matters to us." She let that settle before continuing. "Most of you exist to feed us. That's simply true, and I won't pretty it up. But a few, William, you're one of them, mean something more than food. Once a year, we hold the Challenge of the Sacrifice. 3 to 6 are chosen. It was given to us by our Creator as a chance for humans to earn their freedom rather than just be taken. Win all 3 trials, she said, and our God honors it. You go home. Lose, and your body and soul belong to him instead."
"How many people have actually won?" Ripley asked. Skrylin drifted closer, holding her gaze. "Your world existed before ours. Our master made this place out of envy for what your god built. And between us, most of what he made turned out twisted." She moved toward Jimmy and William next. All of you were taken against your will, for reasons that weren't really about you at all. Her eyes lingered longest on Jimmy before she turned back to Josey. Only 2 humans in the whole history of this place ever came here on their own. I didn't come here willingly, Josey said. You may not believe you did, Skrylin said, but your own curiosity and your need to save him, she gestured toward William, is what caught the Guardian's attention in the first place. He's the reason all of you are here at all. Made by our master to bridge your world and ours, and he carried the Emerald Key until you took it from him. You were never meant to be taken, Josey. The Guardian meant to kill you, maybe eat you. And yet, here you stand. Something clicked into place for Josey before she'd even finished. A name he didn't want to say out loud yet, so he held it and let her keep talking. As I said, only 2 have ever come willingly, Skrylin continued. You and the one your people called Jesus. Every head in the group came up at once. Jimmy spoke first, flicking his lighter open and shut without seeming to notice he was doing it. My parents told me and my sister he wasn't real. Just something people made up so dying doesn't feel so final. He's real, Skrylin said. He isn't a person, not the way you mean it. He is the god of your entire universe. Your book left a great deal out, some of it to protect you from things you weren't ready to carry. I've gone to church my whole life, William said, something uneasy creeping into his voice. What's been kept from us?
Nothing you were misled about, Skrylin said. It was kindness, not deception. Much of what your people call myth is real. Bigfoot, mermaids, dragons, unicorns, all of it walked your world once, a very long time ago. Rogan barked out a laugh, then clapped a hand over his mouth, mortified, his usual nervous tell showing up at the worst possible moment. He gave Skrylin an apologetic look. Jimmy, though, just shook his head. Everyone here's an idiot for buying this, he muttered. You stupid snake. Skrylin's hand cracked across his cheek before anyone could react, sending him stumbling into the wall. He balled his fist, ready to swing back, until her claws stopped a breath from his throat. He raised both hands instead, backing down. Josey started forward to pull her off him, but Skrylin threw an arm out to hold him back, refusing his help. I was a princess, she said, voice rising, born to the most powerful ruler in this world, and I gave that up because I believed your people deserved better than being food and sacrifice. This is how I'm repaid? She rounded on Jimmy fully now, tail raised, ready. Everything I've told you is true. I am not a snake. I am Lamii. Calling me that is worse than you think, boy. I wasn't made by your god. I was made by someone else. Jimmy flicked his lighter again, hands shaking, eyes wet, clearly out of anything else to say. Skrylin read it, some of the fury draining out of her shoulders, and let her tail sink back down. Josey felt for her despite everything, despite barely knowing her, aware that whatever she'd lived through was probably worse than anything he'd survived so far. He reached out and rested a hand against the side of her face, gentle. Skrylin, he said quietly. She flinched at the contact, unused to anyone touching her like that, then met his eyes and let herself relax into it. Humans are complicated, he told her. We're taught your kind is just stories, meant to scare kids into behaving. No bones, no proof, nothing solid to point to. So how does any of it fit together, the way you're telling it? Skrylin searched his face for mockery and found none. She shot Jimmy one last warning look, which sent his head dropping, while Ripley watched Josey with open admiration, and William leaned in, curious despite himself. But Skrylin caught herself before she said more, some plan already forming behind her eyes, one that depended on trust she wasn't sure she'd earned yet. None of you know me, she said finally. I don't trust any of you either, not fully. There's no time left to explain everything I'd want to. Jimmy rolled his eyes at that, and she fixed him with a look sharp enough that he dropped his gaze again fast.
She turned to Josey. You need to hide, now. Nobody's seen your face yet, and we'll need that later when the challenge begins. Josey started to argue, but she cut him off. Go back the way we came. We'll invoke the challenge with my mother ourselves. Once it's accepted, you have 1 day. A dome will seal around us when it starts. You have to be inside it before that happens, or you'll be shut out entirely. He held her gaze and believed her. The horn will sound 3 times, she said. That gives you roughly an hour to slip inside unseen. Wait until the dome closes, then find us. Once it starts, neither the Queen nor our master can stop it. If they try, we win by default. Josey looked to William, who nodded, then to Ripley, whose small smile said the same thing, then down at Ula, who gave her own approving nod. I'll do it, he told Skrylin, voice steadier than he felt. Jimmy and William both grumbled, but he ignored it.
Go, quickly, Skrylin urged. Find somewhere safe for the next few days. When it's time, we'll find each other. Josey's heart was pounding out every reason this was a terrible idea, and he ran anyway, disappearing back down the corridor within minutes. Now what, Lamii? Jimmy snapped the second Josey was gone. Skrylin only hissed, unbothered by his tone. Now we wait. Silence dropped over the group, broken only by a faint, wet slithering sound closing in from multiple directions at once. They were close. Lamii poured into the corridor from both ends, dozens of them, scimitars leveled at the group. Don't resist, Skrylin said, low enough for only her group to hear. We take option 2. When they bring us before the Queen, demand the challenge of the sacrifice. She can't refuse it once it's spoken aloud. Trust me. 30 or so Lamii had closed to within a few feet when Ripley called out, I wish to invoke the challenge of the sacrifice! The advancing line stopped as one. A larger Lamii shouldered through from the back, the others parting to let him pass. You invoke the challenge, human, he hissed. Yes, we do, Ripley managed, and beside her Rogan let out a strangled half-laugh he immediately smothered with his hand. The guard's eyes cut to him, unimpressed, then swung towards Skrylin, already certain where this idea had come from, and unconcerned by it either way. Their deaths, in his mind, were already decided. Skrylin, my princess. His voice dropped low, almost gentle. It pains me to see you standing with them. We were promised to each other once, and now you throw your life away again, defending our food. He looked her over, found no change in her at all, and shook his head. You shame us. You shame me.
I do what I believe is right, Voxian, she said. I've no regrets, and I never will. His hiss came back sharp with anger. Then die with your new friends. It grieves me, but I'll grant you your audience with the Queen, so she may approve your deaths herself. The guards closed in around them and marched the group forward, toward the Queen. Chapter 11. Josey slipped back through the corridor, mind still snagging on Skrylin's last look before the guards closed in around her. She'd hinted there was more to all of this than she'd said out loud, and he believed her, which meant hiding for however many days this took was about to feel a lot longer than it already sounded. The dusty tower room would have to be home base. From up there, at least, he could watch whatever came next without being seen doing it. He passed the girl again on his way through, and the sight of her hit just as hard the second time. This wasn't some rule from a story that could be gotten around with cleverness or luck. It was simply true, and it was going to stay true. Even Skrylin looked like this place made her sick, he murmured, half to himself, half to Ola. So what actually made her turn on her own people? He wanted the rest of that story badly enough that it kept his legs moving up the stairs faster than exhaustion wanted to allow. The climb back up nearly finished what the day had started. Going down had been hard on the knees. Going up asked for something closer to willpower. Ola gave up her hiding spot in his jacket somewhere around the halfway point, settling on his shoulder and making a show of her own exhaustion, a string of dramatic huffs that Ola found, despite everything,
kind of funny. Partway up, an odd thought snagged him. Who built a tower like this in the first place? Lamii didn't have legs. A staircase would be nothing but an obstacle to them, which meant this had been made for humans. But then why did it dead end in a single room with a single bed? He turned the question over a few times, found no answer that fit, and let it go. 45 minutes and several breaks later, they reached the top.
The sun was already going down, throwing long shadows through the broken window. Lamii saw poorly at night, Josey remembered, relying on their tongues to read the world during the day, but flipping to something closer to heat vision once the light dropped. Whatever advantage daylight gave him, he was about to lose it. Starting tonight, his schedule would have to flip. Sleep through the day, keep watch through the dark. Nothing had changed in the room since they'd left it. He checked out the window anyway, found nothing worth reporting, then finally let himself drop onto the bed while Ula perched on the stone cabinet nearby. This whole thing was supposed to go differently, Ula, he admitted, staring at the ceiling. I had this whole picture in my head. I show up, I get William, we walk out heroes, the police shake my hand, my dad meets us there and just holds on to me and tells me everything's going to be different now. Better. And none of this ever happens again. He stopped, something in his chest folding in on itself. It never actually goes the way you plan it, does it? His voice cracked on the last word. I wish she was here. If Mom was here, none of this would feel so... He couldn't finish it, shook his head hard like that might shake the tears back where they came from. Ula drifted over and pressed her small cheek against his, and when he reached up to wipe at his own face, she caught his hand and gently pushed it back down. He understood well enough what she meant by it. He let himself cry. It didn't last long, and when it passed, something in him actually felt lighter for it. He looked over at her and managed something like a real smile, held out a finger for her to land on the way you'd offer a perch to a ladybug. Thanks, he said quietly. She dipped her head, and he let his eyes close, asleep almost before he finished the thought, her small weight steady on his hand. He dreamed. The world that opened up around him didn't feel like the last dream. No trees this time, no cinnamon, just color and warmth pressing in from every direction, and a girl standing in the middle of it with hair like spilled wine and eyes that caught the light the way a cat's did. Something about her tugged at him, familiar in a way he couldn't place at first, until it came to him. She'd been outside the grocery store that day, just for a second, just long enough to notice before everything else happened and the thought got buried under it. She turned to leave, and something in him didn't want her to. He reached out and caught her arm before she could go, and the air around her caught too, flame licking up along her skin without burning her, wrapping her instead in something closer to light. Her eyes flared brighter, and something that might have been a smile crossed her face, sad and beautiful at once. The fire went out as fast as it came, leaving behind a sound, low and mournful, almost like a song, that followed him all the way up out of the dream. His eyes opened on the dark tower room, his heart still going hard, the girl already fading the way dreams do, leaving behind only the faint, strange sense that he'd have liked to know her.
Chapter 12. Trust didn't come easy where Coraline was concerned. It was hard to get past the fact that her people made a habit of stealing human children for reasons none of them wanted to think too hard about. That she'd rebelled against it didn't erase that history. It just meant she'd chosen a different side of it. The Lamii seemed pleased enough with how cleanly they'd rounded up the escapees, though that satisfaction soured fast once they realized their princess had been standing among them. Voxian in particular couldn't hide how much it cost him. "Again, you shame your mother, and every one of us with you," he said to Coraline, something pained under the anger in his voice. "I would ask the queen for mercy on your behalf if you'd let me." "Not again, Coraline." She gave him a smile that didn't reach anywhere close to her eyes, aware exactly how much that was going to hurt him, and unable to find another way through it. She knew what he felt for her, and if she let herself be honest, some of it went both ways, more than she'd ever let herself say out loud, even to him. But loving him had never once made him willing to see what his own people did every day,
and she couldn't build anything on top of that. Still as stubborn as ever, he hissed, some old, tired fondness leaking through the frustration, his eyes lingering on her a beat longer than the moment really called for. He'd always respected her defiance, right up until it turned into something that put her on the wrong side of their god's law. By the time William and the others reached the throne room, the evidence of Josey's fight was still on the floor, a dead lammy lying in a slow-spreading ring of green. The queen sat above the body, looking thoroughly inconvenienced by the mess. Ripley made the mistake of meeting her eyes.
"Mind your eyes, woman," a guard hissed, cracking the flat of his blade across her back. She dropped to her knees, pain lighting up her spine. "This isn't your world, child," the queen said. "I'm told your kind talk freely and pay no price for it. Not here. Here you'll find out what spoiled fruit tastes like to me." She smiled, all nail-like teeth. "Insolence gets you killed, and I'll be the one to do it." Her attention slid over the rest of the group, heads already bowed after watching what Ripley got for looking up. Then she saw her daughter. "My daughter graces us with her presence," she said, "though not in a way I find at all pleasing. Disobeying me again, Skrylin. How, this time?" Voxian stepped forward before Skrylin could answer. "She was among them when they escaped, my queen. No doubt she helped them do it." He bowed and fell back into line, though he'd chosen his words carefully, naming only what he'd seen and nothing more, leaving out the guard's whispers that she'd planned the whole thing herself. It wasn't defiance, not yet. Just a small, quiet mercy he told himself the truth still allowed. And if Skrylin noticed the omission, she gave no sign of it, though something in her chest eased slightly all the same. "Is this true?" the queen asked. "You've chosen, once more, to betray your own kind and let our food run free?" "I did what I believed was right," Skrylin said, "and I'll do it again, as many times as it takes for this to stop. That's why there's a dead Lanii at your feet." That answer cost her. The queen rose up on her tail, finger leveled at her daughter, voice climbing sharp and thin. "You've betrayed me for the last time. No more cages for you. You'll die alongside your new friends instead. I take no pleasure in ending you, but I won't tolerate this again."
Skrylin only stared back at her, calm in a way that seemed to unsettle the queen more than any argument could have. Does she want to die? The queen wondered aloud, more to herself than anyone. Why would she do this? Voxian spoke again, quieter this time, and something in his voice when he said her name suggested this cost him more than duty alone would explain. "My queen, she has invoked the challenge of the sacrifice." That was the end of the conversation. There was no version of the law that let the queen refuse it, whatever she wanted. She stared at her daughter with something between fury and disbelief. "One day," she hissed. "You have one day before the challenge begins. I'd spend it praying for mercy if I were you, though our master has never once shown any." Something passed between mother and daughter that only the two of them understood, some old wound neither one of them had caused alone. The queen's attention swung to the humans, disdain settling back over her face. "As for you, don't mistake this for a victory. Few have ever survived the challenge of the sacrifice, and looking at you, I doubt any of you will be the exception. My daughter has bought you a handful more hours, nothing more. I'll enjoy watching, assuming any of you are still breathing by then." Her laugh cracked out sharp and cold, echoing off the stone.
Hope drained visibly out of William and Rogan. Jimmy's face stayed carefully blank. Ripley just glared, too angry to be scared yet. Only Skrylin didn't feel the weight of it the same way, because only Skrylin knew what the rest of them didn't. They had Josey. To her, that wasn't just one more set of hands in a fight. She'd felt something the moment she looked at him, a certainty she couldn't fully explain even to herself, that he hadn't stumbled into this world by accident any more than the one her people called Jesus had.
Something older than her mother's throne had chosen him for this, whether he knew it yet or not, and she intended to keep that thought to herself until the moment demanded otherwise. Once the challenge is invoked, the queen went on, tradition binds us same as it binds you. Sacrifices are honored guests until the trials themselves begin. It's been that way since the first challenge was ever called. You'll have proper rooms, real meals for the 2 days you have left. Consider it the one courtesy our customs still owe you. Enjoy it while you're able. Take them away. The room they were given beat a cage by a wide margin. Stone floor, an oddly beautiful emerald ceiling, easily large enough for 50 people, with bunks stacked like something between a barracks and a row of coffins. Gray sheets, folded green blankets doubling as pillows. Guys, this is basically a camping trip, Rogan announced, dropping onto a bunk like he owned the place. All I need now is a decent book. Don't get comfortable, idiot, Jimmy muttered. What's your deal, man? William asked, walking over, patience thinning. You've been against this from the start. Maybe try being on our side for once instead of just being a jerk about everything.
Jimmy answered with a mocking little smile that was meant to look like he didn't care what anyone thought of him. It wasn't true. He cared plenty. He just never learned a way to say so that didn't come out sideways. Some old, half-buried memory of raised voices in a house that never felt safe flickered behind his eyes, gone before he let it settle into anything he'd have to explain. I don't care if you like me, he said instead, and the lie tasted about as convincing as it sounded. I don't get what's so exciting about dying in a few days to a bunch of monsters. There's nothing to be cheerful about here. But this idiot redhead seems to think otherwise. He looked around at the rest of them. You're all fools. You should be scared. Underneath the sharp edges, something in him wanted badly for someone, anyone, to actually hear what he wasn't saying. We are not sitting around a campfire singing together, he added, quieter, before picking the bed farthest from everyone else and turning his back on the room. Some part of him wished for exactly the kind of unity he just refused. Eventually, the group settled in and sleep took them one by one. Morning came in shades of lavender and pale blue. William woke first, watching the sunrise through a window some 60 feet above the ground, a strange kind of beauty considering where they were. Down below, 2 Lamii guards crossed the bridge toward the front gate, relieved by a fresh rotation of 20 more spread out around the moat. Skrylen had mentioned their eyes worked poorly in daylight and came alive at night, and William found himself doing the same math Josey already had, filing it away. Ripley woke with a small gasp, remembering all at once that none of this was a dream. William caught her eye and gave her a look that said he understood. I kept hoping this was one too, she admitted, voice still unsteady, though some of the panic eased just from saying it out loud.
She talked through her fear a while, the Queen's words from the day before sitting heavy in both their minds. She'd tried convincing herself Skrylen actually had a real plan for keeping Josey hidden, but the doubt hadn't fully let go of her yet. Her eyes drifted toward Jimmy's bunk on the far side of the room, and William followed her gaze, understanding without needing it spelled out. People don't get like that from nothing, he said carefully. My parents always told me it usually comes from something. One bad thing or 100 small ones. Doesn't excuse it, just maybe explains it. Maybe, Ripley said. Everyone's carrying something, though. Comes down to how you deal with it. She went quiet a moment, somewhere else entirely, before coming back to him. Anyway, once everyone's up, we need to talk to Skrylen. Find out what she was actually doing yesterday. You mean why she sent Josey off to hide instead of keeping him with the rest of us? William said. Pete noticed it too. The way Skrylen's attention kept snagging on Josey specifically. Like she knew something about him the rest of them didn't. Sending him away to hide, ahead of everyone else's safety, only sharpened the question. Exactly, Ripley said. There's something going on there, and she owes us the truth about it, especially if it affects whether we're all still breathing in a few days. Good morning, Vietnam, Rogan called out, perched on the top bunk with his feet swinging like it was Christmas morning, grinning wide enough that William and Ripley found themselves smiling back despite everything. Jimmy groaned from his bunk, rubbing at his lighter without opening his eyes. Shut the hell up. The room laughed anyway,
some of the tension breaking loose with it.
Skrylin woke last and felt every eye in the room land on her at once, like the kid who'd overslept at camp. She caught the scent of something fruity drifting through the door before anyone else noticed it. "Our sleep works differently than yours," she said, sitting up. "It'll take some adjusting. There's food coming soon, though. After that, we figure out what's next." It wasn't much, but it gave the room something to hold on to, a plan-shaped feeling, even without an actual plan behind it yet. Rogan wandered over and set a hand on what he guessed was her upper back. She flinched, then let it stay. "You know, Skrylin, at my friend's sleepovers, whoever woke up last got a fake mustache drawn on them," he said. "You mean whoever went to bed first," William corrected. "You do you, I'll do me," Rogan said warmly, patting her shoulder again. "Mustaches, my lady. First, one's free." She smiled back at him despite herself. "That's assuming any of you are still alive to draw it," Jimmy said. Rogan waved him off without breaking eye contact with Skrylin. "That attitude's not helping anybody. Am I right or am I right?" He fluttered his eyebrows at her until she hissed out something like a laugh and shoved him off the bed. The door swung open on 2 guards carrying trays piled with fruit in colors that didn't seem entirely natural. Deep purple and burning oranges, greens and yellows that looked lit from somewhere inside the skin. One of the 2 guards at the door, Josey would have noticed if he'd been there, held himself with a stillness the other didn't share, watching the group less like cattle and more like something he hadn't yet decided how to feel about. Then the smaller of the 2 guards, green-scaled and marked with black spots, hissed out something that killed the mood instantly. "Enjoy the honor while it lasts," it said, grinning as it set the trays down. "We will return soon."
Comfortable enough now, and hungry enough not to overthink it, the group tore into the fruit anyway. The sweetness undercut by exactly how aware everyone was of what all this borrowed comfort was actually buying them time. Chapter 13. "My lord," the queen said, voice unsteady, "I come to you on a matter that demands your wisdom. There's no one else I'd trust with this." She knelt before the altar, eyes fixed on the strange sight in front of her. Set into the stone was a shallow basin, no more than 6 inches deep, holding something dark and unmistakably alive with meaning. Blood. The iron smell of it hit her gills and sent a shiver through her, and still she couldn't look away. She steadied herself and spoke again, reverence and fear tangled together in her voice. "I lay the blood of an innocent upon your altar, my lord. I seek your counsel." The blood answered her. It twitched, then writhed, climbing the air in defiance of everything it should have obeyed, drops striking the ceiling and hanging there, gathering, pulling every last trace up out of the basin, until nothing remained below. Then it slammed back down all at once, a violent gust of released pressure that threw the queen 15 feet through the air and into the stone floor. She dragged herself back onto her tail, aching, and looked up into the face of her master. Long brown hair fell to the small of his back, his red suit catching the torchlight like it had been cut from the fire itself. His pale face unmarked by so much as a single drop of the blood that had just exploded across the room. He was, she thought, magnificent, and the thought came with a reverence that left no room for anything else. "My lord," she said, bowing low, forehead barely a few inches from the stone. "I have called you because—" "I already know why you've called me," he said, cutting her off, already 3 steps ahead of her as always. "Say it anyway." "The challenge of the sacrifice has been invoked," she said. "My daughter is entangled with the ones who called it. Once it's claimed, there's no undoing it, and I fear there's something underneath all of this I don't yet understand. Is there any way to spare her, my lord?" Something shifted behind his eyes, and when he spoke again, the warmth he'd carried a moment ago was simply gone. "Spare her." He said it like the words themselves offended him. "You dare ask me that? As if my rules bend for you, or for her, or for anyone breathing in this pathetic little kingdom I built for you out of nothing." His voice stayed level, which somehow made it worse. "Your daughter chose to become a traitor to her own kind, and worse, to me. There is no version of this where I forgive that, and there is no version of you asking me to that doesn't insult me.
She'll answer for it, with her life, as anyone who betrays me does. A thin, satisfied smile crossed his face as he said it, cold enough that the Queen felt it more than saw it. She gave no reaction at all, not daring to. This whole situation is more complicated than you realize, he went on. I've looked into the souls of every challenger. Strength, courage, certainly. But none of them dare stand against me. Except one you seem to have missed entirely. His gaze drifted upward, some flicker of irritation crossing his face before it settled again. Your guardian, the one meant to hold this world's door, was killed by a boy named Josey. Curiosity got him taken in the first place, chasing after one of the challengers, and it cost the guardian his life instead. I've been inside that boy's soul. There's something in it that concerns me. I've shown myself to him already. He carries the mark. And your daughter is the one shaping him, right now, for this very challenge. You didn't know about him? Because he's being kept from you.
The Queen's eyes went wide, mouth falling open.
My master! Let me kill him myself, at once, and—
Silence. The word alone was enough. She dropped her head back to the floor, shaking. I have plans already in motion. Someone close to this is already looking into it for me. I made one attempt already, he continued, something almost weary threading through the words now. Through a servant I trusted. She failed. The boy is still out there, still alive, and that failure sits on his face now, a scar he'll carry for the rest of whatever life he has left. It means more than it looks like it means. Marks like that don't happen by accident, not around someone like him, and I intend to understand exactly what it's telling me before this is finished. Fortunately, I have help on the inside now. He studied her a long moment. If I wanted your help, I'd have asked for it. I don't need a worm like you telling me how to run my own affairs. The boy needs to be allowed into the challenge. If he dies there, so be it. If he doesn't, I'll deal with him myself, in my own time. Rise, he said. Your groveling only irritates me. She rose at once, careful not to meet his eyes. Don't summon me again unless it matters. I see everything already. Try not to forget that. Feeling smaller than she'd ever felt in her own throne room, the Queen bowed once more and slithered out, grateful only that he hadn't decided to punish her for wasting his time. She didn't allow herself a single unkind thought about him. Whatever the true extent of his power actually was, she'd never once seen its limit, and some part of her hoped she never would.
Behind her, he watched her go, some brief temptation to remake her into something smaller crossing his mind, and passing just as quickly. He still needed her, needed the Lamii kept in line, needed his rule carried out in a language they understood. His laugh followed the Queen out of the room, low and knowing, and she could still hear it long after the throne room doors had shut behind her.
Chapter 14. Josey woke feeling more rested than he had any right to, given what waited for him. Some strange current of energy ran through him, despite the mildew and dust thick in the air. He sat up, looking around for Ula, who'd fallen asleep against his shoulder the night before. She wasn't under the bed, wasn't at the desk. The window stood open a crack. He walked over just as she shot back through the gap, and he jumped before catching himself and realizing who it was. She looked flustered, glistening like she'd been rushing somewhere and back. He figured she'd been checking that nothing had spotted them. "Hey, is everything okay?" he asked. She flew up near his face, smiling, then acted the rest out, cupping her hands over her eyes and glancing around, before pointing at the stairs and shaking her head, then at the window, then grabbing his sleeve and mimicking wings. "So we're skipping the stairs and you're flying us out the window instead. That about right?" She beamed and nodded, delighted he'd followed her. He held out his fist, hoping she'd know what to do with it. She stared at it like it was some kind of puzzle, turned her own tiny fist sideways, and bumped it clumsily against his knuckles. "Close enough," he laughed. "You'll get there." She looked so pleased with herself that he found himself grinning the rest of the way to the window. He gathered what little he had,
some fruit, a few cattails, and his emerald scimitar, tucking it into his belt loop, checked that the window was clear, and eased himself out onto the tile ledge, careful not to slip. Ula slipped out behind him without effort.
"All right, get us close to where it's happening," Josey said. She shook her head and pointed 2 fingers at her own eyes, then out toward the castle, warning him they'd be seen if they went straight at it. Instead, she pointed to a clearing across the moat, mimed walking a narrow ledge, then pointed to a trail vanishing into the trees. Somewhere past that, an island. He nodded, following the shape of the plan well enough. "I trust you," he said. "Back home, you'd be able to take on anything, no matter the size difference." She flexed a tiny bicep and scrunched her face into something fierce. "Damn right," he laughed. "Let's do this." She caught the toughest part of his jacket in both hands, gripped hard, and lifted them both off the ground, and he marveled again at how much strength lived in something her size. They flew south, the castle falling behind them, the trees below so dense that nothing underneath could possibly have seen them pass. 5 or 6 miles on, they landed. Josey thanked her, still shaking his head at what she could do, then asked if the hike ahead would be easy. Her face answered before she did, and he winced. "That bad, huh?" She only shrugged and gave his hand a small squeeze, like she was sorry she couldn't promise otherwise. The trip to the Emerald Castle had been simple enough that he'd hope for the same luck here. He'd find out soon. A mile of pale blue grass stretched ahead of them, giving him time to think. At least he had her with him. Whatever she was, and some days he wondered if she counted as some kind of fairy, she made the walking easier just by being there. Cheerful in a way that felt like it cost her nothing and gave him everything.
The forest itself, when they reached it, looked like something out of a dream. Trees rising taller than anything back home, in colors that shouldn't have existed on bark or leaves. Thick trunks like ancient sequoias, with branches spread wide enough to hold a village. The air smelled of vanilla and something like cherry blossom, so strong it bordered on dizzying. Birds moved through the canopy, squirrels ran the trunks, insects worked the undergrowth, all of it almost familiar, except for the small wrongnesses scattered through. A chimp-sized creature no bigger than a teacup dog went past with hair the color of bubblegum. The whole grove sat shaded and cool, and Josey couldn't help thinking his own people would pay good money for a vacation spot like this. "Everything out here seems to get along," he murmured, and then his thoughts caught on a shape ahead of them. A woman, back turned, sitting beneath a tree with strange blue leaves and a trunk scored with long gashes like something had clawed at it again and again. Her skin held a sickly green tint, mottled and cracked in places like old bark, and where her spine should have curved like anyone's, it bent wrong. Too many joints, ending not in legs but in something long and scaled that coiled beneath her. Her hands ended in blackened talons, and threaded all through what should have been hair sat a nest of snakes instead, deep pine green streaked with red, each one moving with a will of its own. Ula vanished into his jacket without a sound. Josey drew his scimitar, teeth glinting green in the light, bracing for whatever came next. The woman's hand rose slowly, her back still to him. "That won't be necessary, child. I mean you and your companion no harm," she said, calm in a way that didn't quite match the situation. "Come closer if you like. Only don't look at my eyes. It would be the last thing you ever did." He hesitated, caught between fear and something harder to name. "A warning is all I intended," she said, reading the hesitation easily enough. "I gave up on vengeance long ago. I was cursed once myself. Come, and I'll tell you the whole of it, so long as you keep your eyes elsewhere." Something about the last detail clicked into place. "You're Medusa," he said, the name arriving with a jolt of disbelief. He approached slowly as she wrapped a strip of cloth over her eyes and tied it off behind her head, the snakes tracking him the whole way despite the blindfold. And when she finally turned, what struck him hardest wasn't the wrongness of the rest of her. It was her face, untouched by any of it, achingly beautiful, almost too much so to look at directly, like something that belonged somewhere far kinder than this forest. She gestured toward a spot on the ground a few feet off, and if she had any concern at all for how the rest of her looked, none of it showed. "Can I ask you something?" Josey said.
Before he even finished the thought, she was already answering, as if she'd heard the question before he'd asked it. "You want to know what I am, and why," she said. "Most of your stories say Athena cursed me as punishment, as if I'd done something to deserve it. They leave out the part where it was Poseidon who came into her temple and took what he wanted from me there, uninvited and unasked. Athena found out afterward, and rather than turn her anger where it belonged, she toned it on me instead, for daring to be desired inside her sacred house. That's the curse you've heard of. Not justice, just a goddess unable to punish a god, so she punished the one she could reach."
Her voice carried no real bitterness by now, worn smooth by however many centuries she'd had to sit with it. For a long while, I turned to stone anything that came near me meaning harm. I wasn't gentle about it. Then a man named Perseus took my head, and somehow I woke up here instead of nowhere at all. I've been in this forest longer than I can properly count. She tilted her blindfolded face toward him. Now I have a question of my own. How is it you're walking through this forest without the Lamii at your side? Josey found, oddly, that he didn't mind telling her. He gave her the whole of it. His mother, the truck, the sapphire tree, the castle, Coraline. She never once interrupted. "How did you get the scar on your face?" she asked, once he'd finished, though the way she asked it made clear she already knew the shape of the answer. "First, if you're blindfolded, how do you even know I have one? Second, why does it matter?" "Both questions share an answer," she said. "But first, a favor. Ask your friend to catch something small for me. A squirrel, perhaps, or a rabbit." Ula peeked out, some flicker of reluctance crossing her face, and after Josey asked her again, she gave a short, resigned hum and flew off into the trees. The instant she was out of earshot, Medusa's whole manner changed, the warmth draining out of her voice. "Listen to me quickly, child, before she returns. That companion of yours is not what she seems. She serves the man in red. Every word you speak in front of her finds its way back to him." Fear moved through Josey's chest, cold and sudden. "What are you talking about?" "The one you call the man in red made this world," she said. "He's been watching you since long before you arrived in it. It was his hand that guided the one who took your mother's life, a servant of his who reached into that driver's mind and turned that ordinary afternoon into a truck crash. Your world has other names for him. The Fallen One, Lucifer, the Devil, plainest of all. He meant to end you before you ever set foot here, because he saw in you something worth ending. Your mother's love undid that plan. She put her body between you and what was coming, and in doing that, she saved a great deal more than just you." The words landed on Josey like something physical, and for a moment he couldn't organize a single thought in response. "That isn't true," he said finally, low. "None of it. My mom was killed by a driver. That's all it was. Ula doesn't work for anyone like that. This place is too beautiful to have been made by something so cruel. He isn't watching me." His eyes stung, and it took him a moment to realize why. That some part of him had already believed her before he'd finished denying it. "Whatever you decide to believe, say none of this to her. She carries everything you tell her straight back to him. Even if it's true, how could you possibly know all this?" "Your face," she said. "Word travels through this forest. The one you call the devil fears what your scar means, or fears the old story attached to it, one that's outlasted him more than once. When the Guardian took children from your world, he was under orders that none of them come through marked. Not on the face. Never on the face. I didn't even have this scar until the crash, until the glass caught me."
She smiled, faint and sad. "That's the irony of it. You were set apart before you ever arrived, chosen for a purpose he already feared, and it was his own attempt to stop you that left the mark proving it. He's been afraid of you for longer than you've been afraid of him. Nothing about me is special. I'm just a kid who's mediocre at pretty much everything. I doubt that's what your God sees." She went on, quieter now. "The one your faith calls the Lord of Light frightened the Dark One badly once, generations ago. His children were taken, the same as yours were, and he wouldn't allow it to stand. That was before this world was sealed away behind the very key your enemy now holds. Before your savior walked back out of death carrying his own children home with him, he already knew the Fallen One would try this again someday. All of it happened in the 3 days the world thinks he was gone. There was one who came before you, she added, long ago. 3 trials, 3 days, same as your faith remembers. He walked out the other side of it, and no living thing in this world has laid eyes on him since. Take that as hope if you like, child, or take it as a warning that surviving costs more than most are willing to pay. Jose's head spun. He didn't know the Bible front to back, not the way his old friend Jason back home did, an elder at his church who Josey figured would be a pastor himself one day. But he knew the parts about kindness well enough. The sick and the poor and the outcasts all treated the same as kings. It was the part that had always stuck with him most. He had more questions lined up, starting with how a Greek myth had ended up tangled inside all of this at all. But Ola came flying back too fast and too loud for him to ask them.
Ula hovered above them both, clutching some small, motionless creature, part beaver, part something deer-like, hanging limp over her arms. Her eyes flicked between Josey and Medusa, reading something in the both of them, and for just a second, something crossed her face that looked almost like worry at having left his side. A week ago, he'd have taken that as simple devotion. Now, with Medusa's words still ringing in him, he wasn't sure what he was looking at anymore. That was fast. Really good of you. Doing that for Medusa, he said, and made himself smile at her. She gave him a smile back that didn't quite reach her eyes the way it usually did, and set the creature down gently in front of Medusa. Thank you, little one, Medusa said, her voice warm again, all trace of the last few minutes tucked away somewhere Ula couldn't see. Josey watched the two of them together and felt something twist in him, some instinct arguing hard against everything Medusa had just told them. Ula looked the same as she always had, bright, quick, endlessly pleased with herself for doing something well. He wanted badly for that to mean something. We should get moving, he said, quieter than he meant to. Long way still to go. Medusa nodded, reaching into the folds of whatever passed for her clothing and drawing out 2 things. A small dead snake, hardened into something like a charm, and a little woven pouch that rattled faintly when she pressed it into his hand. Where you're headed, there's a creature who sings, half woman, half something out of the water, and beautiful in a way that will make you forget every reason you had for walking past her. Wear the snake against your skin, and keep the pouch closed until you need it. Between the two, you'll have enough sense left to remember why you came. Will that be enough to stop her?
No, Medusa said simply. Only enough to let you choose for yourself what happens next. If it comes to it, and I hope it doesn't, be merciful. She didn't ask for what she is any more than I asked for what I became. Josey took the charm and the pouch and tucked them both away, throat tight in a way he didn't examine too closely. Thank you for all of it. Go carefully, child, Medusa said, and remember what I told you, whatever you decide to believe. Ula caught his sleeve, already pulling him toward the trail, and he let himself be led, throwing one last glance back at the blindfolded woman beneath the blue-leafed tree before the forest swallowed her from view. Ahead of them, past the tree line, the ground began to slope down toward water he couldn't yet see, and somewhere out there, waiting, was the thing he'd come all this way to face.
Chapter 15. The trail carried on, and Josey and his uneasy companion drew closer to whatever waited ahead. Strangely, it was Medusa's calm that stuck with him most, and he found himself wishing he'd had longer to sit with her, longer to learn whatever else she might have taught him. Maybe Coraline knew more of this world's secrets too, if he ever got the chance to ask. The bigger weight, though, was Ula. Not just that she might be betraying him, but that she served the very thing hunting him. It made an already upside-down day feel worse. Silence sat between them,
thick enough that Josey didn't know what to do with it, whether to speak or let it be. He kept hoping, foolishly maybe, that Medusa had simply gotten it wrong. The trees began to thin, and somewhere ahead a creek came into view. He knew what waited near water like this. He'd been warned. He adjusted the small pack on his shoulder, feeling almost foolish for the flicker of adventure that came with it, despite everything, and told himself it was just nerves dressing themselves up as excitement. Before he even saw the water, he heard her. The sound reached him first as something wordless, a low, warm hum riding on the air like it had been waiting for him specifically, and it did something strange to his chest, loosening a tightness he hadn't realized he was carrying. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It moved through him the way warmth moves through cold hands. Slow, welcome, impossible to argue with. Then came the words, soft and unhurried, each one drawn out like she had all the time in the world to say it, and wanted him to have all the time in the world to hear it. Come closer, traveler. Don't be afraid. I've been so lonely here in the shade. Stay a while. Let the current decide. There's no rush at all on the water's tide.
The melody curled around him, promising nothing except that whatever it wanted from him would feel good to give. Even with the dead weight of Medusa's charm against his skin, he felt something in him lean toward the sound, the way a plant leans toward light without meaning to, helpless and unhurried about it. He barely noticed Ula slip into his jacket, quiet as always whenever trouble was near. His whole attention had already gone somewhere else, and some small, clear part of him, way at the back, understood that this was exactly what the song wanted, and still couldn't make himself care. 50 feet out, he saw her, seated on a boulder at the center of the creek, and for a moment he forgot entirely why he'd come this way at all. Her hair fell past the waterline in a color like the sky just after the sun was gone, deep and endless, moving even when the air didn't, like it carried its own slow current. She made no effort to cover herself, entirely at ease in her own skin, if skin was even the word for what caught the light along her the way it did. Her lower half shimmered in scales of impossible blue, shifting shades with every small movement, and her eyes, when she finally opened them, glowed a soft, bright green that made him feel absurdly like he'd been waiting his whole life to be looked at like that. "Well now," she said, and her voice alone nearly undid every ounce of caution he had left, low and honeyed, curling around each word like she'd chosen it just for him. "Look what's wandered all this way to find me. Come a little closer, won't you? I don't get much company out here, and I find I've been hoping for exactly someone like you." Even with the charm tucked against his chest, Josey felt himself drawn forward before he decided to move at all. He stopped at the water's edge, shoes sinking into the mud. "Josey, ma'am," he managed, eyes anywhere but on her, though it took real effort to keep them there. "Josey," she repeated, like she was tasting the shape of it, and smiled in a way that made him feel like the most interesting person who had ever said his own name to her. A polite one. How rare. And how lovely. You needn't look away on my account. I don't mind being seen. I rather think I'd enjoy it, if it were you doing the looking. I don't mean to be rude. I have somewhere I need to be." "Everyone always does," she said, something wounded creeping into her voice, gentle enough to tug at him, and she let her gaze drift toward the water like the thought of him leaving already grieved her. "It gets so quiet here, between the ones who pass through. I'd only ask a few minutes of you, just to sit and talk, and let me remember what it's like to be listened to. Is that so very much for someone as brave as you clearly are?" He felt the pull of it, real and warm, some part of him already imagining sitting beside her, her voice low in his ear, and it took real effort to plant his feet where they were. "I'm sorry, I can't. I wish I could." Something flickered across her face, there and gone. Her smile didn't waver,
Not exactly, but it deepened, turned patient, in a way that made the hair on his arms rise even as the rest of him leaned toward her. "Then let me come to you instead," she said, softer now, almost tender. "You've come so far already. It seems unkind to make you cross the last of it alone." She didn't move right away. She let the words sit there in the air a moment, watching him. And Josey found he couldn't look away now even if he'd wanted to, caught between wanting her to stay exactly as she was and some small, distant alarm telling him this stillness was its own kind of trap. Then she slid from the rock without a splash, and the water closed over her like it had simply opened to let her through. No ripple, no sound, nothing at all to mark she'd ever been there.
Josey stood frozen at the edge, waiting. Nothing happened. He counted without meaning to. 1 heartbeat. 2. 3. And the creek stayed glassy and still, betraying nothing of whatever moved beneath it. His pulse climbed anyway. Some animal instinct telling him this stillness was wrong. That quiet, this complete, wasn't restful. Was in fact the opposite. The kind of quiet that came right before something very bad. He took a step back from the edge without deciding to. The water didn't so much as ripple. Somewhere behind him, a bird called out and went silent. And even that felt like it meant something, though he couldn't have said what. 10 seconds became 20. He strained to hear past his own heartbeat. Some part of him almost wishing she'd surface already and end whatever this waiting was building toward. Because the not knowing had become its own kind of unbearable. Worse than however she might look below the surface. Then the water broke. A hand came up first, and every trace of the woman on the rock went with the moment it appeared. Because nothing about that hand belonged to anything he'd been looking at a minute before. The fingers had gone the color of things left underwater far too long. Blackened at the knuckle. Nails curved into yellow hooks. And it closed around his ankle with a strength that had no business belonging to something that size. Hauling him off his feet and down into the creek before he could so much as shout. Water closed over his head. Shockingly cold. And the thing that met him below had nothing left of the beauty that had called to him from the rock. Her face had stretched too long, her jaw hanging wrong, packed edge to edge with teeth like a shark's, and her eyes had gone flat and black, without anything behind them Josey could call a person.
"There you are," she said, and the voice that had wrapped so gently around his name minutes before now scraped up out of her, thick and wet, needing no air at all to carry. "There's the boy underneath all those manners. I do so love the polite ones. You squirm the prettiest." Panic took him before thought could catch up. He clawed at the water, lungs already burning, and dimly registered Ula bursting free of his jacket somewhere above him. But he had nothing left to spare her, not with hooked fingers dragging him deeper, not with that voice buzzing directly into his skull. She raked one clawed hand across his thigh, and the pain arrived a half-second behind the shock of it, blooming hot and total, tearing a scream out of him. All around her, scattered across the silt of the creek bed, lay bones. Dozens of them, pale and picked clean, and understanding landed on him with its own horror. He wasn't the first she'd sung to the water's edge. Amid the wreckage of bone, something out of place caught his eye. A leather satchel, half buried, cracked with age but still whole. It didn't belong down here any more than he did, and some distant, half-panicked part of his mind filed the thought away for later, if there was going to be a later at all. He twisted hard in her grip, driven by something past fear now, and sank his teeth into the hand holding him, biting down until he tasted blood that wasn't his. She shrieked, the sound warping underwater into something worse than silence, and in the half-second her grip loosened, he tore free and clawed for the surface. Air hit his lungs like fire. He dragged himself onto the bank, coughing,
already twisting to scan the water behind him, half convinced she'd fled, half certain that was exactly what she wanted him to believe while she circled closer. 5 seconds passed. Then 10. The creek gave nothing away. He forced his breathing to slow, though his hands wouldn't stop shaking.
"Come out then," he said, hating how thin his voice sounded. He raised his sword anyway, because standing there doing nothing felt like the one thing he truly couldn't survive. A splash cracked the quiet, far off first, then closer still, and by the time she broke the surface, his stomach had already dropped clean through the ground beneath him. She came fast, launching herself out of the water straight at him, and he threw himself sideways just in time, feeling the rush of air where her body had been. She rounded on him, cradling the ruined stump where her hand used to be, murder written plainly across what was left of her face. "I'll start with your fingers," she rasped, tongue lashing out, too long, too wet. "Then your toes. I've got nowhere else to be tonight, little Josey. I intend to enjoy every part of this." He didn't answer. He gripped the scimitar tighter, feet planted, and watched her circle him, watched the water sheet off her ruined body. She came at him swinging, and his first strike went nowhere, batted aside like he was a child waving a stick. She was faster than she'd looked on that rock, stronger than her missing hand let on. And for one long, ugly second, he understood with total clarity that he would lose this fight if he kept meeting her on her terms. His eyes caught a stone half buried in the mud. He snatched it up and hurled it at her face, connecting hard enough to split skin above her eye, staggering her half a step sideways. It wasn't much. It was enough. He swung again while she blinked blood from her eye, and this time the blade caught her wrist clean, and her remaining hand dropped into the shallows with a wet, final sound he knew he'd hear again in his sleep. She screamed something in a language that didn't belong to any mouth he'd ever heard, and lunged at him one last desperate time, wrenching the sword clean out of his grip and flinging it into deeper water. He turned and dove after it, half swimming, half scrambling, aware the whole time that she was somewhere behind him, closing the distance. He reached the sword just as her ruined hand closed around his wrist instead, dragging him back down into the dark. Her jaw unhinged wider than it had any right to, and for one endless, airless second, all Josey could see was teeth closing in. His free hand scraped along the creek bed, closed around something hard, a bone, and he drove it into her remaining eye with everything he had left. The scream that tore out of her this time sounded wounded, furious, and afraid all at once. He kicked for the surface, chest burning, and made it 2 strokes before a fresh hook of pain tore into the same wound on his thigh, dragging a raw cry out of him as he hauled him back under one more time. They went down together, her fury filling the water like heat off a fire, her one good hand flailing, missing him again and again. Then her gaze caught on something at his throat, the little dead snake, dislodged from his collar in the struggle, drifting on its cord against his skin. Her ruined face twisted, something like recognition curdling into fresh rage. "That's it, isn't it?" she hissed, bubbles tearing loose with every word. "That's why you've been slipping through my fingers. Little charm around your neck. Someone else's magic, keeping you clever." She lunged for it as much as for him, snarling. "Let's see how clever you are once it's gone."
The distraction cost her the half-second Josey needed. His eyes found the scimitar, closer now than he'd realized, her fury having blinded her to how near she dragged him to it. He closed his hand around the hilt just as she seized his jacket instead, drawing him in for what she clearly meant to be the end of it, her ruined mouth gaping wide. And in the half-second before her teeth found him, he drove the blade into her chest with everything left in his body. Dark blood bloomed into the water between them. Her grip loosened, and something in her face shifted from fury into a strange, quiet confusion, like she couldn't understand what had happened to her. Then her eyes closed and didn't open again, and the current began drawing her down toward the bones of everyone who'd come before him. Josey broke the surface gasping, dragged himself onto the bank, and lay there a long while just breathing, letting his heartbeat slow, letting the shaking in his hands run its course. Grief crowded in on him from nowhere, thoughts of his father surfacing unbidden,
all the quiet evenings they'd once shared that felt impossibly far away now. He wished, fiercely and uselessly, that his father could know where he was, what he'd just survived. Pain flared hot in his thigh, pulling him back to himself. 2 small puncture wounds, ringed pink, throbbed with every heartbeat. He filed it away to deal with later, too rattled still to think clearly about anything beyond the next few minutes. He thought of the satchel he'd spotted earlier, sitting somewhere below among the bones, and grimaced at what it meant to go back down there. But he needed it more than he needed to avoid one more look at that graveyard, so he filled his lungs and dove, forcing himself back through the murk to retrieve it, before finally making for the surface for good.
He checked it over. Empty, but sound. The leather cracked but holding. Around his neck, the little cord had snapped loose in the struggle, and Medusa's charm was gone, sunk somewhere below with the siren and the rest of her bones. He almost reached for it before he stopped himself. It had done what it was made to do. It didn't owe him anything more than that. "Thank you," he said quietly, toward the water, meaning it for the charm and for Medusa both. He slung the satchel across his shoulder, empty for now, but his, and turned toward whatever waited next, sword in hand, thigh throbbing, moving forward, because there wasn't really another direction left to go. Chapter 16. Josey spotted them jogging toward the meeting point and pushed off the branch, dropping the last few feet and landing hard on his good leg. He caught his balance against the trunk, adjusted the satchel strap across his chest, and broke into a run. His mind kept circling back to Coraline, even as his legs carried him forward. Why she stood so far apart from everything he understood snakes and devils to mean. If the man in red had twisted this whole world into something cursed, why did creatures like her and Medusa still have kindness in them at all? He didn't have an answer. He just knew that whatever this place was built from, it hadn't managed to ruin everyone in it. And now there was somewhere else to point his anger, besides God. Medusa's words hadn't left him since she'd said them, that the man in red had orchestrated the crash, sent the driver into his mother's path. He'd spent so long being furious at heaven for taking her. Now there was a name for who'd actually done it, and it made the fury sit differently in his chest. Colder, more useful. 15 minutes of running brought him alongside the group, and Rogan spotted him first, throwing both arms up. "Finally, the Jackass Brigade is back together!" William and Ripley laughed, but Jimmy just shook his head. "Great, now we can all die together." "Jimmy," Ripley's voice was sharp. "He's not wrong to be scared," William said before it could turn into a fight. "But we need you with us, man, not against us." Jimmy didn't answer, but he fell into step with the rest of them anyway. William caught Josey up as they moved. First challenge is a minotaur. Josey's stomach dropped. "Oh, wonderful." "Guess we don't have to deal with any bull," Rogan said, and paused just long enough. "Shit." William barked out a laugh he clearly hadn't meant to, and Josey couldn't help it either, even with the dread still sitting heavy in his gut. Jimmy wasn't having it. "This is insane, and you're all cracking jokes. We're gonna die in there." He swiped a sleeve across his face, and Josey felt the same cold sweat prickle down his own arm at the words. "Coraline, we're actually fighting a bull man?" Coraline's hiss cut through the group, sharp enough that everyone straightened. "Focus," she said. "We survived this by being smarter than it, not braver than it." Josey used the moment to tell them everything. Medusa, her warning, the charm that had saved his life and was gone now, sunk with the siren. Ripley leaned in at every detail, clearly cataloging it the way she did everything, murmuring something about how none of this felt like coincidence, like they'd each ended up here for a reason. "What about the bug fairy?" Jimmy asked. "Where's she been hiding?" Josey's jaw tightened. Gone. Hasn't shown since the siren. He didn't look at any of them when he said it. "There's a reason for that," he continued, and told them what Medusa had said, that Ula answered to the man in red, that she'd likely been reporting everything back to him the whole time. Jimmy just nodded slowly, like it confirmed something he'd already decided. Ripley's mouth fell open. William and Rogan went quiet.
She always acted so sweet, Ripley said, half to herself, hiding whenever things got bad. I thought Josey was protecting her. She had the strength to carry me to the top of a tower, Josey said. She didn't need protecting, ever. He shook his head. I don't get why she never just let me fall. She had 100 chances. Nobody had an answer for that. He looked around at the rest of them and just shrugged, arms spread, out of explanations.
Skrylin finally spoke. The Shera, Ula's kind, most of them serve him. Not all, same as not every Lamii does what my mother does. Her eyes moved over each of them. We'll talk more if we survive this. Right now, we need a plan, not answers. Fair, Josey said. They reached the stone section of the path, 12 feet across, and gathered close together on it as Skrylin had instructed, grass on either side untouched. Josey couldn't stop thinking about how many challengers before them had probably missed that detail entirely and never made it back to their group at all. The ground shuddered beneath them, fine dust sifting down through the air. I'm pretty sure fighting a minotaur voids my life insurance, Rogan said, deadpan. Jimmy actually laughed, a real one, and it broke something loose in the rest of them too. Ripley grinned. William laughed so hard he nearly choked. Josey knocked his fist against Rogan's. Keep that up, brother. We're gonna need it. Even Skrylin made a low hissing sound that was unmistakably a laugh. Good luck, everyone, Josey said, quieter now. We watch each other's backs down there. That's the whole plan. And when this is over, we give the queen the finger. Let's do it now, Rogan said, already turning, middle finger raised toward wherever the throne had been. Screw you. One by one, the rest of them raised their hands too. Jimmy last, softest laugh yet cracking through his voice. Then Skrylin stepped forward and lifted her own razor-edged middle claw, right alongside theirs. Chapter 17. The stone steps dropped away beneath them at a steep, dizzying angle, and the group half walked, half slid their way down, arms out for balance. Josey kept thinking about how many people must have come down these same steps before them, and how few, probably, had ever climbed back up. The grass along the walls gave way to thick blue vines, hanging down about 10 feet, cobblestone showing bare beneath them. Shadows swallowed most of the corridor ahead, broken only by thin shafts of light cutting down from somewhere above. No map, no way to know how deep the maze ran or which direction led anywhere useful. Well, William said, looking around at it all, here we are. Want me to light it up with my lighter? Jimmy asked, deadpan, already knowing the answer. Rogan looked up at the vines and grinned despite himself. We could just piss it off and let Josey handle it with that sword. Bowls are colorblind, actually, Ripley said. It was never about the color, it was the movement. And this isn't a bowl. It's gonna think. We need an actual plan. She's right, Skrylin said, sliding up behind them. We don't get to be reckless down here. Josey studied the vines, then the walls rising above them. Skrylin, are there rules? Anything we should know going in? She shook her head. Just kill the Minotaur. That's the whole rule. A pause. But I like where your head's going. If one of us gets up top, he said, we'd see it coming before it saw us. And whoever's up there could put the scimitar in it, Skrylin said, if the rest of you can lead it into position. William eyed the smooth walls doubtfully. How's anyone getting up there? We climb each other, Ripley said, already working it out loud. Like ants. Get high enough, grab a vine, finish the climb from there.
Jimmy wasn't sold. And who's the one taking a 20-foot leap onto an angry bull man once we get up there? Nobody answered right away, and Josey felt the seconds ticking past. Anyone got something better? He looked around at all of them. Nothing. We do it Ripley's way, he said. Works for ants. Jimmy considered it, then nodded, something in his face settling. He'd never had much practice trusting anyone. Somehow, trusting Josey came easier than it should have. Josey slid the satchel off his shoulder and held it out to Ripley. Hang on to this for me? She took it without a word. I'll need a boost, he said, and William dropped to his hands and knees without hesitation, bracing himself. Climb on, 2 on each side to lift us. Jimmy and Rogan took position, Ripley steadying William's shoulders from behind, and they lifted together, slow and careful. Josey stretched for the nearest vine and came up a foot short. Skrylin sighed.
Use me instead. I've got 2 feet on him." She glanced around at the group. "Say a word about this to anyone outside our circle, and you'll regret it." Nobody laughed exactly, but something in the group loosened at the absurdity of it, boosting themselves up a giant talking snake in the middle of a labyrinth built to kill them. Josey climbed onto her back, found his balance against her cool, damp scales, and this time his fingers closed around the vine. He planted his boots on the stone and started climbing, wrapping the vine around his hands to keep his grip from slipping. Every pull sent fresh fire through his thigh where the siren's claws had torn into him only hours before, the wound still raw enough to protest every movement. He ignored it, the way he'd been learning to ignore most things lately.
Sweat stung his eyes. His hands went numb somewhere around the halfway mark, and he used it, working faster now that the pain had dulled into something distant. This wasn't a gym class showing off. Somewhere above him was a way to see the whole board, and somewhere below him, 5 people were trusting him to find it. A vine to his right cracked, then snapped clean through. Gasps rose up from below. He clenched his good hand tighter around the vine that hadn't failed him yet, felt the burn tear into his palm as his grip slid, and kept climbing anyway, blood slicking his fingers. "Hey, buddy," William called up, trying for lighter than he felt. "Not that I'm complaining, but maybe keep the screaming down a notch." Josey bared his teeth in something that wasn't quite a smile and kept going. His right hand finally found the ledge. He hauled himself the last few feet with everything he had left, chest scraping stone, and collapsed onto a narrow walkway 2 feet wide, breathing like he'd run a mile. He lay there shaking, hands throbbing, and for a second couldn't understand why it hurt this much. "Sorry," he called down once he'd found his voice again. "I don't know why that hurt so bad." Skrylin's voice came up quieter than usual. "There's a poison in the vines. Not lethal, just it locks up the nervous system, makes it feel worse than it is. I didn't tell you because you never have touched them, and we didn't have time for that." He looked down at her, and for a second the betrayal stung sharper than his hands did. Then it settled. She'd done it to get them all through this alive. "I forgive you," he said. Her face flushed a deep shade of purple, something like relief passing through her.
He gave himself another minute before pushing up to his knees, and it was enough. The labyrinth stretched out around him, maybe a mile around. Cobblestone below, vines dangling at intervals, corners and dead ends in every direction. He scanned it the way he imagined someone would scan a mountainside for something dangerous, and found nothing yet. "Nothing so far," he called down, keeping his voice low. "We're close to the center. I don't see anywhere better than right here. 2 openings instead of 4, fewer directions it can come from." They gathered where he'd said, and Ripley laid out the rest of it. "We hug the wall, all but one of us. Someone draws it out, gets it moving, and Josey ends it from above if he can. If he can't, we're ready for that too." "She's lived here her whole life," Jimmy said, nodding at Skrylin. "She'd know more about this thing than any of us." All eyes went to her. "People assume it charges whoever's making the most noise," she said. "It doesn't. It's not mindless. It thinks, plans, picks its targets." Her voice dropped. "It doesn't want to kill any of you. It's being forced into this, same as you're being forced into fighting it. It'll go after whoever looks weakest, whoever looks like the fastest way out of this for both of you. So Josey stays hidden. If it sees him, it'll know something's wrong. The rest of you need to look exactly as scared as you actually are. When Josey spots it, send your fastest, get its attention, then run it back toward Josey's position. That's the only chance he'll get." "And if the first strike doesn't finish it?" Ripley asked. "Then you improvise," Skrylin said. "Past winners have worn it down against these walls, over hours, sometimes longer. It works. It also leaves you too wrecked to face what comes next." Josey kept his voice down. "The sword's the only real weapon we've got. Once I land it, we all need to be ready to finish this together." He turned to Skrylin. "Does it fight on 2 legs or 4? 4 when it charges, 2 when it fights." "Then we go for the chest when it's upright," Rogan said. And for half a second, something rawer than his usual joke slipped through before he caught it and shoved it back down. "Anyway, let's not die." "Who's fastest?" Skrylin asked.
Silence until William raised a hand, slow. Guess that's me. I used to outrun bullies for fun. He tried to smile. What do I do? When Josey signals, lead it toward him, away from the rest of us. Look terrified. It shouldn't be hard. No, William said. It really won't be. Hours passed with nothing. Josey stayed up top, watching, wondering how many challengers had died wandering this maze blind, wondering whether his father even knew he was gone yet. Then, deep in the quiet, a sound reached him. Hooves, distant but unmistakable, and every nerve in his body went taut. He dropped low, scanned the corridors, and there it was, roughly 100 yards off, a hulking shape moving between the walls. He looked down. Jimmy was asleep against the stone, the others talking low. Skryland's eyes found his first, and he knew she'd felt it too. She woke Jimmy fast, and the whole group rose together, eyes on Josey, waiting. The Minotaur's breathing carried even at this distance, low and ragged, closing the gap with the single-minded focus of something that had done this before. Josey leaned down toward William. It's coming, about a football field out. Everyone else get some distance to the right. I won't drop it in one hit, so once this starts, we stay together no matter what.
William nodded and started moving, drawing the creature's attention, putting distance between himself and the group with every step. 40 feet out, he glanced back, and Josey signaled him to hold. The Minotaur closed in fast, 7 feet of muscle and horn and old rage, its roar shaking loose dust from the walls above. William's legs locked up despite everything, fear pinning him in place even as his mind screamed at him to move. Josey didn't wait to see if he'd recover. He ran the ledge above them, matching pace, watching the gap close, 10 feet, then less, and when the moment came, he leapt. The blade came down wrong on the first strike, the creature faster than he'd accounted for, and he adjusted mid-fall, driving the scimitar into its lower back instead, burying it deep. His momentum carried him into the beast, and they went down together in a tangle of limbs and horns. It reached for him, and he rolled clear just as its hooves crashed down where he'd been. It clawed at the hilt still lodged in its side, blood pouring dark down its back. And when its fingers finally closed around the blade, the pain tore a fresh scream out of it and sent the sword clattering free. Its rage found a new target. William. Josey scrambled up, grabbed the fallen sword, and sprinted after it. But the Minotaur reached William first, closing a fist around his leg and hoisting him toward the wall. Stones rained down before it could finish the throw. Ripley, Jimmy, Rogan, and Skryland breaking cover, hurling loose cobblestone with everything they had. It staggered under the barrage, distracted just long enough.
Josey closed the last of the distance, sword raised, and the creature's eyes locked onto the blade with something between recognition and fury. He feinted low, drawing its lunge, then sidestepped and drove the sword into its thigh. It screamed and wrenched the blade free, hurling it past both boys, and staggered toward them, wounded and desperate, backing them both against the wall. Ripley moved before anyone could stop her. She scooped up the fallen scimitar and drove it straight into the Minotaur's chest. The impact threw it back into the wall hard enough to crack the stone. It slid down, twitching, its breath coming in ragged pulls, tears streaming from eyes that had gone from rage to something closer to relief. It turned its head toward the three of them, one last deliberate motion. Ripley knelt beside it and took its hand. Something passed between them in that last look, and its shaking finally stopped, a strange peace settling over its face as it went still. She rose slowly, wiping her eyes, voice unsteady. He wasn't evil. He never got a choice in any of this, same as us. We can't let this keep happening. Not to anyone. Skryland came forward and knelt beside the body, resting a hand against its face. I knew him. My mother knew him too, and never once showed him mercy. She was quiet a moment. I tried to free him once, a long time ago. Our master caught me before I got far. He let me live, but only so my mother would have to watch me fail her. It was never really about the mercy. It was about her pain. She looked up at them, something fierce breaking through the grief. This is what Medusa meant. None of them deserve what's been done to them. I want to be part of ending it. The ground shuddered beneath them, dust sifting down from above.
We're rising again, Skrylin said, gathering herself. This challenge is done. The Queen and her guards will come, and you'll be treated with honor for it, given food, a place to rest. Tomorrow, the second challenge. The floor began its slow ascent, dust swirling around them. The Minotaur's body left motionless where it had fallen. Skrylin kept glancing back at it the whole way up, her face swollen with grief she didn't try to hide, until the maze closed itself around them, and there was nothing left to see. Chapter 18. The Queen and her guards arrived roughly 20 minutes later, trailed by servants carrying platters piled high with roasted meat, bottled drinks, and desserts made from the same strange fruit Josey had spotted hanging from the trees on his first day here. She emerged from her litter with practiced grace, scanning the challengers to confirm they were all present. Her eyes found Skrylin last, and something flickered there before she rolled them, plainly annoyed her daughter had survived at all. Josey caught it and hoped Skrylin hadn't. When he glanced her way, the defeat already sitting in her face told him she'd seen it plainly enough. He let it go, distracted by the smell of food he hadn't realized he was starving for. Voxian stood among the onlookers, and Josey noticed the relief written across his face at the sight of Skrylin still standing. It faded fast into something heavier once word started moving through the crowd that Skrylin had helped end the Minotaur, that survival had cost something none of them would ever fully shake. The Queen descended, cleared her throat, and unrolled a scroll with a flourish. "Congratulations on your victory in the first challenge. Our master is most intrigued by your performance and regrets he could not witness it himself. Enjoy this feast, rest well, and prepare yourselves, for the second challenge will be more memorable still." Rogan burped, loud enough to turn every head in the clearing. A few people laughed before catching themselves. The Queen nodded once, and a guard's scimitar hilt came down across the back of Rogan's skull hard enough to drop him where he stood. The guard slithered back into formation like nothing had happened. Tomorrow, the Queen continued, unbothered, you'll be fed and told what awaits you. This challenge will draw a proper audience. She tucked the scroll away. Your odds have shifted, with a new challenger having slipped in armed with one of our own weapons. It won't matter for what comes next. My daughter will explain the rest. A thin smile. Eat well. As she turned to go, she leaned close to Skrylin, low enough that only those nearest heard it. You are no daughter of mine. Pray to our master if you like. Perhaps he'll ease your suffering in hell. She laughed once, sharp and satisfied, and let her guards carry her away. Voxian caught Skrylin's eye from a distance and gave her the smallest nod, careful not to be seen doing it. She managed a small smile back. As the Queen's procession moved off, Jimmy raised his middle finger toward her retreating back. He glanced at the others, waiting. William went next, and then the rest followed, one by one, until it reached Josey. He kept his hand on Skrylin's back and raised his own with the other. She hesitated only a second before lifting her taloned hand to join them, not out of habit this time, but because for the first time since they'd met her, this felt like her fight too. Rogan, awake again and rubbing the back of his head, made straight for the food. Well, gentlemen, and ladies, and Skrylin, I believe I've sampled everything on this table at least twice. He wasn't exaggerating by much. Josey spotted a small brown almond among the spread, the same kind Ula had once handed him when his strength was flagging. He gathered a handful and passed them around. These actually work, he said. Trust me. Once the food had settled and the group had gathered close, Skrylin turned serious. Tomorrow's challenge is worse than today's. You remember the armored ones from the ferry? The ones our age? Everyone but Josey nodded. Skrylin filled him in quickly, then continued for the group. They're warriors from another realm, sworn to a god called Odin. Beating you honors their people, their god, everything they've trained for their whole lives. Their powers are stripped while they're here, but that won't slow them down. This is what they were made for. Josey exhaled. Can't wait. There's something else you should understand, Skrylin said. Odin and that whole realm exists because our master made it.
Everything you'll ever see in any world we cross, it all traces back to him somehow. He never stops trying to build something that rivals what the Creator made. Her voice hardened. He never will, but he keeps trying anyway. So how do we beat people who've trained their whole lives for this? William asked. Not with strength, Skrylin said. Their pride is the opening. They want a fair fight, out in the open, honor intact. We don't give them one. We use the land, split them up, pick our moments. Ripley leaned forward. Do we get weapons? You'll be offered a choice, Skrylin said. Josey should keep what he has. For the rest of you, choose carefully. They'll expect skilled fighters. They won't expect any of you to actually know what you're doing. That gap is worth more than anything they'll hand you. I fenced for 8 years, Ripley offered. Jimmy snorted. What's that going to do? Poke them till they say uncle? It teaches you to read an opponent's body before they move, Ripley said evenly, refusing to take the bait. Reflexes, timing, distance, that's not nothing against people who've only ever fought head-on. Jimmy waved it off, and Josey felt his patience finally run thin. Can we not do this right now? We're already scared enough without tearing each other down over it.
The words landed harder than he expected. Jimmy's jaw tightened, and something cracked loose behind his eyes. You want positivity? We're a bunch of kids getting thrown at things that could kill us in a single hit, and you're out here doing team building? Might as well get used to the idea that we're not making it out of here. So what? We just stop trying? Josey asked. Let them kill us instead of fighting for a way home? Home to what? Jimmy shot back, voice cracking. You think your life back there is so great you're dying to get back to it? Because mine sure as hell wasn't. Silence dropped over the group. Jimmy's eyes welled, and he scrubbed a hand across his face like he could physically shove the feeling back down. Nobody spoke. Nobody knew how. You don't have to say anything, Josey said finally, quiet. But if something's going on, we're here. Jimmy's eyes moved over each of them, searching for anything like mockery, and finding none. He let out a breath. My stepfather, he started, voice unsteady. Stephen. He drank. He hit my mom. Hit me sometimes too, but mostly her, because she made sure of it. I was 8. One day I forgot to put my comic books away and he lost it, and for once she actually pushed back instead of just taking it. His hands curled into fists in his lap. He wasn't used to that. He grabbed her throat, and I just stood there. I didn't do anything. I was too scared to move. And he killed her. I watched, and I didn't do anything. Ripley's eyes filled. Nobody laughed. Nobody flinched away. Thanks, Jimmy said, wiping his face with his sleeve. Never told anyone that before. Guess it's been sitting in there a while. Skrylin's voice broke the quiet, gentle. Well, at least your mother wasn't the one trying to kill you. She gave a crooked little smile, and after a beat, a low hiss of a laugh escaped her. Rogan cracked first, and it spread through the rest of them before anyone could stop it, relief disguised as humor. Jimmy managed a real, if small, laugh of his own. We're still all gonna die, he said. But if you all want to actually fight for it, I'm listening. Nobody spoke for a while after that, just the wind moving through the grass, until Rogan broke it. What's the one game night nobody in my old neighborhood could ever finish without a fistfight? He waited, eyebrows raised, until William finally sighed and asked. Monopoly, Rogan said. Every single time, somebody always flips the board. It wasn't much of a joke, but it did its job, easing something in the group that needed easing. William rubbed at his jaw. Even without their powers, how do we actually beat trained killers? Are they even breakable? They're not stronger than you, Skrylin said. Their powers stripped out here, same rules as anyone else in this realm. What you need to fear is their discipline. They're hunters, and they expect no mercy because they give none. To them, this is glory. Nothing else about it matters to them. So we can't just meet them in the open, Ripley said. No, Skrylin agreed. Same as the Minotaur.
We use the ground. We separate them if we can. We flank them individually, Josey said. Hide, wait, strike when they're isolated. But we can't run the same play twice, or they'll adapt. Coraline tilted her head. What is a play? Like in a game, Josey said. A plan you run, and if it works once, you switch it up before they catch on.
Fascinating, Coraline said, something like wonder in her voice. I would very much like to understand more of these games of yours, someday, if we're given the chance. Deal, Josey said. Once we're through this, I'll show you everything. Ripley sat up straighter. I'm good at strategy games, chess, that kind of thing. I could help lay out traps, even simple ones. Terrain we already know. That's exactly what we need, Josey said. Give me an hour, and I'll think through everything I can remember that might actually translate here. I'll use the hour too, Coraline said. Everyone think it through alone first, then we bring it together. They scattered to think in twos and threes, Coraline and Jimmy talking quietly a short distance off, William and Rogan working through ideas of their own. When the hour wound down, Coraline gathered them one last time. Get some rest, she said. Tomorrow will ask more of you than today did. You've already earned my respect today, more than I expected to give anyone in this place. Tomorrow and the day after, if your God allows us that far, we'll need everything we have, and maybe a little more than that. Whatever happens, it's been an honor fighting beside you. Tomorrow, we win. Not just for us. For a moment, her eyes went distant, like she wasn't fully with them anymore, caught somewhere in the weight of her own words. The group looked at her and, without any of them saying it aloud, understood exactly what she'd become to them.
They said their goodnights not long after, even Jimmy lingering a little longer than usual before finally settling into the soft grass. Josey lay back and checked his thigh in the dark, the black discoloration around the wound spreading further than it had that morning. The limp he'd been hiding all day, no longer something he could pretend not to notice. An infection, probably, and bad timing didn't begin to cover it. He decided to bring it up with Coraline in the morning, told himself it could wait that long, and let exhaustion pull him under before he could think better of it.
Chapter 19. Ula waited in the trees ahead of time, the way she always did. Punctuality mattered to her more than most things did, especially where he was concerned. Her kind, the Shara, existed to serve him, small enough to slip through any gap, strong enough to carry a grown man through open sky. He'd made them himself, one of the few creations he'd ever seemed genuinely fond of, not twisted the way most of his work turned out, not cursed the way the Minotaur had been. Humans had their own soft, wrong idea of fairies, delicate things fluttering among flowers. The truth was simpler and darker. The Shara didn't serve him out of chains. They served him because they loved him, and love, when it belonged to him, asked for everything. He arrived without any of the theater he saved for larger audiences. One moment the clearing was empty, and then it wasn't. Ula bowed low. Master, I'm ready to listen. The boy, he said, and his voice moved through the trees like something with weight to it. Josey, he dies in the final challenge, not before. The others don't matter. Kill them or don't, I don't care. Without him, whatever's left of them falls apart on its own. It will be done, my lord, she said, keeping her eyes low. The chances of him being what my creator promised, he said, and something bitter twisted through the words, are slim. But slim isn't nothing. You'll make certain. Ula's mind went straight to the old fear that lived under everything else, the appointed one, the prophecy Jesus himself was said to have set in motion long before any of them existed. She'd heard the stories her whole existence. She didn't know if she believed them. She knew better than to say that out loud. I won't fail you, she said.
See that you don't. He let the silence stretch a moment, long enough that she felt every second of it. If he survives past where anyone else ever has, I'll take it as your failure, and I'll deal with the rest of your kind for it, personally, forever.
Her breath caught, though she kept her head bowed so he wouldn't see it. She'd sat through centuries of him keeping promises just like that one. He never made a threat he didn't intend to see through. "I understand, my lord." "Good." A pause, and for half a second she thought she heard something almost like uncertainty threading through his voice, gone before she could be sure it had been there at all. "Do it!" His voice cracked outward like thunder, and the trees around them shattered in every direction at once, branches exploding into splinters, the force of it hurling Ula out of the air and into the dirt. When she looked up, he was already gone. She lay there a moment, shaking, too afraid to feel anything else. Miles off, the sound reached the challengers as they slept, a distant boom rolling across the stillness. William sat up fast. What the hell was that? "Don't worry about it," Skrylin murmured, barely awake herself. "Nothing can touch us between challenges. He wouldn't allow it." One by one, they settled back into the grass and let sleep take them again.
Chapter 20. Skrylin's tongue flicked out before she was even fully awake, tasting something wrong in the air. It hovered a moment, then withdrew, carrying with it the unmistakable stench of something dead. The others slept on, oblivious. Under the last of the night's darkness, she followed the smell to a small, lifeless creature lying a few feet off, its neck twisted at an angle no accident could explain, its wide eyes fixed toward where Josey lay sleeping. A myrglot, harmless, common among the trees, now clearly a message rather than a meal. She moved it well clear of the group, scanned the tree line for any lingering presence, and found nothing. Whoever had left it knew exactly where they all were, and hadn't touched a hair on anyone. That told her plenty. She'd raise it in the morning, once everyone had gotten what rest they could. She settled back down and let sleep take her again. She woke first, and Josey found her a short while later, already turning the night's discovery over in her mind. "Something felt wrong last night," she told him. "I smelled a carcass. It was left facing you." He followed her to where she'd moved it, and recognition hit him immediately. The same kind of creature Ula had once killed and brought to Medusa as an offering. "That's her doing," Skrylin said quietly. "She wants inside your head before the next fight even starts." "Then she made a mistake showing us," Josey said, jaw tight. "Now we're ready for it." By the time the rest of the group had woken, Skrylin and Josey brought them up to speed together. The dead creature, Ula's likely hand in it, everything they'd pieced together overnight. It settled something in the group, having it out in the open rather than left to fester. "She won't try anything today," Skrylin said. "Her master wouldn't want his plan undone this early. He'll want Josey to fall before it ever gets that far." Ripley's brow furrowed. Why does his scar matter to any of this? What does it actually mean? Skrylin glanced at Josey before answering. "You already know what our master is, and what he lost when he was cast down. What I haven't told you is that Josey is one of the ones the Creator marked before he was even born. One of the possible chosen, meant to help bring his children home. Our master tried to end that before it could begin. The crash that took Josey's mother wasn't an accident. It was meant for Josey, too." Her voice softened. "It failed because of how fiercely she loved him in that final moment. That love is what left the mark on his face. Proof he was never meant to be forgotten by our master, and never will be." The group sat with that in silence. Then, more gently, "I don't think Ula acted on his orders last night. He'd have wanted this done more quietly than a dead animal in the grass. But now that we know, we'll be ready either way." Before anyone could say more, horns sounded in the distance, the Queen's procession coming into view. Litter, table, the same nervous guard blowing his horn every few seconds, like he couldn't quite trust himself to stop. "Snake Brigade's here," Rogan muttered, and Skrylin let it slide without comment, too used to it to bother correcting him anymore. William's stomach had been in knots since he woke, and by the time the procession drew close, he couldn't hold it back any longer. He slipped behind a boulder, timed it to the horn's next blast so no one would hear, and came back a minute later looking pale, but steadier.
hoping nobody had noticed. The rest of them held their nerves together as best they could while the Queen's party arrived in full. 5 Viking-born challengers seated on an open litter, their weapons etched in runes, their fathers walking behind them in gleaming iron and leather. Every inch of it was built to intimidate, and it worked.
There was no armor waiting for Josey's group at the weapons table. Only weapons. The unfairness of it wasn't even subtle. The Queen descended, resplendent in a Norse-influenced tunic over her usual crown of emerald snakes, and locked eyes with her daughter just long enough to hiss her disapproval before looking away first. Coraline didn't flinch. She unrolled a fresh scroll. "Congratulations on surviving your first trial. A rare feat indeed. Before you now stand 5 warriors, devoted to their people and their god, trained since birth for exactly this. Though their powers have left them in this realm, their discipline has not." She let that settle. "First, we feast. Then, the battle begins, and continues until one side no longer stands." The breakfast spread was unmistakably from Josey's own world. Powdered eggs, dry ham studded with pineapple, and he found himself wondering, not for the first time, just how long and how often they'd been slipping unnoticed through his world to gather things like this. His group ate quickly, quietly. The Vikings tore into their food without any pretense of manners, shattering goblets and flinging scraps to the ground as they went. Coraline ate her own plate with unguarded delight, working through eggs and toast and a full glass of juice before letting out a small, mortified burp and glancing around to make sure no one had noticed. Josey pretended not to, and let her enjoy it. Once the Vikings had finished, the staring resumed, cold and deliberate, the kind of pressure Josey recognized from wrestling mats back home, meant to unsettle rather than harm. He didn't let it land. Across the clearing, the Queen kept casting disapproving looks at her daughter, murmuring behind a raised hand each time. Josey found himself oddly grateful his own life had never been anything close to that.
Once the tables were cleared, the Queen addressed them once more. 30 minutes to let the meal settle. Then the challenge begins. You will not see us again once it starts, but know we'll be watching. Coraline gathered the group close. The way we survive this is by staying calm, staying together, not rushing in with weapons raised. I know we're all afraid. I am too. But this isn't only about us anymore. She looked at Josey. If he's who the prophecy says he might be, then everything we do here matters far beyond this field. Stay close. Stay strong. Let's go kick some Viking ass, Rogan offered, and Coraline managed something like a fond, exhausted look. I appreciate the spirit, she said, even knowing the odds aren't good. Jokes are how I deal, Rogan said with a shrug. Same as William and his stomach. Coping mechanisms, the both of us. I understand, Coraline said simply. The horn sounded again, and the Queen announced the weapon selection. Josey kept the emerald sword, familiar now in a way that felt almost like trust. Ripley found a light, curved blade with a chrome hilt that hummed faintly when she swung it and belted it at her waist. William reached for a bow wrapped in silver serpent detailing, ruby-eyed, and it fit his hand like it had been waiting for him. Memories surfacing of afternoon archery lessons with his father years back, verses memorized just so they'd be allowed to shoot. Rogan lifted an emerald-bladed axe, lighter than it looked, and swung it a few times with the kind of grin that said he'd always wanted an excuse to. Jimmy passed over everything else for a pair of black, jagged daggers, drawn to them the way some people are drawn to art rather than weapons. Coraline simply flexed her clawed fingers and bared her teeth, her answer plain enough without words. Let the second challenge begin, the Queen said, brief for once, and Josey found himself grateful for it.
They were lined up opposite the Vikings, to booming approval from a crowd that had clearly already picked its favorite. Once the horn sounds, the Queen explained, a shield will seal around this entire field, roughly 3 miles across. No one leaves until one side has fallen completely. Both sides will walk in opposite directions for 10 minutes. Then the horn sounds again, and it begins. The shield rose the moment the horn blew, a vast green dome stretching high overhead, dimming the light like tinted glass,
and the temperature dropped several degrees the second it closed around them. Distant, thin instruments rose from the ground around the perimeter, watching. Josey thought grimly of old stories about arenas built for exactly this kind of cruelty, except this time, the ones being fed to the crowd were children. At least the cooler air offered some relief. His thigh had gotten worse overnight, blackened patches spreading further than they had the day before, the pain sharper now, more insistent. It had only been a day since the wound first opened, and already it looked far worse than it should have. He told himself he'd deal with it after this, if there was an after this to deal with it in. They walked in silence for a while, checking behind them out of habit more than expectation. William's fear finally broke loose in quiet tears he didn't bother hiding anymore, and nobody tried to talk him out of it. There wasn't much to say that would help. The horn sounded again, distant and final. It was time.
Chapter 21. They took their positions the way they'd planned. Skrylin out in the open as bait, Jimmy and Josey 12 feet up in the nearest tree, ready to drop. William tucked behind a fallen log with his bow. Rogan and Ripley higher still, watching, waiting to relay whatever they saw. And then, nothing happened. The first hour crawled by in near silence, wind moving through grass none of them recognized, insects droning somewhere out of sight. Josey's leg had gone stiff from holding still in the crook of the tree, the ache in his thigh sharpening every time he shifted his weight, and he found himself watching the tree line more out of a need to focus on something other than the pain than out of any real expectation something was about to happen. By the second hour, the fear had changed shape. It wasn't sharp anymore. It had settled into something heavier, a low, constant hum underneath everything, the kind of waiting that made a person start doubting their own eyes. Twice, William swore he saw movement in the distance, and both times it turned out to be nothing. Wind stirring the grass, some small creature darting through the underbrush. Each false alarm left the group a little more raw than the last. It was well past midday when Rogan's hand finally dropped the signal. One Viking, alone, moving slow and unhurried through the field, like he had all the time in the world. Ripley relayed it down in a whisper that barely carried, and the group settled into position, hearts hammering after so long spent waiting for exactly this. The Viking passed close enough that they could hear him humming something low under his breath, utterly unconcerned, utterly certain nothing in this world could touch him. Skrylin stepped into view when he was still 30 feet out, raising her arms, talons bared, exactly as they'd rehearsed.
He didn't hesitate. He swung his axe up and closed the distance fast, and Jimmy dropped from the tree the second his back was turned, one dagger opening a shallow line across the back of his sword arm. The Viking spun with a snarl, faster than any of them expected, and the flat of his axe caught Jimmy across the ribs hard enough to drop him to one knee, air driven out of him in a single sharp grunt. William's arrow took the Viking high in the shoulder a heartbeat later, punching through the leather at his collar and dropping his guard just long enough. Skrylin closed the last of the distance and drove her talons into his throat, and he went down without another sound. It was over in under a minute, and somehow that minute felt longer than the 2 hours that had come before it. They dragged the body well clear of where they expected the others to come from and settled back into their positions, adrenaline slowly bleeding out of all of them, replaced by something colder. One down, however many left. The afternoon stretched on, and nothing came. They ate a little, spoke in low voices to keep from losing their minds to the silence. Rogan, still unbloodied, still somehow finding pieces of himself to offer the group even now, kept up a quiet stream of encouragement, small compliments, a low tune he hummed under his breath that none of them recognized, but that settled something in the group anyway. Even Skrylin found herself swaying faintly along with it, despite everything. Josey and Ripley lay close together, talking in low voices about home, about what they'd do first if they ever made it back. William and Skrylin compared notes on their two worlds, the strange overlaps, the stranger differences. For a little while, despite everything, it almost felt like something other than a battlefield.
Skrylin found a broad-leafed plant growing at the base of a nearby tree and pressed it against Jimmy's bruised ribs, watching the swelling ease within minutes. She glanced toward Josey's thigh more than once, the black creeping further up from the wound with every hour that passed, and said nothing, though the worry sat plain on her face.
Whatever the leaf could fix, she suspected this went deeper than that. She told herself she'd find a real answer once they were through this, and tried not to let him see how much that worry cost her. "Do we change anything?" she asked eventually, sitting up. "What we did worked, but I think Rogan and Ripley should come down the moment we're warned next time. Fight with the rest of us instead of staying above it." "My father used to deliver mail," William offered. "Said the worst dogs were never the ones alone. It's when there's two or more that you had to watch your back, because they'd circle you, wait for the moment you turned away from one of them." He hesitated, thinking it through as he spoke. Maybe that's how we handle it, if more than one comes at once. Someone in front, someone behind. Never let them get a clean angle on any of us alone. It was a good plan, and everyone said so, and for a moment something like real hope moved through the group. Dusk came and went. The sky above the shield dimmed toward true dark, and still nothing came, and the waiting turned into its own kind of exhausting, each of them privately wondering whether the stillness meant safety or meant something far worse was still deciding when to arrive. Somewhere past what felt like midnight, most of the group had drifted into an uneasy, fitful sleep, worn down past the point of staying alert. Ripley kept watch from the highest branch, humming quietly to herself to stay awake, scanning the dark tree line below with eyes that ached from the strain of it.
She saw them before she heard them. Two shapes moving fast across open ground, axes catching what little light there was. She called down, voice cracking with the sudden shock of it after so many hours of nothing, and the camp exploded into motion, half of them still shaking off sleep as they scrambled for their positions. It went wrong almost immediately. The two Vikings spotted William before he'd even reached his tree, spotted the shapes moving in the branches above the others before anyone could stop them looking up. They stopped 20 feet out, weapons raised, and simply waited, something almost like amusement on their faces. Waited for the humans to finish giving themselves away. Josey felt it happen, felt the plan come apart in real time, watched the Viking's eyes track upward toward where Rogan crouched, ready, thinking he still had the advantage of surprise. "Rogan, don't!" he tried to say, but it was already too late. Rogan dropped from the branch in a blur, axe raised, going for the nearer Viking with everything he had. The Viking turned into the fall instead of away from it, timing it perfectly, and the axe caught Rogan clean across the throat before his feet ever touched the ground. For one impossible second, nothing happened. Rogan's body stayed upright, feet finding the ground beneath him out of pure reflex, axe still raised in his hand as though the rest of him hadn't caught up to what had already happened. Some last flicker of nerve and momentum holding him there a moment longer than made any sense. Then his knees buckled. His body dropped straight down where it stood, and his head rolled free across the dirt, coming to rest somewhere near Ripley's feet.
Nobody moved. Nobody breathed. Ripley looked down, understood what she was looking at, and made a sound that wasn't a scream so much as the air being torn out of her, both hands flying to her mouth, unable to look away and unable to keep looking. William turned and was violently sick behind him. Jimmy's face went the color of ash, his mouth working around words that never came. The Vikings laughed. It was Coraline who broke first, some old instinct for survival cutting through the shock before it could paralyze her completely, dropping into a fighting stance and hissing at the rest of them to move now. And somehow that was enough to snap Josey's body back into motion, even as his mind lagged behind, still caught on what he just watched happen. Ripley didn't wait for a plan. She swung down from the branch with her blade already moving, opening a deep gash across the nearer Viking's forearm before he ever saw her coming, and his axe dropped from a hand that no longer had the grip to hold it. His scream tore through the clearing loud enough to drown out everything else for a moment. Josey used the opening, driving his sword up under the Viking's ribs with everything he had left, and it was over for that one almost before it began. The second Viking turned on them, fury and grief for his fallen companion twisting his face into something worse than the calm arrogance he'd worn a minute before, and closed on Jimmy fast, axe already rising for a killing blow. William's arrow caught him mid-stride,
driving through the side of his neck before he could complete the swing, and he dropped where he stood, the axe falling harmlessly beside him. And then it was quiet again. Terribly quiet. The kind of silence that felt like it belonged to something enormous and unbearable, rather than to the small, ordinary sound of wind and grass.
Nobody could look at Rogan for a long moment. When Jimmy finally forced himself to move, he knelt and gently set the two halves of his friend back together as best he could, his hands shaking the entire time, and none of them ever spoke of it again in quite those words. William was openly crying, and nobody told him to stop. Ripley finally spoke, her voice barely holding together. "He was trying to protect us." "He did," Skrylin said quietly. "He bought Josey the half-second that ended this." It didn't feel like enough, and nobody pretended it did. Above them, the shield finally shimmered, then dissolved, the challenge complete, one side left standing. It felt like the emptiest kind of victory any of them had ever known.
Chapter 22. Morning came with the same routine as always. Eggs and bacon and hash browns, served up like nothing unusual had happened. But the lightness from the days before was gone, replaced by a hush that sat over the whole group. The Queen wore a smirk that told Josey everything he needed to know. Whatever waited for them today, it had the man in red's fingerprints all over it. Josey found a quiet moment to pull Skrylin aside and told her, in low words, what had happened in the clearing the night before. He kept it from the others. They'd already been carrying enough. And there was something almost steadying in knowing the man in red had been rattled enough to come after him personally. If he was that desperate to break Josey before the last challenge even began, that meant he was afraid of what might happen if he didn't. 30 minutes into breakfast, the Queen rose without her usual parchment, an unfamiliar energy in her step as she crossed toward them. "Good morning, young challengers," she said, practically glowing. "I'm thrilled about today's final trial. My master devised this one himself, and I promise you it plays to every one of his strengths." She gestured vaguely toward the tree line. "We've prepared an old, weathered house on a couple acres of land, the kind we used for challengers 1,000 years ago, before we let you sleep outdoors instead. A shield will surround it. You won't be leaving until the challenge is finished." Confusion rippled through the group. The Queen let it sit there a moment, clearly enjoying herself, before she went on. "Our Creator has brought your friend Rogan back," she said. "He'll be hunting you tonight. I should warn you, he isn't quite the boy you remember. He's been remade into something considerably less charming."
The words landed like a blow. Josey's stomach dropped straight through the floor, and beneath the shock came a hot, immediate fury. This was punishment, plain and simple, for refusing what the man in red had offered him the night before. "Go on now," the Queen said, savoring it. "This may be the last time any of us see each other. I do hope it hurts." Two lammy-eyed guards stepped forward and motioned for the group to follow. Nobody spoke as they fell into line behind them. Heads down, the fight already halfway gone out of them before the day had even properly started. "What exactly are they saying?" William finally managed. "We're supposed to fight some kind of, evil version of Rogan?" "Yes," Skrylin said quietly. "That's exactly what it means. Whatever's been done to him, it won't leave until his head is separated from his body. That's the only way." "Like the undead," William said, working through it. "Something that shouldn't still be walking?" "I don't know the word for it where you're from," Skrylin said. "But yes, he'll be filled with something dark. Something that wants to hurt you. Wants to finish what it's meant to finish. It won't be him anymore. Not really." The house came into view a while later, and a chill ran through the whole group at the sight of it. Victorian in shape, sagging under its own age, paint peeling in long white strips off wood gone soft and gray beneath. Broken windows caught the afternoon light at odd angles. Something about it tugged at Josey's memory in a way he couldn't quite place,
an eerie echo of a house that used to sit across the street from his own, back home, though he couldn't have said why the resemblance unsettled him as much as it did.
The guards forced the door open and waved them inside. Once they'd crossed the threshold, one of the Lamii spoke through the gap in the frame, its voice flat and mechanical. "A shield will rise around this house, 100 feet out, once we leave. It stays until either all of you are dead or your challenger is. 3 hours from now, he'll be let in through the far side of the house." Then the guards turned and walked away, and the door swung shut behind them, leaving only the smell of dust and old wood, and the particular silence of a place that had been empty a very long time. "Well," Jimmy said, breaking it first, dry as ever. "This ought to be fun. Sit around, wait for our undead buddy to come tear us to pieces. Really looking forward to whatever pep talk the snake lady's got lined up." Coraline glanced at him, something sharp rising and then fading behind her eyes. She let it go. Nobody had the energy left to argue. Josey wanted to start putting a plan together, but the wait in the room kept him quiet a moment longer than he should have let it. Over the next hour, he and Ripley moved through the house together, mapping it out room by room, while the others sat in a kind of stunned stillness in the front parlor. He understood, without anyone saying it, that the job of holding this group together had fallen mostly to him now. He didn't say it out loud. He doubted anyone wanted to hear it. His leg had gotten worse. He kept that from everyone too, gritting through it with every step, aware that Jimmy and William both still carried their own bruises from the Viking fight, but seemed to be managing fine, while his own wound had started to feel like something closing in on him from the inside.
Every room told its own small horror story. Cobwebs strung thick in the corners, a layer of dust so old it seemed to hold the shape of everything that had once stood in it. In one bedroom, Ripley's hand landed on a dresser and sent a cloud of grime billowing up around them. In another, they found a cradle, decades old, a porcelain doll propped inside it with an eye that blinked, slow and random, at nothing at all. Ripley let out a shaky breath and clapped Josey on the shoulder, a quick grounding gesture between two people who'd already been through too much together to need words for it, and they moved on. By the time the sun started sinking behind the trees outside, the whole group had gathered back downstairs, watching the light fade through the grime-streaked windows with a dread that seemed to settle deeper into the room with every passing minute. Then the horn sounded, somewhere out beyond the shield, distant and final, and everyone understood exactly what it meant. "We stay together," William said, his voice not quite steady. "All of us. The whole night. I don't think any of us can handle this place alone." "You have my word," Coraline said, eyes flicking toward the shadowed hallway. "I won't pretend I'm not afraid either. I've spoken with plenty of humans who were brought through here before you, and this, all of it, feels like something out of the stories they used to tell me. I want everyone close, every step." "Agreed," William said. Jimmy nodded along, doing his best impression of someone who wasn't scared, though it fooled exactly no one in the room. "We're not splitting up," Josey said, looking around at each of them in turn. "Good thing we've got these," Jimmy said, hefting his onyx daggers with a crooked grin, and something in the absurdity of it broke the tension just enough that a few tired laughs made it around the room. It was the first thing that had felt lighter all day.
Josey crossed to the window and looked out at the faint bluish shimmer of the shield, maybe 100 feet off, the yard beyond it empty and still. No sign of Rogan yet. He came back and sat with the others, their weapons resting across their laps on cushions gone threadbare with age, and let the silence stretch a moment before he spoke again. "So, what's the move?" he said. "Do we hole up here or go looking for him? I don't have a perfect answer. I just know I don't want us split apart, whatever we decide." Ripley stood, brushing the dust from her jeans, watching it settle back into the dim air around them. "Scared as I am," she said, "I don't think we sit and wait for him the way we did with the Vikings. We go find him. Together. We end this on our terms, not his. We owe Rogan that much, at least. Peace, however this goes." "So we search the house?" William said, rising to meet her. "You're sure about that?" "No," Ripley admitted. "But I can't sit in this room and just wait for the dark to bring him to us. This place has a feeling to it. If we hold together, We can push through whatever it's trying to do to us. Her jaw tightened. I'm done being something the Queen gets to move around like a piece on a board. I'm done letting that thing in red decide how tonight ends. Let's go find him. Let's finish this. Rogan would have had something to say right about now, William said quietly, a small, sad smile tugging at his mouth. Something that would have made all of us laugh, even though none of us wanted to. Something in that thought settled over Josey, and before he'd fully decided to, he stood up straight, lifted his chin, and said it loud enough to fill the room. Tonight, we don't run from anything. Jimmy stared at him a beat, then burst out laughing despite himself. That the best you've got?
It's what I've got, Josey said, grinning despite everything, and Jimmy reached over and ruffled his hair, and Josey shook him off but kept the smile. What was that supposed to mean? Skrylin asked, clearly lost. It means whatever happens tonight, Josey said. We're walking into it together. Let's go. One by one, they rose, weapons in hand, and made their way out of the parlor, toward the deeper dark of the house beyond it. They weren't the only ones on the move. Behind the moth-eaten curtain in the corner of the room, Ula had listened to every word of it, and now she slipped out after them, silent and unseen, trailing their steps and waiting for the moment her master had promised her, the moment that would finally put an end to Olia for good.
Chapter 23. The house swallowed them deeper the further they went, every room colder and stiller than the last, furniture untouched since some year none of them could name. As they got ready to move out of the front room, William spotted an old oil lantern sitting dusty and forgotten on a shelf by the doorway, glass intact, wick still there. Might as well put this to use, he said, lifting it down. Finally, Jimmy said, already digging into his pocket. He pulled out his old metal lighter, the one he'd carried through everything so far, flicked it open, and touched the flame to the wick until it caught, a small, steady glow pushing back some of the dark around them. There we go. Somebody give me some credit for once. Duly noted, Ripley said, managing a small smile despite everything. With the lantern lighting their way, they pressed on. Floorboards groaned under their weight in a way that seemed almost deliberate, as though the house itself were narrating their progress to whatever waited ahead of them. What had once been chandeliers hung tarnished and green above their heads, thick with cobweb, casting a sickly glow that made every shadow look like it was leaning toward them. They moved in a tight line, weapons up, nobody willing to be the one who fell behind. The kitchen opened up bigger than it had any right to be, copper pots hanging in rows along walls that stretched farther back than the house's outside walls seemed to allow. A pantry sat empty at the far end. Whatever had once filled it long since rotted to nothing. Beside a door that clearly led down to a basement, a small wooden box built into the wall caught Josey's eye. A dumbwaiter, a pulley system running the length of the house from somewhere below all the way up to wherever the attic sat. William and Josey both looked at the basement door and silently agreed, without a word passing between them, that it could wait until there was nothing left to search first.
The dining room held a long table set with 5 decaying place settings, food gone to dust, so old it had lost any resemblance to what it had once been. They never even finished eating, Josey said, unable to keep the disbelief out of his voice. Skrylin crouched near the table's edge, running her fingers just above a dark stain soaked into the floorboards. Someone was taken from right here, she said quietly. Whoever they were, they never saw it coming. The parlor beyond it held glass cases of taxidermy animals, twisted into shapes that looked more like nightmares than anything that had once been alive. Josey opened his mouth to say something, some joke to cut the tension the way Rogan always would have, and stopped himself before it made it out. Rogan was the one who made the jokes. Rogan was also dead, and whatever was left of him was somewhere in this house right now trying to kill them. Nothing about that felt funny anymore. He swallowed the joke and nodded them toward the next room instead. One step closer to the end of us, Jimmy muttered, forcing a grim smile. Which way now? Upstairs, Ripley said. We already cleared most of it earlier. I'd rather not be caught in a basement or an attic if things go bad. They climbed the stairs together, the wood whining under their feet loud enough that Josey felt certain whatever was hunting them already knew exactly where to find them. Which way, fearless leader?
Jimmy asked once they reached the landing, nodding toward Josey. Fearless is a stretch, Josey admitted, and his voice shook more than he wanted it to. I'm surprised my legs are still working. Well, you're the chosen one, Jimmy said, trying for lightness. Guess that makes it your call.
Something in Josey cracked a little at that. My choices haven't exactly gone great so far, he said, quieter now. I picked the tree line and Rogan died for it. Now we're hunting whatever's left of him. If I actually had a real choice in any of this, I'd be hiding somewhere until it was over. Hey, easy, Jimmy said, softer now, some of the joke gone out of him. Wasn't your fault. Josey didn't answer that. William broke the silence by pointing them right, toward the rooms closer to the stairwell. The first two rooms hadn't changed since Josey and Ripley had passed through them hours earlier. The same doll still propped in its cradle, still blinking on some rhythm that made no sense. And somehow that sameness was worse than if something had moved. Across the hall, a bathroom door creaked open on its own weight, revealing a cracked mirror scattered in shards across the tile, and a shower curtain drawn shut, stained dark enough that nobody wanted to be the one to open it. Josey stepped up anyway, sword steady in his hand, every horror he'd ever half-watched through his fingers as a kid rising up behind his eyes. He pulled the curtain back in one motion. Nothing. Just tile and old grout and a drain gone black with rust. The relief hit him harder than the fear had. The last rooms held nothing but bare mattresses stacked against the walls. No cribs, no closets big enough to hide a person. And then, further down the hall, a room stacked floor to ceiling with boxes of newspaper. The smell of wet, rotting paper thick enough to make them all breathe through their mouths. Ripley knelt and sorted through what hadn't disintegrated entirely, and one headline in particular made her go still. Children missing. A date more than a century old. Beneath it, another, and another. The dates crawling backward the deeper she dug. Decades folding into decades. All of them the same story wearing a different year.
They've been doing this a long time, William said, reading over her shoulder. Keeping these like trophies. Josey stood frozen over the boxes, something cold settling into his chest as the dates clicked into place against a memory he'd been trying not to think about since the night he'd first arrived here. I think I've already seen where they end up, he said, quietly. The others turned to him. The night the snake women took me? Before any of you, he said. I followed a couple of them up a hill. There were tombstones everywhere, more than I could count. All kids. 10, 11, all the way up to 17. Some of the dates went back centuries. I watched them bury someone while I was hiding up there. A burlap sack. I didn't know what I was looking at then. I think I do now. Silence settled over the room, and then, slowly, it broke. I saw it too, William admitted, his voice tight. When they carried me in, I thought I imagined it, half awake the way I was. But there was a hill covered in stones, more than any graveyard should have. Same, Ripley said. I didn't want to believe what I was looking at. Even Jimmy nodded, quiet for once. Figured it was some kind of trick. Guess it wasn't. The devil's behind every bit of it, Ripley said. And nobody argued with her. Something about standing in that room, surrounded by decades of proof, finally loosened whatever had been holding Josey's tongue since the night before. He told them everything. The clearing, the offer, what the man in red had promised him in exchange for the key. Nobody spoke when he finished. Even Jimmy looked shaken. That was when the whisper came, faint, drifting down from somewhere above them. Something's up there, Ripley said, already looking toward the ceiling. Nobody wanted to say it out loud, but everybody understood the attic was next. Coraline, unable to fit through the narrow ladder passage, offered to hold the base of it instead, promising to keep anything from following them up. We all go, William said, and nobody disagreed. They climbed one by one, Josey in front, the lantern's light swinging shadows across piles of forgotten belongings, toys and clothes gone gray with dust, and worse,
dried stains darkening the floorboards in patterns none of them wanted to look at too closely. In the far corner, near where the dumbwaiter shaft opened into the attic, the whispering seemed to be coming from directly below the opening. Josey crept closer, lantern raised, and looked down into the dark. 2 eyes looked back. Ula's grin split wide the instant she saw him, and before he could react, she surged forward, shoving hard enough to send him toppling into the empty shaft. He grabbed for anything, the walls, the rope, his own sword scraping sparks against the wood as he plunged, boots catching just enough to slow him before he hit bottom in a crash of dust and broken glass, the lantern shattering somewhere beside him. He lay there a moment, ears ringing, glass biting into his forearm where he landed wrong. Above him, footsteps thundered. His friends, Ula, something. He couldn't tell anymore. All he knew was that he was alone now, in the one place none of them had wanted to be. His eyes adjusted slowly to shapes in the dark, thick support columns rising toward the floor above, and past them, a thin seam of light around a door on the far side of the basement. He pulled himself up, favoring the leg that had been screaming at him for days now, and started toward it. Something moved between him and the light.
He froze. Fingers twitched at the end of an arm hanging loose at its side, and slowly a shape resolved itself out of the dark, too tall, too still. And then it laughed, high and childlike and utterly wrong, and Josey understood before he could see the face that it was Rogan. "Miss me?" the voice said, pitched strange, climbing somewhere it shouldn't have been able to reach. "I picked this spot special. I remembered how much you hated basements." Josey's grip tightened on his sword, his whole body locking up. "Every creak in this old house told me exactly where you were," the voice went on, closer now, though the shape hadn't seemed to move. "I've been waiting. Thought our reunion should be something worth remembering." "I'm sorry," Josey managed, throat dry. "What happened to you? It's on me." Something in the dark laughed again, uglier this time. "Sorry doesn't come close to what this is. This is freedom, Josey, and soon you'll understand exactly what I mean." It moved before Josey saw it coming, faster than anything built like a boy should move, and the sword was knocked from his hand before he could raise it, a grip like iron closing around his wounded leg and hauling him backward across the floor. He clawed for the blade, fingers brushing the hilt just out of reach, and that was when the light finally caught the thing's face. Whatever had been Rogan wasn't anymore. The eyes burned wrong, red bleeding into yellow, and where the Viking's blade had opened his throat that night in the forest, the wound gaped wide and unhealed, flesh hanging loose over exposed muscle in a way that made Josey's stomach turn even through the terror. "There he is," the thing said, almost fondly, dragging him closer. Then its gaze caught the dark, spreading stain on Josey's thigh, and something like delight crossed its ruined face. "Well now, 2 of us feasting on the same wound. Isn't that poetic?" It lowered its head toward the injury, and Josey screamed as teeth found the already ruined flesh, pain tearing through him bright and total. But the distraction bought him just enough, his hand finally closing around the sword's hilt, and he swung with everything he had left, the blade catching the creature's wrist and severing it clean through. The hand fell away. The thing didn't even flinch. "That's going to need more than that," it said, almost cheerful, reaching for him again with what remained of its arm. Josey scrambled backward, leg buckling under him, and went down hard, clutching the wound as agony rolled through him in waves. The creature crouched low, tilting its ruined head at an angle no human neck should manage, and when it spoke again, the sound came from somewhere lower, from the wound itself, a wet, awful mimicry of a voice. "Looks like it hurts," the wound said. "Let's see how much worse I can make it." The door beside them burst open. A blade drove through the creature's throat from behind before it could turn, and an arrow followed a heartbeat later, catching it square in the eye. It staggered, tripping backward over Josey's legs and crashing to the floor in a heap. Ripley and William stood in the doorway, weapons still raised, chests heaving. "You good?" Ripley called,
already crossing to him. Josey couldn't answer past the pain. She hauled him upright, William catching his other side, and together they half carried, half dragged him toward the stairs, his legs screaming with every step. Behind them, something laughed in the dark, low and building, a sound with no humanity left in it at all. "I'll find you," it called after them, voice climbing into something raw and furious. "Every last one of you." They didn't look back until the basement door slammed shut behind them, and even then, the laughter followed them up through the floorboards, fading slowly, but never quite gone.
Chapter 24. They reached the second floor at a run, Josey barely upright between them, and stumbled straight into chaos. Jimmy hit the wall hard enough to crack the drywall, and Skrylin was swinging wild at something too fast to track, a shape that darted and rolled through every strike like it wasn't fully solid. Ula. She doubled back after shoving him down the shaft, and now she was tearing through the rest of the group with the same gleeful precision she'd used on him in the attic. Ripley charged her first, King's sword raised, and Ula caught her mid-swing and threw her clean across the room. Josey moved before he decided to, keeping low, out of her sightline, while William tried an arrow that went wide and only succeeded in making her turn. That was enough. She grabbed him by the shirt and flung him into Skrylin, both of them going down in a tangle, and in that half-second of distraction, Josey swung. The blade caught her wings at the root, and she dropped like something with the strings cut, wings skittering across the floor a few feet away. She scrambled up, off balance without them, and let out a sound that wasn't quite a word, but landed like one anyway. "You didn't have to be on his side," Josey said, breathing hard, sword still raised. "You could have ended this the right way. I didn't want it to go like this." Something shifted in her face, just for a second, wet-eyed and small, and she said his name back to him, soft this time, and started limping toward his open hand like she meant it. Then her expression twisted, fast, and she lunged. An onyx dagger caught her mid-air, straight through the skull, and she dropped, pinned somewhere between fury and surprise, frozen there for good. Jimmy stood behind her, breathing hard, something grim and satisfied in his face that didn't quite reach a smile. Josey couldn't speak. He crossed the room and put a hand on Jimmy's shoulder, twice, the only thanks he had left in him.
He went down hard a moment later, his leg finally giving out under him. Ripley knelt beside him and tore a strip from her shirt, and when she got a look at the wound underneath, swollen and dark and wrong, she had to turn away and breathe through it. She came back a second later, embarrassed, and Josey managed a small smile to tell her it was fine. Nobody said what they were all thinking, looking at that leg. There wasn't a good way to say it, and there wasn't time. "I found him in the basement," Josey said, voice tight. "Should have known it was Ula in the attic. Stupid of me not to." "She's not a problem anymore," Jimmy said, flat. Josey let it go. "Thank you both," he said to Ripley and William. "If you hadn't come, I wouldn't be having this conversation." They got him up between them, and the hallway beyond stayed quiet. No growl, no laughter, nothing. That silence was worse than the noise had been. "We know where he is now, at least," Skrylin said, not sounding comforted by it. "We lost the lantern in the fall," Josey said, glancing toward the basement door. "We're going to need something down there." Jimmy reached into his pocket without being asked and pulled out his lighter, flipping it open. The small flame caught, throwing a weak, trembling light across all their faces. "Guess I'm good for something," he said, though there wasn't much humor left in it. "That's not going to reach far in a room that size," Skrylin said. "It's what we've got," Jimmy said, and nobody argued. They stood at the basement door, and nobody moved to open it right away. "He's bad," Josey said finally. "I'm not going to pretend otherwise." "I saw," William said quietly. "I don't know what I would have done if I'd been the one down there." "Let's finish this," Josey said, and pushed the door open.
The spot where the demon had fallen sat empty, black stains smeared across the floor where it should have been. Skrylin led them down. Josey braced against Jimmy at the rear, each step slow and deliberate. the old wood groaning under their weight the same way it had every other time it wanted them to know it was listening. A voice drifted up out of the dark before they'd reached the bottom, and it was Rogan's, twisted with something that sounded almost like grief. "You left me," it said. "You let them do this to me. Do you know what it's like, being this?" Ripley's hand found William's arm without either of them deciding it. Josey breathed through the tightness in his chest and kept moving. He'd already stood in a room with this thing once tonight. He didn't want a second turn. They reached the bottom, and Jimmy held the lighter out ahead of them, the small flame doing almost nothing against a room that size, catching only what was closest, a slick trail of black mixed with red winding off in 3 directions at once. Deliberate, mocking, a trail meant to be followed and never quite caught. The room opened up wider than any of them had expected, stretching the length of the whole first floor above it, and scattered across it, piles of things nobody wanted to look at too closely. Cradles, baby carriages, more clothes. "He's using this place like a trophy room," Josey said, low. "We're dealing with the devil," Coraline said. "Don't expect it to make sense." The voice came again, closer now, from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Look at you," it crooned. "One little flame between you. I'll take my time with most of you. The snake, though, I won't even bother tasting." They edged the light toward one of the support columns and found nothing there but a fresh smear of black. "Where is he?" Jimmy's voice cracked on the question.
"Funny you'd ask that, standing in a room built for something like me," the voice answered, amused. "We're going to put you back where you came from," Jimmy said. "How rude of me to keep you from your own mother a moment longer," it said, and laughter rippled out from somewhere above them. For a heartbeat, the flame caught a glimpse of it, crawling along the ceiling, Ripley's sword still buried in its throat. "There!" Ripley shouted, and they all surged toward it. But by the time they reached the spot, it had already dropped somewhere else, howling from a different corner of the room entirely. "Give me the boy," it called out. "Just him. I'll let the rest of you leave." "That's not how this works," Coraline said. "All of us or none." "Then I'll open every throat in this room and save him for dessert," it said, delighted with itself. "Face me instead," Josey said, forcing steel into his voice he didn't fully feel. "Let him rest." "There's no rest waiting for anyone who dies in this place," it said. "No heaven down here. Just me." A drop of something dark hit William's shoulder before any of them saw it coming, and Jimmy swung the small flame upward just in time to catch the shape directly overhead, already falling. Coraline threw herself into its path, and the two of them went down together in a violent tangle. The lighter went spinning out of Jimmy's hand in the scramble, its flame snuffed out somewhere in the dark. And everything that happened after that happened mostly by sound and blind instinct. The rest of the group scrambled to help, and the demon threw them off it easily, one after another, before turning straight for Josey. He swung his sword into its stomach with everything he had left, and it lodged there, and the thing didn't so much as flinch. It closed a hand around his throat instead, and lifted him clear off the ground, grip tightening slow and deliberate. "Time to settle up," it said, close to his ear. Josey's vision started to blur at the edges, his lungs screaming, some distant part of him already grieving everyone he was about to leave behind. Then Jimmy hit the thing from the side, full speed, and it lost its grip. It turned on him instead, furious, and drove a fist straight through his stomach in one motion, holding him up for the others to see. A sword came down through its neck a heartbeat later, severing it clean, and the head hit the floor and rolled, its eyes still open, still hunting for the rest of itself. Ripley kicked it further away without breaking stride. "You'll regret that," the head said, teeth still working. Its hand crawled blindly across the floor, searching. Josey didn't wait to see more of it. He dropped beside Jimmy and pulled him up against his chest, one hand pressed uselessly over a wound there was no fixing. "Thank you," Josey said,
voice breaking. "You saved me." Jimmy coughed, blood on his lips, and managed something close to a smile. "It wasn't for you," he said, barely audible. "It was for her." Josey understood exactly who he meant. Some grief of Jimmy's own he'd never once mentioned until now. And he held on tighter, wishing there were more time to ask, more time for any of it. Something shifted in Jimmy's face then, all at once. The pain easing out of it like a held breath finally let go. His eyes drifted past Josey's shoulder, fixed on something only he could see. And whatever it was, it softened every hard edge he'd carried since the day they'd met. The jokes, the bravado, all of it falling away into something quieter underneath. His hand lifted off the ground, slow and certain, reaching for nothing Josey could see. "Mama," he said, and it wasn't a question this time. No fear in it at all. Just relief, like he'd waited years to finally get to say it. "I'm coming."
"Take my lighter," he managed, barely more than breath now. "Burn him." The smile that stayed on his face wasn't pain anymore. It looked, for just a moment, like a boy who'd finally made it home. His hand settled back down, his eyes closed, and he was gone. Josey pressed 2 fingers to Jimmy's forehead and held them there a moment, throat too tight for words. Then he reached into Jimmy's pocket, found the lighter, and looked up to find an old newspaper half buried nearby. Something hardened in his face. "Push the pieces together," he said. "Don't let them touch each other." "Are you insane?" William said. Josey didn't answer, just started gathering paper, and the others understood well enough to help, arranging the demon's severed pieces close but apart, careful of teeth and clawing fingers. Josey packed the paper around it, layer after layer, and the thing began to scream, first in fury, then in something closer to fear. "No, no, please, no," it begged. Nobody in the room felt sorry for it. Josey struck the lighter and touched the flame to the paper and stepped back as it caught. The screaming climbed higher, then broke apart, then finally went silent. And where the demon had been, there was only ash, and a fire already spreading hungrily to whatever else it could reach. They didn't stay to watch it finish. Every one of them looked back once at Jimmy's body before they left. A silent goodbye none of them had words for. Outside, the fire had already caught the first floor by the time they reached the porch, smoke curling black against the night sky. Coraline held Josey up with one arm and raised her other hand toward the burning house, middle talon extended. And one by one, the others did the same, standing there together in the firelight, worn down to nothing, and still standing anyway.
The shield around the yard shimmered and thinned, and somewhere in the distance, the horn that had marked the start of all this changed into something almost like music. "What happens now?" Josey asked, leaning into Coraline as they started walking toward the sound. "I don't know," she admitted. "This has happened only once before, as far as the old stories go. Only the Queen and the Devil know what really happened either time." "Guess this makes 2, Josey said, and let himself lean a little harder on her shoulder as they walked. Chapter 25. The Queen approached with 2 guards, and Voxian beside them. No crowd trailing behind her this time. No hornblower, nothing but the 4 of them crossing the distance in silence. Josey swayed against William's shoulder, barely upright, the pain in his leg pulling him toward the edge of something he could feel closing in around the corners of his vision. He kept his fist closed tight around the emerald key anyway, knuckles white, arm pinned close against his side, where no one could reach it without him knowing. Ripley's face went hard and cold the moment the Queen came into view. Open disgust she didn't bother hiding. "Congratulations, challengers," the Queen said, though her voice carried more irritation than praise. "You've accomplished what many before you couldn't. The rest of you are free to go. Josey, however, will be coming with me. My master wishes to speak with him privately." "He's not going anywhere without us," Ripley said, stepping forward before anyone else could. "Not alone, not with you." The Queen's expression twisted, something ugly rising fast beneath the surface. "You dare refuse me?" She turned to her guards. "Kill them. All of them." The guards moved, and so did Voxian, faster, driving his emerald blade through the first one before it could raise its weapon. Skrylen caught the second by the throat and finished it just as quickly. And then it was only the Queen left standing, alone in the sudden silence. Skrylen crossed to her slowly and pulled her into an embrace that wasn't for show, her arms tight around her mother in a way that made it clear some part of her still wanted this to end differently. "I love you, Mother," she said, quiet enough that only the Queen could hear it.
Her hands found her mother's head and neck, gentle for one last second, and then she twisted, sharp and final, breaking her neck in a single motion. The Queen went still in her arms, and Skrylen held her a moment longer than she needed to, something broken and distant in her face, before she finally lowered her to the ground. Voxian stood frozen for a beat, clearly shaken by what he just watched, but he crossed to her without hesitation and folded her into his arms, holding her the way you hold something you're afraid might come apart. "We all need to leave. Now," he said over her shoulder, voice tight. "The man in red will not be pleased, and he was never going to honor anything he promised. We have to move." Nobody argued. They fell into step behind him, Ripley and William supporting Josey between them as they pushed back through the trees. He didn't last long on his own feet. Somewhere in the first stretch of swamp, his legs stopped answering him entirely, and Ripley and William ended up carrying him between them the rest of the way, his head lolling against William's shoulder, unconscious and pale. They'd been moving maybe 20 minutes when the swamp around them went quiet. No bird song, no insects, nothing but their own footsteps and the slow suck of mud. Skrylen slowed first, head tilting, and held up a hand. "Something's here," she said. William didn't wait to be told twice. He eased Josey down behind a fallen tree, wide and rotted enough to give them both some cover, and crouched low beside him, bow drawn, eyes sweeping the tree line, instead of the fight he already sensed was coming. The water 20 feet out split apart, and something hauled itself up out of the black, too many jointed legs dragging a long, segmented body free of the muck, a wide mouth ringed with needle teeth already opening toward them. It moved fast for something that size, faster than any of them expected, and Ripley barely got her sword up in time to turn its first lunge aside. "Keep it off him," Voxian shouted, already circling wide to flank it. Skrylen went low, talons raking across one of its legs hard enough to buckle it, and the creature shrieked, twisting toward her with a speed that nearly cost her an arm. Ripley used the opening, driving her blade deep into its side while it was turned, and Voxian came in from the other angle, emerald sword cutting clean through another of its legs. It thrashed, dragging Ripley half off her feet before she wrenched free, and turned, wounded and furious, toward the fallen tree where William knelt over Josey's still body. William loosed an arrow into its open mouth without hesitating, and it reeled back, giving Skrylen just enough time to close the last of the distance and drive both hands into the soft place beneath its jaw. It went down thrashing and stayed down. Nobody spoke right away. Ripley wiped her blade off on the grass with unsteady hands, and Voxian checked William and Josey both before finally nodding, satisfied nothing else was coming. "We keep moving," Skrylen said. "It won't be the last thing he sends after us." They lifted Josey again, more careful with him now, and pushed on through the rest of the swamp in tense, watchful silence. An hour later, they reached the clearing where the canoe still waited among the bright trees, the same place that had felt like the edge of the unknown only days ago, and now felt almost like home. Josey stayed deep in the unconsciousness that had swallowed him since the trees, and somewhere inside it, the devil found him anyway, laughing from somewhere below, dragging him deeper into the dark. When he stirred, just barely, his eyes had gone strange, yellow bleeding into red at the edges, some low current of anger running under his skin that didn't feel entirely his own, before he sank under again. Ripley caught his hand and held it,
watching his face for any sign of what he might be seeing behind his closed eyes. They carried Josey the rest of the way through the swamp, and at some point he surfaced enough to see the hillside of graves come into view, more of them than he could count, and something in his chest cracked open at the sight before the dark pulled him back under. He hadn't done enough. He wasn't sure he ever would have been able to. A scream tore out of him at one point, low and unfamiliar, a voice that didn't sound entirely like his, startling all of them. "We're close," Skrylin said gently, still hollowed out from what she'd done, but steady enough to keep them moving. They carried him the rest of the way out of loyalty to who he'd been and love for who he still was. He kept his fingers curled tight around the emerald key the entire time, refusing to let it go even unconscious, some part of him holding on out of instinct alone. The cave came into view at last, empty of whatever creatures had haunted it before, and they carried him straight through to the door. "We're here," Skrylin said, and knelt beside him, brushing his hair back from his face. Josey, wake up. It has to be you."
He stirred slowly, dragging himself up out of the dark he'd sunk into, every part of him heavier than it had any right to be. William got an arm under him and helped him upright, and together they walked him the last few steps to the door, his legs barely holding him. "The key," Skrylin said gently, and Josey lifted his fist, uncurling his fingers around it like it took everything he had left. He fitted into the lock with a hand that wouldn't stop shaking, the metal warm against his palm, humming faintly with the nearness of its other half. He held it there a moment, gathering whatever strength remained, ready to turn it. "Not so fast," a voice said behind them. They turned to find the devil standing there, smiling like none of what had happened tonight had cost him anything at all. "Look at the state of you," he said, almost fond. "Barely standing. Are you sure you want to do this now, Josey? One more moment. One more conversation. That's all I'm asking." "We're done listening to you," Ripley said. "Am I speaking to you?" the devil said, not even glancing her way. "This is between the boy and me. He knows what I can still offer him. Strength enough to make it through that door on his own 2 feet, if he just—" "Enough," Skrylin said, stepping between them, chin high, nothing left in her to be afraid of him with. "You've been beaten, Lucifer, and if you got any closer, Satan, I'd spit on you." The devil recoiled like she'd struck him. "You insolent creature, I will eat your soul." "Turn it, Josey," Skrylin said, quieter now, steadying him with a hand on his shoulder. "You don't need anything he's offering. You never did." Josey's grip tightened around the key. It resisted Josey. He used the last of his strength. He turned it. The door swung open, and light poured out of it, gold instead of green, warm and boundless, filling the clearing until it seemed to swallow the dark entirely. It didn't hurt the companions to look at it. It only hurt the devil, who dropped to his knees with a scream, hands pressed over his eyes. "It burns," he cried. "Please, make it stop." A voice rose out of the light, gentle and full, warmer than anything Josey had ever heard. "My dear ones, how I've missed you these past days. Welcome home." The figure reached for Ripley and William first, and the moment his hand touched them, they broke into tears, overwhelmed, unable to do anything but hold on. "It's you," William whispered. "Yes," the figure said, smiling, and folded them both into an embrace they melted into completely. Then he turned to Josey, still barely upright, and knelt beside him. "My brave son, I'm so proud of you." A hand touched his thigh, and warmth spread through him, gentle at first, and then almost too much to bear, and where the wound had been, there was nothing left at all. His eyes fluttered open, blue again, steady again. He stood on his own for the first time in what felt like days, and wrapped his arms around the light without a second thought. "Thank you, Father." Jesus held him a moment longer before drawing back, his gaze moving slowly over each of them in turn. Josey, Ripley, William, Voxian, Skrylin.
"There is a reason this moment means more to me than perhaps any of you can understand," he said. "Let me tell you a story none of you have heard the whole of."
After I rose from my tomb, in the days your world remembers as Good Friday and Easter morning, I came here, to this very realm. I'd heard the cries of souls trapped in my adversary's domain, souls he'd claimed through lies and cruelty he had no right to keep, and I came to bring them home. But even I, in this place, was bound by the terms he'd set for his own kingdom. I could not simply walk in and take what was owed me. I had to earn it, the same as any challenger who's ever stood where you're standing now. I stayed in the tower he built for exactly that purpose. 3 days, by his own rules, facing what he set in front of me the same as you faced what he set in front of you. On the 3rd day, I won. And when I left, I didn't leave alone. Every soul he'd stolen up to that point walked out of this realm beside me, and I carried them home myself, to the rest they'd been denied for far too long. He paused, something old and sorrowful moving behind his eyes. He couldn't forgive that, losing that badly, to me, in front of everything he ruled. So he built something new, the emerald key and the door it opens, forged so I could never simply walk back through on my own power again. He sealed it so it could only be opened from this side, and only by someone born of your world, one of my own children, choosing it freely. He knew I would never force that choice on anyone. He was counting on it. That's when the killing began in earnest. Children, brought through that door for centuries, made to fight for their lives in games he called challenges, so that if they died here, their souls stayed trapped with him instead of coming home to me. Every grave you found on that hillside, every name in those old newspapers, all of it was his answer to what I did that day. He couldn't beat me, so he built a door I couldn't open myself, and he spent centuries making certain no one on your side ever chose to open it for me.
His hand settled gently on Josey's shoulder. Until tonight. Something in his expression broke open. Joy and grief tangled together so completely that none of them could have said which one was winning. You opened that door for me, Josey. Freely, willingly. And because you did, I can finally finish what I started all those centuries ago. His gaze drifted toward the trees, toward everything that hillside graveyard represented. Every soul he's kept from me since that day is coming home tonight. Every single one. His gaze found Ripley and William, and something gentler still crossed his face. That includes your friends, Rogan, Jimmy. They aren't lost to this place any longer. They never have to be afraid again. They're already walking beside me, more free than any of you have ever seen anyone be. William's breath caught, and Ripley pressed a hand to her mouth, tears spilling freely now, and for a moment none of them could speak at all. I am so sorry it took this long, Jesus said, quiet now, almost to himself. But I have never once stopped trying to bring every last one of them home. Tonight, I finally get to. He rose and turned toward the devil, something sorrowful in his face now instead of anger. I always hoped you'd find your way back, he said. I will always love you, but I can't let you keep this world. One of your own creations has more compassion in her than you've ever shown, and I mean to let her prove it. As for you, you'll go back to the ruin you've made for yourself. He crossed the space between them and pressed a kiss to the devil's cheek, his voice softer still. I will love you always, no matter what you've done.
Shame broke across the devil's face, raw and unguarded for just a moment. He pressed the emerald key into Jesus' open hand, and Jesus closed his fingers around it, then reached out and touched 2 fingers to the devil's forehead. The ground beneath him split open in a seam of black, heat and smoke rolling up out of the crack, and the devil's composure gave out entirely as Jesus sent him down through it, back to hell, the earth sealing shut behind him as if it had never opened at all. Jesus turned to Coraline next
and something like wonder crossed his expression. You held to what was right, even when your own people turned from it. This world needs someone to lead it. I would be honored if that someone was you. Skrylin stood stunned a moment before she found her voice. It would be my honor. She started to bow, and he caught her before she could, lifting her back up gently, telling her none of that was necessary between them. He thanked her for guarding his children, promised to set right everything that had been broken, and pressed the second key into Josey's hand, trusting him to carry it well. Your father misses you, he said to Josey, warmth filling every word. Things will be easier now, for both of you. You've made me proud. Your mother is proud too. When it's your time, her and I will be waiting for you, for all of you. Josey's eyes stung with tears that had nothing to do with pain this time. Jesus turned and walked toward the world Josey, Ripley, and William were about to leave, light following him the whole way. Skrylin turned to Josey, still glowing faintly with everything that had just happened, and told him quietly what she'd come to understand, that his mother had been made to watch over him, and that all of this, every trial, every loss, had been leading here, to a world finally set free. She pulled the three of them into one last embrace before they parted.
Well, William said, managing a smile despite everything, if we're ready, let's go home. Josey wrapped his arm around Skrylin one more time, and she mirrored the gesture without missing a beat. Thank you, he told her. You're a hero, and my friend. Come visit soon, she said, smiling through it. All of you. You're family now. Josey closed his hand around the key, felt the familiar weight of his sword at his hip, and looked at William and Ripley. Together, they stepped through the emerald door. To be continued.